fun, not so bad. This is a classic hero with the Beastmaster. You pair big lockdown with big nuke. Very simple. Me caveman.
We were not seeing much of a Skywrath mage at TI. Everybody was buying pipe. Everybody was buying like Glimmer Capes as well from position 5 and 4. So the damage from this hero is all magical. He doesn't have any ways of dealing. This is also another hero that if you, pretty similar to Disruptor, if you are having a bad game on this hero, there's no way you're coming back because you're just going to be a sole focus. You get jumped by one of the heroes and you're going to die straight away. So now they wanted to pick something that is going to be good against something that could keep the distance and deal with this Beastmaster, his summons, and also try to keep this Skywrath mage down. But I could also see this type of a lane play very aggressive with Beast and Sky.
Yeah.
But as far as what they could have picked, this is probably one of the better picks, right? That can definitely deal with the aggression of this lane. Skywrath, incredibly low armor hero, so if you do get on top of this hero in the laning stage and you're just shooting flax, you just need vision, this hero will take lots of damage from that. Nothing's really going to like be foolproof against the burst potential of Beast and Skywrath. That's just something you have to deal with, and that's why it is so powerful as well. However, put a missile on the Skywrath, flak him down a little bit, could be an easy kill opportunity. I do want to see them focus on Sky in this lane as much as they possibly can, because if they don't, this hero is really annoying and can harass you down and provide lots of kill potential. And there goes that Mars we talked about. And the Magnus, that's just a specialty hero of Whisper that does the same type of job of a Centaur would do.
Yeah.
Sky has like a couple of heroes he can play with. No matter what, you only need levels. You need that level 6. So you did mention Beastmaster, but you can also pair him up with Puck. You can pair him up with Naga Siren as well and go for some of the kills. Ooh. And this is something that BB team has been like playing this Darkseer plus Lion combo a lot of the times, because Save is a hero specialist. I didn't believe in this type of lanes where you have Darkseer paired up with a range hero, but it does work well.
I mean, we have seen the Ursa. Ursa is very good versus Gyro, very good versus Darkseer. Smiling Light does love the hero. I think that is something that can potentially be an option here for them. Not the greatest lane combination with the with the Naga. However, a lot of the ranged heroes, I can't think of a lot of them right now off the top of my head because Gyro's taken. Some of the other ones are banned, and generally speaking, the wall is good versus Lunas and stuff like that, so you don't want to go that route. Maybe it might be okay time to pick a melee hero in this situation, but they'll go with Shadow Fiend. It's a classic. This hero is, you know, first pick one game, last pick the next.
We try to theory craft a lot of these heroes that could be good, but teams, they don't want to risk it too much.
Yeah.
So Shadow Fiend plus Naga Siren in the lane. It's a super strong lane where you can pull people in, set things up for the raises. I think Beast Coast made adjustments in the draft. This looks much better. Lumpy's going to have a better time, which is what matters because he's been super active. We talked about the kills. This guy is in top 3 in terms of how active he gets. In the previous game, we did not see that, but has a good matchup against Puck, and we could expect them to go to Shadow Fiend's lane and try to ruin him.
Yeah, so who's won this draft overall?
Not very clear cut for me. I think that both these lineups are pretty good. Mid lane matchup definitely favoring Monkey. Can get very aggressive, hop over to the Darkseer lane. Honestly, the more I think about it, Beast Coast has.
What if little Elsa doesn't like flying?
But Sing Life said, no problem. Sing Life covers trip cancellation for any reason.
Nice!
You work hard, but your whey protein might not be working as hard as you do. When you chuck down the whey protein, it is crucial to consider the efficiency of protein absorption. If not, you might deal with bloating, protein wastage, and suboptimal results. And this is where Bioresorb's whey stands out, thanks to its US patent enhanced absorption formula that ensures a remarkable 50% increase in protein absorption compared to other whey protein. And all this will lead to better recovery and lean muscle growth. Committed to the transparency and highest quality, Muscle Blaze Bioresorb protein with 100% accurate label, claims and purity through regular blind testing by Informed Protein in USA. So head over now to muscleblaze.sg or Shopee, Lazada, Amazon to check out Muscle Blaze Bioresorb, the leading fitness nutrition with over 6 million customers in Asia.
He wants to use them to go forward. That way he can farm with them, right? And as you see the orb coming, you can easily mischief dodge that, right? So there's a lot of things you can do as Monkey in this matchup.
All right, thanks, guys. We are ready now. We've got Nomad backstage with an interview.
Thank you, Richard. Yep, I'm here with a Mag. So, you've got your bag, you've got your book, you look like you're ready to go home. Is that how confident you are in the second game?
No, I'm just always, how to say, bringing with myself my laptop and other stuff. But no, not ready to go home.
Okay, so but you feeling confident about the second draft?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, we got our heroes, maybe from something unexpected for the people who watching all our games can see that Sky race match. We didn't play it for quite long, but this game, Eki was feeling that it's quite good. Synergy with Beast. And last pick Shadowfiend is also a bit unusual, but Smiley Knight was already asking for a few days, and hero become kind of popular in this meta. And we needed some range carry, so yeah, this Shadowfiend, like, let's see how it will go, like his first game on this Shadowfiend carry.
All right, we'll see how that one ends up for him. Yeah, a little bit precarious here, but you seem confident. What about the Darkseer? This isn't a hero we've seen a lot of so far in this tournament. Are you worried about it at all, and what do you think it gives that draft?
Darkseer?
Yeah.
Of course, it gives auras, which already suit to current meta and team fight. Yeah, I think the idea of Darkseer was that they know we're gonna pick range carry, hypothetically, and Darkseer was quite good. Yeah, I mean, I will not, how to say, I can still say that because draft, I can see the idea. It's very depend on the laning stage, how well they will execute with early dominance from Monkey against Puck, and they got like good heroes, try to contest Beast and his stacks. If we try to, how to say, overplay this, we will be totally fine.
All right, Mag, thank you very much for that very comprehensive breakdown. A lot to go on there as we get into game number 2.
Thank you very much, Nomad and Mag. Yes, we're going to be able to get straight into the action, as you saw already on the screens of yourselves. We had that first blood. Yeah, Whisper able to take that as he brings down Smiling Knight. So yeah, indeed interesting to see and hear this from Mag saying that this was sort of like a, you know, the Skyriff was something a bit new from them, and the Shadowfiend was, we've been seeing it from a lot of other teams, and not something we've really been seeing from Avulus.
No, not so much. And last pick, Shadowfiend making it through as well is pretty wild when they have the Naga Siren. So we'll have to see how that ends up working out. We'll have to see how this top lane goes in particular. I'm just curious to see the Skywrath. That's probably the biggest one, just because it's very big of a change and also can suffer a lot versus...
That's another kill for Whisper down here. He's having quite the start.
A beautiful start for him. And auras are fantastic this game. You do look early on, it's a lot of magical damage that's going to be coming out from Avulus. If Whisper gets off to a hot start, he could really shut down quite a bit of that damage. Yeah, getting first blood, shutting down the SF, definitely very important. They have very strong lanes this time on the side of Beast Coast, and not even just strong lanes, very strong team fight, and that's what they like to do, early aggression and dominate. So it just looks like a completely different style from Beast Coast than they did that last time, and to me it does look quite good.
Moose. He's going to be able to slowly chase down Eki. Man, he's got a flame break at the ready, so I'll see if Eki can survive.
He's got no TP.
Same time, Revenge has happened down on the bottom side. They're able to take Whisper out, the two of them, Snake and Smiling Knight.
Eki's super dead. No way out of this.
Slowly but surely. He's got a fair fire and a stick if he wants to waste more of Moose's time. 10 sticky napalm stacks.
Can he suicide? No way.
Oh.
He's actually going to waste all his time.
Oh, that's a painful one there for Moose.
You saw him sit up in his chair too. He's like, oh, I got him. Oh, I got him good.
Okay.
A lot of wasted time. But Beastmaster can't really take too much advantage of that in terms of pressuring Pyke, but can't take terms of actually getting CS. So Jibe will be happy that he pulled the Batrider completely out of the lane. Ah, very nice.
So what do you expect out of the mid lane?
It's been Monkey King dominance almost every single time versus a Puck. It's been the matchup that we've seen so many times in this tournament, but Stormstormer has actually picked the Puck a couple times. I think yesterday, maybe it was, into the MK. He got owned yesterday, I think it was versus Coffee, but today he's doing much better. 18-5 to 15-4. It is a very early Puck pick, though, so there's quite a bit of counters that he will have to deal with. The lane in particular, but then also that Lion that came out. Yeah, Stormstormer playing it night and day difference. Yesterday he literally got crushed, so. bottom.
Lining up the raises. But Misha and Whisper, they're able to turn and get on top of Smiling Knight. He's got the stick charges. Will get the kill. Can he get out, though? Because Whisper's chasing him with the Iron Shell.
Oh, he gets the move slow.
He's going to be fine. Able to turn and get another raise off. Whisper should be fine himself.
Whisper?
Oh, my goodness.
Got the swan charges, but that was close. Deluge, what an ability. Probably one of the most broken basic abilities I've ever seen. Reducing status resist for some reason. It's so strong. Cannot believe that he gets away there on Smiling Knight. I mean, top, yep. That Skywrath pulling the bat out of lane. Jibe has excellent farm up here. This lane is the one to watch for me, too, because I've seen and I played this matchup a lot. It's Seneko bottom. Should be okay. The Sky versus Gyro is very weird how you have to play because you cannot eat flak hits. You have to like play on the side because you're 0 armor hero. So yeah, I'm interested to see what Eki's gonna do as the lane progresses. Because yeah, phenomenal start for Jibe up there. Seneko now will die.
And just consistent chaos down on this bottom lane.
I think this game is going to be way more accelerated than last one. Even though we saw Avulus making the aggressive moves last game, this is going to be a Beast Coast dictating the pace. They have their gyro. It's the, you know, the South American gyro. We've seen them so many times, how fast they like to play with it. But they're really spamming.
It's a lot of spam, isn't it? Yeah, between these two. The fact that they didn't sort of get punished on the early levels means that, yeah, this stage, now that they've got the skills leveled up, that the damage flying out, it's not easy to stand in the lane against as a gyro.
No, this is actually, I mean, this is really cool. And it's a lot because of what Eki did. I do have to give him tons of credit. Just pulling that bat out of lane for such a long time. Now they've got level 2 axes, level 2 bore, and level 2 concussive for the spam. They may have to bring more regen or make a rotation. Moose makes a rotation through the portal, but now
he's going to die for this. Eki TP's over. And they're going to be able to bring him over. Let's see if they can hand the kill to Smiling Knight. That won't be the case. Eki gets last touch, but he kills the kill nonetheless.
Misho. I mean, the courier is getting involved into the kills.
On top lane, Jibe. Pike.
Nearly dies. I mean, another axe. If he
Yeah,
gets
he's got to sit back. He's got no regen on him.
He cannot go for that Lotus. That would have been suicide. Do they have any regen? They have nothing for him up here. They've got a lumpy rotation. He will dodge the axes. He's got a haste rune. Should have this.
Is there going to be any backup for Jibe? No. No, they can't save that. So, a very well-needed rotation from Lumpy. They needed to have something come in here to just free up the lane a little bit more for Pike on the gyro.
Very cool. I like to see these teams. We're seeing so much new stuff at this tournament. Just these skies, anything in particular. Whisper.
Completely destroyed there by Smiling Knight.
He's got present stacks. That's 2 of them. Early on, it's an insane amount of minus.
I mean, Lumpy's making the move down here, but this will indeed be without the Darkseer. He's going to try and get the jump in on towards Smiling Knight. Seneko attempting to hold back Lumpy, but he's still able to get the Boundless down onto Smiling Knight.
Nice play.
These rotations from Lumpy doing a lot to secure some of the suffering that is occurring on these side lanes for Beast Coast. Lumpy's fixing it.
And that's the beauty of Stormstormer. Even though he did fantastic in this matchup, I have to give him a lot of credit. This is what Monkey can do a little easier early on. Just quick switching to the lanes, getting that pressure going. But yeah, Stormstormer's net worth is excellent this game, in the matchup in particular, right? He's behind the Monkey King, but I've seen it be absolutely horrific and sometimes in this matchup. Even for him yesterday. He died, I think, twice maybe it was to copy in lane. And Pike just continues eating the pressure. More axes stacked onto him. He's having to hide all the way up here. As you said, Lumpy, he's the one to watch to be able to recover these lanes.
Lumpy's trying his best. And Smiling Knight. He's going to get caught by the Boundless. Jingu builds up. Homing missile in over towards him as well. Smiling Knight, can he escape Lumpy? If he able to keep his distance, Toe with a few raises gets knocked back in though to the stun. Smiling Knight falls. They'll be able to take out Seneko as well. Seneko out of options. Lumpy continues to get these kills, and Beast Coast, they're fighting back well in this game.
Nice flame break into Earthspike too. We said this was going to be a chaotic one. It's 7-4, 11 kills at the 8-minute mark. Lumpy gets the shield rune as well, takes that away from Stormstormer. Probably just going to keep moving. He finds a Skywrath.
There's so much action that Lumpy's getting early here. Dominating on the mid Monkey King.
And look what he's queuing up. He finds another courier. If he wants to go for this. What? Okay. All right, 3 or 4 couriers killed very quickly in sequence.
Yeah, Lump is popping off.
But yeah, he's got Orchid queued. If he does want to go for this build versus the Puck, devastating for Stormstormer. He's going to play versus Hex as well as that. Could be problematic. How many couriers was it actually? 1, 2, 3. Okay, it was just the 3. 4. Okay, it was a lot of couriers, whatever. Yeah. Just seeing in the sequence of how many he was able to get in the last few moments. Lumpy. Fantastic stuff.
Well, they want to try and go for Smiling Knight again.
Got the wall.
He's in a lot of trouble. There's no saving him. They lay down the Wukong's command. Finger as well.
Looking good for Beast Coast in this early game. Throw the Ion Shells even if they'd like to onto Lumpy. Not at the moment. But if they do want to throw that onto him also, he'll have even more kill threat onto those side lanes. Shippe almost has Ags finished up. Pyke is still slowed down. But some really good moves from this Monkey King. Might even be able to finish this tower. The mech is finished for Whisper. Fully delivered on the courier. As we said this game, it's going to be Beast Coast playing very, very fast. Lumpy continuing to try to make these moves.
And the scan's hit. They know the whereabouts of Smiling Knight, but it's pretty close to the tier 2, so this one might be a bit too deep for Beast Coast to go for.
Avius does feel like they have to sit back and farm quite a bit because their supports making moves independently is very awkward. Naga plus Skyrath is not the best duo of supports in unison.
And Stormstorm's doing a lot of early tower pressure.
He is.
You know, the mid-tier 1 tower he nearly was able to finish off. It's still there, of course, but very low on the HP. And now this top tower doing a lot of tower damage as well, as much as he can as a puck. Stormstormer should be fine, and Shippe, can they catch him? They're going to hold back on the lasso attempt.
Yeah, they can't go for that. Song and Coil at the ready for the counter initiation. We'll have to split away. Mid tower, almost a fall. So all the time that Lumpy has spent rotating, Stormstormer has been able to pretty much finish this tower. He'll get the deny though, Lumpy. Great move. She's still having that 600 separation from the puck, but yeah, not too bad for Stormstormer. 9-4.
See what they want to do next about Smiling Knight, because Smiling Knight, after that early bit of action, he's starting to get space, and you can see on the farm, it's not really hurting too much. Sure, he's not ahead, but he's certainly not behind.
No, and Shippe is getting time to farm his Ags. He does have that secondary stack that's being finished up on the left. Once he clears out these 2 stacks, he'll have it pretty much done. In the meanwhile, Whisper does have a tremendous stack that he's working on, not quite as fast as a Beastmaster. Avios is trying to contest it here with Stormstormer. They might be able to steal quite a bit.
Oh,
did he get it all?
He pretty much got it all.
I think he
close to getting it all if he didn't, but that was a lot. That was a lot of light blue numbers appearing there when he made that jump. And now to the mid.
Quick and easy
He'll
kill.
celebrate with a quick and easy kill indeed. Dream Coil down. That's a lot of money in HP. They're going to Stormstorm. Get that big stack, and they're getting a kill. That's some good momentum here for the puck.
Cool moves from him so far. In a matchup that can usually go very one-sided versus the MK, he's pretty much even net worth now after those steals. Witchblade is done. So far, not getting tripped up on the puck.
Yeah, and just a very sort of relaxed approach to the Monkey King's early gameplay, where he was not sort of panic TPing into side lanes. He was like, well, you guys are fine. I'm just going to pressure the tower.
He literally got everything but 2 of those Ancients. I believe 1 big, 1 small that was claimed there from Whisper. Top, they're positioned for this kill. Level 7 on Eki. High burst.
They'll get this tower. So the pressure continuing here from Avilis, despite the fact that Beast Coast got the majority of these early kills. Avilis doing a bit more on the tower pushing front.
Orchid is done though. So Lumpy See what he's going to be able to make happen with this timing. He's a bit squishy on the Monkey King, but his aggression is very high. It's this high-risk, high-reward item. Smoked up. No blink yet on Moose. He's about 500 away, so Lumpy has to be the one to kind of initiate the fun. Stormer.
He's going to see him, but he gets caught by the balance into the Hex, the finger as well. The song comes out. Seneko saving Stormstormer. They'll just retreat. They won't try and fight back into this one. They'll be more than happy with the fact that they keep Stormstormer alive.
If that was in a better position, Smiling Knight could have perhaps got in there for a Requiem. Jippe. Lumpy's making the quick move.
They got the Orchid. That's a lot of damage, and it will be enough, yeah, with the final tick at the Soul Burn of the Orchid.
Is he going to steal the rune too? The Wisdom. Eki. He'll be able to get it. Big hit, but he should be fine.
I mean, Lumpy's he's tempted to go for the dive play, but Seneko here, he's still going to go for it. Yeah, Moose is wrapping in from the side. Look at the lasso on Eki. They're killing him off under the tier 2 tower. They're able to turn. Seneko trying to ride the balance is in. They're diving in for this as Beast Coast kill off both of the supports underneath their own tier 2.
Beast Coast thriving under this. Lumpy is just making everything happen. He got the catch in the first case onto Stormstormer. They weren't able to get the kill, but instant moves. No hesitation from him. And now position still around these Ancients too. Looking to play very fast. Gyrocopter getting it ahead of the SF now. And Blink is done for Moose, so an easier way for them to start fights. Now even Lumpy doesn't have to always fully initiate. It can be Moose with the follow-up of the Monkey. Well, for Avulus, they do have the Ags Beastmaster timing. No song for 80 for counter initiation. But Beast Coast wanting to fight.
Yeah, Lumpy looking for a way to start the action. He's found Seneko. They'll jump in, knock him back with the flame break, but the backup's there, so they can't push on for this kill. That's a step back for now, Beast Coast.
That one can be very dangerous when you're playing versus SF and Puck. If you don't catch one of these two, the Wombo combo can come out. Coil plus Requiem. And Stormstormer is getting closer and closer toward his Blink too. Top net worth. Amp damage in the bottle. Could be a huge 5v5 clash. How long on Song? 40 seconds. Lasso's at the ready. Both teams very careful how they approach the fight. Beast Coast, a bit more reckless, wanting to look for that jump.
Radiant are scanning.
But they're staying together, and that net worth, it's starting to swing a little bit toward Avulus. SF starting to get farm. TP's away, won't get caught. And there's that Blink. So easier ways for Stormstormer to play around. If he can just jump in and get the initiation. Initiation's going to be huge, either way. Whoever gets that jump.
Then they can set up a big combo. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Avulus have got a lot of different ways of entering into the fight. So that's what Beast Coast have to be careful of when they do keep up this aggressive sort of play.
They will have the auras from Whisper, though. No pipe just yet, but once he gets a pipe, that's going to help a lot versus the combos that can come out from Avulus. They're looking to claim this high ground again. They really want to try to catch something, but unable to find anything in these last few moments. Very deep wards they've placed down as well. Moose placing one in the hard camp of the Radiant side to watch if anybody is over here for them to get a potential catch, but so far it's been Avulus responding well. Not losing anybody versus the aggressive moves that Beast Coast was attempting to find. And now they're going to smoke themselves.
And they're looking at mid.
And they have a ward here.
Oh, they're going to jump it. Coil onto the two of them. They're ready to quickly burst through. Moves with the roar. Pyke will get the chance to run, though.
The boar hit him. Is it enough slow?
He's got backup. Whisper's going to head in first. Jump in from Lumpy. He's just in the midst of it all. He's able to get the Wukong's command off.
Stormstormer's on Pyke.
I mean, Lumpy
gets hexed.
He's forced them back with the Wukong's, but indeed off to the side. Amisho gets the catch and the burst to kill Stormstormer off. Pyke, he survives.
200 HP.
What? The tree gets cut though, Jippe. He finds Lumpy's tree with the axes.
Both mid laners die.
I mean, Avulus, they're stepping up. They might be able to get further kills out of this. The Surge is in play on towards Almisho there at the net.
He's got the reel in.
He's going to turn with the stun. It's not going to catch on to anyone, though. And Eki's got the slow. Almisho, he'll fall after this all. Double kill for Jibbe. I mean, it looked like Beast Coast were going to come out on top of the initial trade, taking out Stormer. But Avulus persist and get 2 further kills. Jibbe finding a big catch there in the tree line.
Initiation, as we said, it will be huge. They don't finish off the gyro, but will get a couple extra kills, and they place a secondary ward right afterwards. Stormer does have that vision now on the far right. They had it on the cliff, so that's why they went for that initial catch. And Pyke is honestly a bit lucky that he gets himself out of there. He did the same build that he's doing the same build that Parker did the other day, by the way. 0-4-4, no Rocket Barrage, and no Aghanims.
Okay. What do you think sort of leads towards going for this? I mean, what worked out the other day worked out quite nicely.
I don't know. The 0-4-4 build in particular is the interesting one for me, but all right, see if it ends up paying off for him. Blink now on Jibbe. So Avulus, multiple different ways of jumping into that fight. Blink is done on Misho and on Moose, so they also have these ways of jumping, but as you can see, it's all about who gets that first jump, who's able to kill one of these main cores at the start of it all. 8-13. Gold lead shifting into Avulus's favor after that one. How are the BKBs looking for the side, at least of the Monkey King? Lumpy is close, 1,300 away or so, but Smiling Knight has his first.
Just making sure that they're moving as a unit. Beast Coast not leaving each other's side.
Stormer cut wave top. He showed himself for a second. Avulus considering going for bottom, but Lumpy has a shield rune.
It's a difficult position to fight into with Beast Coast set up as they are.
Oh, they might steal Wisdom. Look at Jibbe's positioning right now.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, you can just walk in and grab it. I think he was hoping to catch somebody. He might even still be hoping for it, but no one's going to show up. They're going to start Roche. This could be a bit unexpected. Avulus might not expect this because they don't really kill it fast at all. Yeah, they're actually just going to stop. They don't kill it. They don't even kill it, period.
I mean, they probably could have, right? But they would just be in really bad shape.
There's 0 minus armor. There's not really big damage items on the gyro.
It would be very risky. And indeed, maybe it does indeed just not work.
It's probably just not worth it. Like, the time that you'll spend killing it, it's going to take over a minute. And Avulus, 3 cores, farming really well. Seneko also pretty massive on this Naga Siren. Tormentor is going to be the choice. And they can just do it with the 2 of them. And who gets it? Oh man, I was going to say if Seneko gets it, that's such a blessing too for them. And yep, he will.
Team fights are going to be so... Ooh, Lumpy!
Lumpy!
Let's do!
Able to do it again.
He's done it a couple of times now here on the Beastmaster. Caused issues for Lumpy. They're going to try and kill him off. Dropping the cooldown in. He gets dragged back by the vacuum. Turns with the axes, but Jibbe will get punished. They get the Hex opening over towards Storm. Almisha with the burst.
The song, it's not enough.
It's not enough to save it, but here we go. Gets into position. Here comes the Requiem. The timing's there perfectly. Almisha moves get blown up. Whisper's going to try and surge away. Pyke will manage to turn and kill off Eki.
He can't run though.
But he cannot escape Seneko and Smiling Knight chasing him down. Pyke will fall. That's the sort of dream setup that you're looking for here around the Song of the Siren. Doesn't matter that your puck's gone. The Requiem's from Smiling Knight's all you need for the follow-up.
It's like split second from him maybe even saving the puck too. That would have been huge. What a play. Big money for Smiling Knight. He has 3 stacks of the presence, perhaps, if the next fight kicks off when it still is up. Could be big for them. They're actually pinging him, so they might potentially be going for the Roche themselves.
We'll see this
they
again.
Have 3 stacks of presence in Beastmaster. This Roche, it's Avulus's.
And at the start, it looked pretty hopeful. For Beast Coast being able to punish Jibbe for the fact that he was able to take out Lumpy. But at this point, when they're grouped up this much, It's such an easy setup for Sneko. Back in action though, Sneko is getting chased down. Will get dragged back into the Wukong Smarm by the vacuum. He's duking this out though, and he's actually going to be fine. As Jibe holds back Lumpy with the Raw. Smiling Knight ready to bring in the damage. Lumpy's going to put the BKB. Huge heal off the back of the boundless strike. Moves will finish off Sneko. Can Lumpy get more with his BKB charge? He's trying to chase down Smiling Knight. Jibe turns with another set of axes, but Pyke and Lumpy are in on top of him. They kill off Jibe, they kill off Vecchi. The lasso's there, they drag back Smiling Knight. He'll have to put the BKB, but he's already so low that they can dive in under the tower, finish him off. Beast Coast strike back.
The Beast Coast aggression, I thought Avilis would be able to back up Get Roast because they had the presence stacks, they had the Beastmaster, but Beast Coast says no. They bring 5. Such quick moves that they were able to bring down there, and Lumpy lines up the 3-man Boundless with the Jingu.
See what the call now from Beast Coast is. We'll catch that replay once again. They felt that they had a chance here, Avilis, with the way that they held back Lumpy. But you'll see here, Jingu's built up Boundless, huge heal, and at this point, the fight very much over for Avilis. They try to escape, they don't get the chance. Stormstormer should be fine here between the Orb and the Blink.
Lumpy might chase.
Lumpy is indeed chasing.
There's a Yules.
He's got Orb and Phase Shift, and he has backup of Vecchi.
Now Lumpy may have gone too far.
The Jibe's got the Raw back up, and indeed Lumpy has.
Back and forth we go. Overextension gets punished. Naga's song is up in 15 seconds. He actually didn't put a second point in it. That's a bit interesting from Sneko.
Has he still got a point to spend?
No.
Oh.
It scales massively.
Yeah, the cooldown in particular.
Cooldown, AoE, everything. Okay. Pyke still no BKB, so if he does get caught in the full combo, could just get exploded.
Does Sneko want to go for the setup? He sees him. Just toying around with the net. Stormstormer trying to poke out a reaction.
10 seconds for the Monkey King.
Grouped up pretty heavily, but indeed Avilis are kind of scared of fighting into this area with the respawn coming into play from Lumpy. They won't push on. See what the move is now as Beast Coast back in action with the full team.
Initiations are everything.
Sneko finds Sneko to start. That'd be pretty huge. They'll miss the Boundless.
Doesn't matter.
They'll still get him here under the silence.
Now can they back up for a Roche? Stormstormer.
Show top.
Misho stalking him.
Can he get the opening lockdown? Can he play his way out of this Stormstormer? He cannot. They get him with the lasso.
Now they can position themselves for that Roche.
This should be enough.
50 seconds, no puck. That should be enough time.
Some very good moves around the map this game by Beast Coast.
Very crazy
It's close,
action.
but they're keeping themselves ahead, specifically on the carry, Pyke. Having that decent lead now against that of Smiling Knight's Shadow Fiend.
And now the greed is starting to pay off, right? Being able to go for the BKB later, all these stat items finished up.
I can swing across straight away to the bottom if they want to. We'll see which one they want to push around this Aegis.
Even though Stormstormer went for Yules, you're seeing the issues he has versus all these
They still
counters.
catch him.
The Lion in particular has found him now 2 or 3 times. Aegis advantage. They give it to Lumpy. It makes sense with how aggressive he's playing. Sneko will pick up a gem to deal with some of that vision. Deal with some of this potential.
The diversity here is incredible. It's home to over 200 mountain peaks above 3,000 meters. It's a place of possibilities and adventures. It takes you from majestic nature to metropolis in no time.
May 2025, let's celebrate life together, right here in Taiwan.
They can at least poke.
And Beast Coast do quite the push here. Top. Zibe will be caught.
He might bring down Misho. No. Glimmer Cape will be able to save him.
This push continues down bottom from Beast Coast. Slowly but surely taking the tier 3 down. They're going to respect the fact that respawns are coming up soon. Looks like they want to focus on getting the tier 2s instead. Eki's looking for our Misho.
The showdown of Glimmers. Won't be able to find him. Beast Coast ramping it up, getting better and better control of this game. This gyro is starting to get out of control.
Yeah, Pyke is massive. It's going to be close to having the Daedalus.
These multiple forms of initiation are proving problematic for Avulus too. They just have so many ways to get on top of these backline targets. Definitely seeing the fragility, especially of Eki. Haven't been feeling too much from this Skyrath in these last eight or so minutes. Just the hero in general. It's not versus some target that you really want to silence. The times that we used to see Sky picked, it was pretty much exclusively versus like Puck and Morphling, so. BKB.
Yeah, he's able to easily dodge that.
I think the coil didn't even hit, right?
I believe it didn't, no. It just straight up avoids it.
Well, BKB on cooldown for 85 seconds, but no coil pretty much for the almost the same cooldown. Actually, it was an Arcane Rune, so maybe they'll have a small window to try for something.
Yeah, there will be a little bit of downtime on BKB where that's up. With the
They
coil.
find these wards. Stormstormer, he will see it, but Misho's in the area to jump him. Stormstormer.
Oh.
Imagine if the courier was there and actually saw him. Goodness gracious. The courier was literally right next to him.
That was very close to going horribly wrong for Stormstormer.
Really pushing the limits to try to get rid of some of that vision. Puts a ward down, gets insta-countered. Whisper, a blink dagger now done. He already got the wombo combo the first time without it. Could definitely see him get some humongous combos if they've claimed the top 3 net worth.
This game so far going so much better for Beast Coast. They take away, that Avulus Medusa in the draft. They force them to have to do something different, and definitely not going as easy for Avulus this time round.
This just fits and feels much better like a Beast Coast draft. When they're playing with the gyro, they can get involved early, just super aggressive. It's never like they're sitting back and being like, let's wait for a timing. No, they're always just looking for a play.
Go, go, go. It has been the whole game. Even when they've kind of slipped up and lost some trades, it doesn't sort of turn them away from going straight back for the next move.
Speaking of the next move, there's an amp damage top. Lumpy racing toward it. Seneko will just get rid of it. He was about to boundless onto it too. Beast Coast feeling confident with how strong they are right now. Sweeping, looking for a catch. Full Daedalus on that gyro. Level 20's been hit. Avulus looking to slow things down, get these next item timings. Crimson is finished for the Beastmaster. SF close to Daedalus and has 20 talent. So he still hits hard, just the question is, can he withstand versus these multiple heroes just getting on top of him, and this gyro disparity. A 5k gold lead just for Pyke alone. Pretty much a full item ahead. They push the top lane out, and they're swinging to look for somebody. They have this ward that was not taken out, Owen.
Yeah, that's
ward
been
in the Radiant jungle. It did scout out a couple of these Avulus heroes.
Seneco's got the blink dagger, so can look for the clutch setups with the song. Or at least the saves.
Do they find the ward now? They will. They didn't finish it off, though. Stormstormer didn't kill it. Now he will.
Lumpy leading over. As Beast Coast continue to maintain control of this bottom side of the map, keeping the wave pushed in.
Stormstormer needs some long fights for them to have success on the side of Avulus. He needs to get multiple different spell combos off when he's got this Octarine. If he gets popped at the start of these fights, it's going to be disasters for Avulus. And Beast Coast has easy ways to catch it.
She finds the roar
first. Oh, that's a big kill, 70 seconds.
I mean, they want to try and fight this. Whisper's jumped in. They're going to try and take this fight without Lumpy.
This is a bold attempt here from Beast Coast.
Yeah, Avulus are not afraid of fighting 5 versus 4, especially the one that's missing. is that Monkey King.
How many times has Jibby done this? It's what, like 3 times this game he's gotten this catch.
Snake on the front lines. Blink out in time.
As the Blink Dagger. Shield Rune picked up for Stormstormer.
And they're still being careful, Avilis, despite the fact they have the number advantage.
They might smoke and still look for a fight. They have 40 seconds on the side.
It's got to be tempting once there's no Monkey King.
And Roar's going to be back up before he even reaches.
Yeah, this is your go-to. If Jibbe can get in and get the setup, they're going to be in a very good spot to take a pretty solid fight for what will be the first time in quite a while this game of how much Beast Coast is getting ahead. They've got to find something with this Avulus. It's a bit of an opportunity for them to take.
It's 4 seconds. Roar's up. They saw them D-ward the obs ward they had in the jungle. They've got to blink on Sky for follow-up, too, for the damage burst. Stormstormer's in.
Look at the coils to start things.
It's just a
onto the one of them, forced to the side. Jibbe is going to get caught by the Hex, not able to lay down the spells onto Almishos. Beast Coast get back under the safety of the tier 2, and Lumpy is going to be back up in a few seconds.
Time to reset positioning. Pike spots Smiling Knight, Stormstormer.
They have to be careful now, Avulus. 5 versus 5. It's not easy for them with the lead that Beast Coast have.
Here comes Lumpy. He dodges the tree cut, but he is roared.
He's going to get the BKB off first. See them jump now over towards Jibbe. And they get Jibbe out of this one. He's kind of caught in the corner. He's going to get dragged back as well from Eki. The song is there. Can they get in position to do anything with this song, though? Will allow Jibbe to TP out. The Requiem in from the side just to push them back to allow the rest of Avulus to run.
Smiling Knight.
He's in with the Boundless Strike on a Smiling Knight. Now also has to put the BKB. He's going to try and stand his ground against Lumpy. But Smiling Knight is outnumbered. The lasso's not. Smiling Knight will fall. They
Maybe
try
miscommunication from Avulus.
They try and sort of rectify the fight, allow them to escape and get out of there, but they can't get everyone out safely.
Because it did seem like it was different concepts, right? It looks like Seneko was telling them to bail out, but then maybe someone was calling, we can go for some type of fight. Smiling Knight gets caught.
Another
Lumpy
situation.
gets lured, but BKB did come off, as you mentioned.
Yeah, they couldn't follow up after. We see at the start here. At this point, you have to just kind of run. It didn't look like there was going to be much fight for them to take with Jibbe getting lost on the front. You know, sure, Seneko gets this song off, but it's just too awkward of a position, it feels like, for Smiling Knight to really do anything huge here. Yeah, he pushes them back with the Requiem, but you're not getting any kills. You've just got to get out.
He was pinging the bat, too, like saying, oh, I might be able to just Requiem kill and reset away, but high risk, low reward. They get punished for it. Bottom, Jibbe, they'll find Lumpy again. Like the 6th time or something it's happened.
See if they can find Amisho on top of it. Stormstormer, does he want to drop a coil for this? He does.
I'm actually liking the way Eki's playing with the blink too to get those catches on Lumpy. The follow-up Misho.
And just get the Hex off. Surged up by Whisper. Got TPs coming in as well. See if they can punish Stormstormer, but the orb's back up. Stormstormer gets away. They drop the wall, won't be able to do anything with that.
It's a bit awkward. Okay, Eki's making some nice moves though, you know, having some criticism for the Sky. The burst with the Beast is definitely having some cool potential, how much they can do. AC now for the Gyro.
A little bit of a damage step up for Avulus. They do find the 2 Mind Breakers for both Stormstormer and Smiling Knight.
That is nice, and Stormstormer is 20, and he's close to Parasma as well.
They're going for the Roshan.
This gold lead, it just feels like initiations are so much. And now without wall for 50 seconds, because Whisper used it earlier.
They're going to head over. They've hit the scan. They're going to have Lumpy back in 10 seconds. So they will have the full team ready to go around the pit.
It's going to die quick. Do they make it in time?
I don't think so. Avulus should have this one. Smiling Knight just drops the Requiem just to be safe and sound. And they'll get the Aegis. And do they want to fight in this area, Avulus, or do they just want to get out? They're sticking around. Jump forward here from Whisper. They get caught by the Roar into the Mystic Flare. Whisper gets burst through. In for the side. They'll try and fight onwards, but the BKB's around. They get the grab onto Stormstormer.
Seneko pulled him out of the Wukongs.
They have
with
the
the reel-in.
What's the plan here? Is he just song and get out of this? Smiling Knight's trying to, but the vacuum's there to stop him from getting through the Twinket. They're stuck at the side. Lumpy jumps in. As he's in on top of the 2 of them, Smiling Knight tries to stand his ground, but the Aegis is gone as they kill him off the 1. Jibbe gets taken out.
They couldn't get out.
I mean, round 2, I don't think it's going to go any better for Smiling Knight. As he's trying to fight back, but outnumbered, he'll fall. They may have got the Roche, they may have got the Aegis, but they do not get the fight, Avulus.
Buyback from Whisper seals the deal of that fight. He even reeled him out of those Wukongs, but it seems they just couldn't find a way to disengage out of it. They're spam pinging, so there's some communication that's going on.
Time to push it for Beast Ghost.
That was... I thought they were going to song and TP out.
I mean, they
stuck around.
could have had the option, right? They got the Roche, they got the Aegis. They could have bailed out of there, but they decided to sort of make this play happen where they hide in the trees and see if there's a chance to get some kills.
The initial kill is cool, very cool, the way they set up for the road, but then afterwards, sticking around a bit too long. Beast Coast now to the high ground.
Let's see what they do with the buyback situation. They have got buybacks, but it feels kind of rough spending them here. Oh, jump in.
Eki.
It's gone pretty deep here. I'm using the vacuum on the two of them. Jimmy's going to come in with a buyback roar straight onto El Micho. They will look to punish the Lion, but he's still alive. The Lasso comes out. They drag Jimmy in. He bought back for this. It's a dieback. Oh, that's rough there. El Micho, sure he dies, but he did his job big time. Jumps
Absolutely.
in, baits out the buyback from Jibe. They get the racks anyway, Beast Coast, and they get to kill off Jibe immediately off the back of his buyback.
Maybe felt like he had to go for something like this, but it's 80 seconds now where he's dead.
And it was just the Lion diving in.
It was.
And it wasn't like El Micho was going to get the kill that he was setting up for. So, yeah, Jibe getting baited a bit there by El Micho's aggressive play.
The true bait. Lumpy now with a full nullifier after these last fight in particular. A big swing into advantage in gold for them. Full items being delivered. I think Pyke has a full Satanic too.
Yeah,
there is no buyback from Whisper, but if he's just rallied around the team, he shouldn't die. The only times that they've really died to the Roar is when they get separated and isolated.
Smiling Knight. He's got to be careful how much he steps up here in the mid. They will jump him. Especially without the safety of sort of a Roar to come out from Jibe to hold back any of the cores if they make the jump. Still out for 30 seconds, Jibe.
Yeah, Smiling Knight feels so squishy. If they jump him, he could just get popped. Stormstormer.
It's in again, Nick the vacuum follow-up as immediately with the Balance Strike. The song comes out. It's going to give a bit of safety for Stormstormer. Is it enough to allow him to escape back to base? It is. Seneko with the huge save. The Dream Core down onto the three of them. The BKB's popped by Pyke. He starts hitting onto the tier 4s, but he'll back away from that. El Micho did dive for this one. They caught Lumpy to the side, mate. Seneko forcing Lumpy down to put the BKB. They'll turn very quickly to kill off the Naga Sirens. Lumpy.
He's dropping low.
And with the Yules, but the Lotus was out in time. Can they finish off the job? Pyke walking into the Mystic Flare. Another jump forward from Stormstormer and Zibre. Moves in with the BKB. Pyke out to the side. Eki gets the slow over the walls. Moves on the bat. They'll find the bat, but Pyke, he's into the trees. He goes for the TP out. They won't find him. Pyke escapes.
Yule's on cooldown for 1 second there. Stormstormer almost gets him.
But they hold. They're able to push back Beast Coast, and it really is off the back of that huge save from Seneko and the Song of the Siren.
We guys down. I think it was what 1%. Something
He got
like that,
so low on the
HP.
puck. Yeah, he looked dead for sure, Stormstormer, until Seneko started to sing his song.
The extra bit of heals, the Solar Crest thrown out. Avulus, they hold. Almost getting Pyke too.
Yeah.
Very close to bringing down that gyro. He got split from his team.
Next time round, he will have this completed Satanic, so a lot less likely that they're able to force him into that low HP position.
And now they have a Linken's on Whisper too, so those roars, it's going to be a bit harder for Jibe to pick and choose his target unless somebody else can somehow break it. Maybe Eki, if he can get positioned to break a Linken's. No longer can Jibe just blink roar one of these two. Amp damage spawns bottom.
And they've got to be prepared for El Micho. This guy making these plays, it's tripping them up every time. It's always setting up for Whisper to find the follow-up to at least get a minimum 2 heroes in the back wall combo because of El Micho's jump.
It's always worth it as these Lions.
He just throws himself in.
Cause a hex, whatever. Cause Canic. Because you get the initial jump onto that puck in most situations, you will kill it. But Seneko does have level 3 Song available now. So as long as he's in position, he can stop that.
Well, here we have it. Smoke from both sides. Jibe and Eki.
Did they see? They seem to have known. They were pinging bottom. They seem to have had an idea of where Avulus was.
Going to be able to cut this next creep wave here, Jibe.
Getting the push going with this amp damage. It's only got 25% duration left, but he hits hard.
He certainly does. These barracks are trouble. They get the jump, they get the lasso! Moves, he's just trying to make the jump in the Song again. This time won't save him because the BKB's up for Lumpy. Jumps in with a Balance Strike. Immediate buyback comes out from Stormstormer.
Seneko gets evaporated from the DD as well.
And the barracks, they're falling.
Lightbreaker.
Stormstormer's jumped in, but this has got to be carefully brought back for this play. Melerak's taken. They get the silence in on towards the Roar as well. They're trying to burst through the gyro cannon. He's getting low. They can't quite finish him off. Pike's able to stand his ground, heal up with the Satanic. Stormstormer's out for good. As Beast Coast push on, triple kill for Pike. It's over. We're going to a game 3 as GG is called. Beast Coast take game 2.
In their own style. Super aggressive plays. They never let up on this game, just running at them. There were some turnarounds, some cool song plays that came out from Seneko. But Beast Coast relentless aggression is the name of the game this time around.
Absolutely. Multiple times getting the catch onto these sort of crucial heroes like Stormstormer. They just were able to trip him up time and time again. Very entertaining gameplay there from Beast Coast. We're going to get to see more of it. We're going to get this game 3 as the series now stands 1-1 between Beast Coast and Avalus.
Perfect antidote to the first game there. Thanks very much, guys. Beast Coast able to tie this one up in fine fashion. And in reality, probably the last 10-15 minutes of that academic, Beast Coast very much in control.
I mean, they were in control from the start of this game. This Monkey King, since they had the last pick on side of Avalus, they did go with Shadowfiend. But to go back through the bans real quick, they picked Puck on 9th, and they banned Bristleback to protect their Beastmaster. I think this guy was just jumping from the trees, getting every single kill pretty much involved early on. But yeah, I think Fear wanted to point out how well he was playing in the early stages.
Yeah, he won his lane as per usual, but instead of just continuing to win the mid lane, he was jumping from lane to lane, winning both the side lanes, and really just destroyed this game. There's no other way to put it. Like, Lumpy's Monkey King makes you wonder why it didn't get banned, and we'll have a nice little montage of clips of this Monkey King doing what he does, ends up killing the Beast immediately, goes bottom, kills Smiling Knight on top of it. So there you go. You've won both the side lanes for your team as the mid Monkey King. He's not done yet. He wants to make sure Smiling Knight's game is absolutely as bad as it can be. And you have to keep in mind, this Shadow Fiend plus the Beastmaster, they were having good laning stages, but he shut them down entirely. And you'll see Stormstormer, he didn't really make any rotations while all this was happening. He prioritized to take the mid tower, kind of recover from this bad matchup. Even the supports can't stop, and that's the first 10 minutes of your game. Lumpy just winning mid, winning top lane, winning bottom lane, just winning the game.
It's super cool as well because obviously at the moment, you know, it is kind of a feels bad if you have to leave mid lane. If you do decide to go and gank a side lane, you've got to get something out of it. He did it twice, and as you say, pretty much secured all of the lanes in the early game. Also, I thought he did well with the Beastmaster in the game. The Beastmaster found him in the trees a bunch of times, and yet we were still able to kind of deal with that and counter that and still have a late game as well.
Yeah, they were spamming this top lane. Jibe on his Beastmaster and Eki on his, we're going to call it even signature, Skyrat Mage, where he was ready to push them out of the lane early on, which did transition into very high GPM on the Beastmaster. So he had the really early Aghanim Scepter. We didn't see that one turn into Roche immediately as we usually see, but he picked up a Blink Dagger. And the difference between the two offlaners is one is building for the team with the mech, with the pipe, and the other one is pretty much building for himself. But Jibe had a pretty good understanding what he needs to be doing in the game, and he was catching that Monkey King off guard multiple times. There were some like really nicely placed axes. He did have a glimpse of vision, and he also did it throughout the game when Lumpy was pushing the mid with the Aegis, so he caught him off guard, which didn't transition too well for Avalus, but then after that, he also was paired up with Skyrat Mage, got another pick-off onto that Monkey King. So whenever they were getting a pick-off, they were doing really good, but in the team fight, it didn't look too good with the Beastmaster. They had a hard time killing a hero because there were so many Glimmer Caves, there was so much tankiness coming up from this Darkseer.
Anything else that really stood out for you, Clinton?
We have to mention Pike as well. He's had a great tournament. I liked his itemization a lot in this game. He went for the Salt Cuirass against the Shadow Fiend, Whisper as well on the Darkseer. Like, him making a copy of the Shadow Fiend every fight gave his team the aura, and they had the Salt Cuirass, so it just felt like Smiling Knight did 0 damage in this game.
It was very difficult. And also to point out the itemization, because we've seen some very interesting itemization so far in the tournament where they are going for, like this monkey, Lumpy. His first item was basically Orchid to shut down Puck. But one thing that they did on Puck, something that Stormstormer was really good at, was dodging the fights until he got his Yule Scepter. So he did have that dispel mechanic. But then again, it's very difficult. You're still playing into Lion, so he's going to be the one locking you down. Can't really itemize. Can't have like Lincoln's BKB AD and Dual Scepter at the same time. You also need to think about your later stages of the game, so you need to itemize for that. But yeah, great showing from the Beast Coast.
All right, guys. Well, thanks a lot for your thoughts. Obviously, now it means we do get the decider. Remember, the loser of this will be out of the tournament, so make sure you join us after the break. Yes, welcome back. It's Avulus. Which one do you prefer?
I think I say Avulus.
Avulus? Yeah, it's Avulus versus Beast Coast. And it's a deciding match here. The winner of this game will take it all. The loser will be going home. There was a point you were making before we went to the break that we didn't quite get to finish, but it might be relevant to the picks and bans?
Yeah, coming into the third game, if you want to go with Puck, because they did pick it on 9, they banned Bristleback after that, which did leave Monkey King in the pool, which I kind of disagree with, because we did discuss that Lumpy doesn't play Broodmother, and there are also a couple of other bad matchups. You did mention the Sniper. You really like that one. But I think they needed to protect Puck more, and this is also one of Lumpy's better heroes, so they needed to do something about it, and this was just not it. And also, to go back to the picks and bans in the first game, I think Shadow Fiend is becoming a hero not to pick in this series, because we've seen him struggle, not being able to deal damage in the mid and late game fights.
Yeah.
And also, if he's playing into these BKB piercing tools, he's not going to be able to lock him down. I mean, he's going to be the one locked down, so won't be able to deal damage. And I think it's very important to have such abilities, because we've seen Lasso a lot of the times. There was a Beastmaster as well, but the problem was they were also creating illusion of that Shadow Fiend, making him very difficult. Also, a lot of weird decision making, I would say, when it comes down to those Roche fights, how they need to release the song and requiems and such.
I was going to ask about Shadow Fiend in general. I don't know what the current win rate is. That might pop up on screen in a moment, but I haven't really been impressed every time I've sat down to watch it. Like, I understand the hero's strengths, but it either seems like I'm watching a carry player that isn't getting the big requiems off at the right times, or as you said, they're queuing into a team that has so many BKB piercing abilities that when you really want your Shadow Fiend to pop off when he's invulnerable, he isn't able to do it.
I feel like the problem with this hero is you don't really see much of a difference between a first pick Shadow Fiend or a last pick Shadow Fiend, right? And so you can fall into this trap quite easily. Be like, oh, we got this popular first pick hero on last pick. But the reason why this hero is considered good is because you can pick him early, because he doesn't have a lot of counters. But that's also the problem with picking him last pick as well. He's not really specifically countering anything, right? So in these situations with Shadow Fiend, he's going to win his lane almost always. He's going to be a ranged carry. He's always going to be stable. He's never going to usually impress you too much, right? Because he's just doing the job he has to do. He does Roshan, he wins his lane, he farms quickly, and you're supposed to be ahead with this hero. You don't want to get behind, because we all know what happens when this hero gets behind. It kind of looks like last game. Doesn't look like he does any damage. Doesn't really specifically counter any heroes really hard. So a lot of teams are just struggling with, what do we pick on last pick? We haven't seen many of these 24 picks look good, and that's why second pick is struggling a bit.
Yeah, most definitely. Most of the teams do struggle with the second pick, Infinity being one of the teams that we did highlight it earlier in the last couple of days. But Soneiko and Nagasarin, I'd say that he still look pretty good. Some of the healing that he's done with the mech, with the shard. We could also call him Song Neiko, because he was pulling off, the big heals, the big saves at the later stages of the game when Puck was in trouble, kind of gave them another fight, a potential comeback into the game. It just didn't happen. But super strong hero. But one thing I also want to see with Nagasarin, give me some combos. Give me something that you can combine with Nagasarin Sleep.
The Requiem was kind of being set up in the last game, but we only really saw one really good one, I think.
It's quite hard, I would say, if they still have BKBs at the later portions of the game, where they're going to use their BKBs, not get feared, and still get on top of you. So a lot of the times you would see Shadow Fiend kind of fall short to execute the big combo. Give me that Enigma.
Yeah, let's hope we get it.
I agree with that. I think where the draft went all wrong for Avulus in particular is the fact that their first phase banning stage was what it is now, pretty much, exactly, actually. And they chose to go for a Puck on 9, but Puck needs very specific bans, right, to really function, and so does Beastmaster. And Shadow Demon, not good versus Beast. Shadow Demon, not good versus Puck. So they're banning these heroes that are just good in the meta, and then they're picking a hero that just doesn't have enough bans to cover it. So I don't think you can really pick Puck here into Beastmaster. We saw in the last game, I'm fine with the Puck pick, but he has to reserve a ban for that Monkey King. That was not acceptable. That Monkey King took away that game and just ran with it. And surely they're not stubborn enough to realize that. So we'll see if they want to go for the Puck again. Once again, I'm okay with it, but they're going to go for the Invoker instead. Yet again, this is a situation where you probably need to ban for the hero, but we talked about before, Lumpy doesn't really play the Broodmother. Outside of that, I don't know if Invoker has any really hard matchups in this patch.
Yeah, seems like a really stable mid laner. That's why we're seeing so much of it, especially on the first pick as well. His win rate is not great. Win rate sitting at 31%, as we're seeing on screen. Quite bad. This is Sniper at TI after 5 days, pretty much.
I think this hero, people oftentimes confuse him as space maker that runs around and like initiates for you in like the wrong way. It's like, it's not a puck. It's not a primal beast, right? It's not an initiator. This hero needs to be paired with an offlaner who can do that job, and you're going to be doing the damage. He's just a more active, greedy mid, I'll call him, right? Because like, sure, you don't get a lot of farm, your net worth will fall off, but he's not really adding anything to the fights other than just damage, right? And some stuns here and there. So I don't want to see them pick something in the offlane like a Visage, for example. That's very, very greedy. I want some initiators. So whether it comes from the supports or the offlane, I don't really care. But either way, this hero typically does not have the right cast around him.
Yeah, he is definitely greedy. Entity was playing Invoker as a carry during TI in one of those games, so definitely a right clicker, more oriented rather than jumping, moving to the side lanes. As you pointed out, he's not a Spirit Vessel buyer. We don't see that item build anymore. It's more like double raid band into Treads, Hurricane Pike, maybe a Witchblade in between. So he's playing for himself, and he likes to farm a lot on the hero, likes to stay in the lane, get some extra denies early on so he can get more levels out of it as well because of his innate ability. So don't expect Invoker to rotate other than maybe some casual Sunstrike into the side lanes.
And the ban. What will it be? Are you afraid of the Broodmother? Are you not? I feel like they shouldn't be.
Yeah, they shouldn't. I mean, they must know what we know.
Yeah.
That he's not a Broodmother player. They must know that.
And that's definitely like a specialist hero. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Outside of that, time will tell what he wants to ban. I wonder if they're going to bring back some of the heroes that were in the last game. The Invoker already solves kind of the issue of the Darkseer. Invoker is really hard. And they're going to go for the Alchemist this time around. So Beast was also banned too, so they don't even have that option even if they wanted to. They banned the Puck. This is a hero that can lane versus Invoker pretty well, doesn't really care too much about a lot of the damage he does, can dodge the mana drain, can just sit there invulnerable during the cold snap. Pretty nice.
Cool hero, yeah.
Yeah, cool hero.
This is still potentially a flex for them. Eki didn't play it yet, but Eki also does love to play different heroes. They did flex Enigma the other day. He's also playing a lot of position 4 sniper, which other teams don't believe in. So if it's a bad matchup for Alchemist, they could throw it to the Wolves and play it as a position 4, but most likely, considering how strong this hero is as a carry, I don't want this to be flexed.
This is my nightmare right now. Playing versus Batrider.
Double repositioning.
Yeah, and Magnus. Like, you have no control over your hero whatsoever. But however, some of the best heroes to deal with that are the big tanky ones, like Alchemist. So if you can get ahead, you get repositioned. If you don't get bursted right away, then all of a sudden that region will kick in, and then you can turn the fights. So they do have one of the better heroes, and I will say, like, Magnus is definitely better versus like these ranged carries, because those are the ones that really don't want to be put out of position, like the Shadow Fiends and Drow Rangers of the world. So they're just picking this purely out of comfort for Whisper, because he just looks really good on the hero.
I'm down with some Snapfire here, just to give you more teamfight damage around RP as well. Good lane. If you want to pair it up with a mag, because you have Cookie into Skewer combo, you also have Flame Break into Skewer combo if you want to pair up these two heroes together. But I've got to say that I'm changing my mind slightly in terms of Batrider being played from position like 4 to 5, because I've been loving it as well. There were a couple of games where it didn't look good, but there were a lot of games as well that it did look pretty
Puppy
impressive.
made me a believer earlier
well,
today.
yeah.
The double lassos basically kept them in the game.
Yeah, so this game, just don't buy a BKB, because they have 3 abilities that pierce it right now.
I mean picking up the clock as well that we've talked about, it's...
Their initiation's insane in
Yeah.
this game. Like, and I feel like when you play against that, you might want to try consider going a route in which you don't mind being initiated on. Like, pick these big frontline tanky heroes, and by that I mean like the aura carriers. However, the Underlord is already banned in the 2nd phase, so that kind of makes sense. And this is definitely a hero that I mentioned I did not want to see with Invoker. However, it does give you an aura carrier, considering the Underlord is gone. It can definitely work. We're bringing back the Crystal Maiden as well. Very fast tempo. And now they're leaving the flex all the way to this last pick. Will Eke play this Alchemist? Will it be a carry? We don't particularly know. I like it a bit more this game. like having the Visage with Invoker than usual, just because I do want that group up type of hero in buying auras to make this Alchemist even more tanky, and the other options may not seem as good.
Do you think the draft is too greedy so far?
They have ability called Grieval's Greed, and they also have a lot of gold on their side with the Death Toll from Visage. It can work. Like
They just
this.
need Bounty Hunter as their last pick, and
Well, that's it.
that's it. They'll have 3 heroes that just create gold out of thin air.
nothing. Position Doom, position
The,
4 Doom.
The Federal Reserve strat, we're calling it. Like, just printing money.
It could be good. I mean, this depends where Alchemist is going to go and how Visage's lane is going to go. If you shut down this Visage, he's the big playmaker on the team. In terms of grouping around, killing your tower early on, you can also group with Visage. Once he hits level 6, your carry, your position 5, they go through the gate. You take the enemy tower, then Visage rotates to the mid lane. You take the tower there, and you get the snowball effect. But if they want to run a position 4 with Alchemist carry, there is still Tusk available, which is one of the better pairings with the hero.
That's the Invoker matchup. Same concept as Puck, right?
yeah.
You make yourself invulnerable during the duration of the EMP and the cold snaps. It can definitely help you out a little bit. I really like it with Magnus as well. Gives you that empower. You are a right-click carry at the end of the day in the late game as this Void Spirit, so that adds a lot of extra damage as a universal hero getting empowered.
Just pick up Sanctuary as your facet this time around instead of going for the crazy Call of the Void.
That may have been a misclick, you know? Potential misclick there, I'd have to say.
Maybe he forgot. This is something that happens to me when I'm testing out certain things, something with the new facet, and I go into demo mode, and then during the game, I pick my hero, I go grab a drink, I come back, I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna suffer.
All right, Luna banned. I really want to see a DK ban, I think. Like, you want a hero that can be very vulnerable, ideally flash farms as well, and doesn't feed in the lane to Visage, so having a hero that is durable like DK looks pretty good in this position, but that's a spicy ban right there. They figured, Pyke does play the hero. Not seeing why it feels like that could just be food for Visage in the laning stage. I think it's Morta is one of the squishiest heroes in the game, but just some respect going out there. Pyke hasn't played a lot of DK, so maybe that's why. But I want to see a hero like that. That can be very, very tanky, adds more splash damage equation. You do have Magnus, but these Magnuses don't really empower you until the later stages of the game.
No, I like your suggestion. I've been a big fan of Dragonite. I feel like in a lot of these scenarios where you don't know what to pick on 24, Dragonite just seems like a godly pick, but we never get to see it.
Also okay with Meepo here too, but you have to have a specialist for that one.
10 seconds remaining.
I think Yuma might be the only person
I was going to say,
that plays
yeah.
that here.
Radiant team pick.
Morphling. All right, well, this one is very risky because you do shift down a lot of your attributes. However, you're oftentimes not trading with this hero, so you're not going to add to that extra soul assumption charges. You can shift up, so if you do get a range up, you're pretty scot-free in that regard. And I think this just suits Pyke pretty well in the sense that he wants to be that ultimate late game carry, and this gives him the chance to do so with this hero. So I don't hate this. I wonder, because Smiling Knight plays a lot of these old school type of heroes. Will we see a PL potentially in a game like this? Their heroes are actually really terrible against PL. And I know he could play it. This is a crazy suggestion, but maybe we'll just see something stock standard and just put the Alchemist as a carry, which I'm okay with as well. And Eki might pick up just a position 4 here.
He could get some Lion from position 4. I think I'm fine with that as well, just
That's
to have
pretty good,
a little bit of extra control for this Morphling.
Okay with Bounty too, to be honest.
Bounty's fine. Like Tundra, they show that this lane is kind of broken. It's a new tech that they've been showing the other day. Ursa.
Okay.
You called for Ursa 6 times so far. It always looked like a good Ursa game.
He's the one that would play, right?
Yes.
Because he's the one that plays these old school carries. No one else plays. I thought we might be able to see a PL game, but apparently that hero is just way too bad to bust out. Ursa's always been pretty good versus Morphling. Your shift doesn't really matter too much because you keep adding those stacks on top of it, which makes him a little bit uncomfortable. This is a really good game to get Aghanims for sure on the Ursa. If you get lassoed, you can remove it. If you get RP'd, just press R, and that can definitely get him out of a lot of sticky situations.
Yeah, a lot of BKB piercing tools, so I don't think in this one you won't even go for it. I think this time around it might be some like good substitute to get SNY instead, because status resistance and slow resistance is going to be pretty good in this one. You're playing into Batrar's Lasso, Magnus's RP, and the big one is going to be Void Spirit with the silence, so it really depends once he picks up that Aghanim Scepter, and it also depends what your allies is going to be picking up. But yeah, I think Smiling Knight, he looked very comfortable on that Ursa when he played it. Other teams don't want to touch this hero for a good reason. I believe he's a level 30 Ursa player, so he knows his stuff. Yeah. And they could really snowball with these heroes. You have Visage. If they win their lane, and they should with this Alchemist plus Visage against the Morphling, it feels really good. So I'm going to lean towards Avilos this time.
All right. I'm just going to quickly bring in the casters as well. I think we've got them ready to go. Guys, what do you think about this one? Who's won?
Who's won? What do you reckon, Fogged?
I like the Ursa Bear. The Ursa Bear looks good this game.
It's the high-level analysis that we get in the middle point of the day. I love it. All right, well, look, I'll tell you what then, guys. You know what? You can just take it away if that's what you bring into the desk. Anyway, have a great one. I'll see you in the green room. Godspeed.
Cheers, thanks very much, Richard. Yeah, we'll see indeed if the Ursa Bear is able to do it, as the panel mentioned, Lacoste mentioned. Master tier player here, Smiling Knight on his Ursa. Over on the side of Beast Coast, what do you make of it? I mean, they go with that last pick, Morphling.
It's strong.
This one that
it's a good one.
That you like to see coming in, and overall, how well has it been dealt with? And are we going to see this Visage get first blood with the Soul Assumption, as we seem to do every game?
It happens every single game. That's also why I went for the Ursa Bear, just because they have Visage, and this hero just does seem to win games. But yeah, Pyke is set up for success, all jokes aside. He definitely has a really good game, and I think this is one of the better answers, in particular, if you don't get just crushed inside this early game, just giving Visage too many kills. You go Raindrop, you play around Shift, you reset HP, and play around that.
Here we go.
Let's see if they
Looking for
get
that Soul Assumption action.
I just swear, every game I've seen Visage, there's been 2 plus, like 1 or 2 or 3 kills somehow. So other small thing to point out is if we don't see that first blood is the Alchemist. Sometimes we do see this 4 position picked and flexed, and it is to give the mid a bottle. He doesn't have a mid bottle hero, but Lumpy.
Uh-oh. Frostbite. And the concoction. Ooh, the dodge with the dissimulate.
But he's in the cogs.
Uh-oh. Kind of awkward. He's dead anyway.
I think, yeah, he's probably dead.
Yeah, I don't think, as funny as it looked, I don't think the cogs creeped him that much. Still, it happens every time, Fox.
Every time.
Every time, these Visages, they can't just help themselves but get that early bit of gold. It's like, it keeps happening.
At the top of the net worth with the Alchemist. Bonus gold, they only get the 1 rune. But either way, Jepe is going to be able to bring out a full null. So we'll be able to get that spam going, and that could be what makes it problematic for something like Morphling. We'll see how that lane goes. Every time, Owen. Every single time.
So many times. Well, let's see if he's able to find that sort of snowball potential that we've seen some of these other Visages do when they get these early kills.
Oh, and he can farm the cogs on the Alchemist for the extra gold, too. The bonus gold lane. Oh, it's just funny. And bottom, the one repercussion that can happen out of getting first blood, Suneko did get all of his mana lost, so maybe this bottom lane will be a little bit more difficult for Smiling Knight. Just a small little silver lining after giving first blood to a Visage.
0 CS so far from Pyke. There we go. Let's see him get his first CS.
He got denied.
There we go. Got the deny.
Did not get the last hit, though.
Oh, no. Give him a last hit. Here we go. This one under the tower. Maybe not. It's a bit far away.
Moose has plenty of regen.
Oh, come on. Let him get last hit. Come on. Here we go.
They're contesting every single one.
There we go. He's on the board.
That's the one.
Not an easy start for Pyke.
Not when you give first blood to Visage. Mid lane also, Stormstormer should be pretty good in this matchup. Lumpy maybe does a bit better than the Earth Spirit in particular because he's a universal hero. He can always trade and guard with the Resonant Pulse, but there's going to be the Dispel, so it'll probably get harder and harder for him as the levels build up from that Invoker as it tends to. But yeah, top. It's just going to be the lane to watch for me in terms of massive aggression. Bottom,
he steps up. He's going to go for the TP out, and it keeps him safe. He'll stick to the lane, of course, TPing to the tower.
Doesn't have a salve, though. He has tangos, but it's going to take him some time to reset HP. So I think 3 lanes look pretty good for Avulus. especially after getting a first blood for the Visage. Mid can maybe be a bit of a trade-off in a way, but I would imagine Stormstormer is going to be just fine. Always able to sustain as an Invoker nowadays. And the reason I was saying, you know, I was half joking a little bit about the bear thing, but the reason I was saying that I like the bear more is because of the matchups that he's got. You know, Fear was saying it about him versus that Morphling, but also the counter, like the Bat Rider and the Magnus in particular for him. There's ways to play around that as an Ursa. Top
Okay. They're going to get it. Pyke finds the chance to go aggressive with moves.
Could they get Shippei? Also, they should be able to.
Moose?
Moose?
Oh, Moose will die for that. But Pyke will get the clean. It's all part of Moose's plan. He just wants... Oh,
the tree.
Jukes here with the tree. Won't work out. Yeah, Moose just wanted to make sure the Pyke gets solo XP.
And it's 3 minutes, so buy a raindrop, bring it out for that Morphling. Things are going to get much better for him as it goes out. Good sacrifice there from Moose. Oh, he didn't actually have the gold for the raindrop to bring it right there. Either way, gets boots, and that lane will start getting much better for Pyke.
Yeah, mid pretty much dead even. They're very close.
Couple extra denies do make that difference, of course, in terms of levels for that Invoker. Moose. Oh, actually gets... He was trying to bonk him away, but gets vacuumed in. I'll be watching mid, because now that I saw a tip, I want to know why. It was probably just some like little CS thing that ended up happening, but... Level 2, Cogs. So I think in this lane, the Cogs are going to be nice just to burn the mana. Right? Just, yeah, the damage is decent, but just to get rid of some of the spam. I mean, maybe it's not going to be enough because they have CM Aura and double null, but I see a hybrid between the two builds. Maybe this one just indicates that he wants to play it a little bit more defensively. Pyke will be able to dodge the concoction too. Some other small things you can do as this Morphling when you're playing versus these two projectiles. And Shippei has not found himself a CS in the last minute and a half or so. Bottom, Misho, no TP this time.
Soneko's got another frostbite in a second.
Can't quite close the gap. Will he be able to deward the camp in time? No, he will not. So still blocked small camp, still blocked hard camp down bottom. Whisper's getting good farm. He's got the stat items built up, 2 points in empowered to contest the CS versus the low damage Ursa. So are seeing him pull ahead in that lane as well. Lumpy.
He's going to have to TP back to base.
And Eki will steal away Mud Golems, which is pretty nice for a 4-position Alchemist to farm some jungle. See that too often. Top, Shippei. Big damage. And raindrops will absorb pretty much everything. And Pyke, look at his CS. Completely recovered. As you said, he didn't get a 1 CS for the first like 3-4 waves. Now he's almost at the top of the board in terms of last hits. And he is at the top of the board in terms of net worth.
Smiling Knight still having to be careful about how he steps up here unless, in case Whisper gets the chance to turn on him. Can't commit to kill off him El Misho.
Shippei again stepping up. Pyke is almost killing him. He might just have him. Woo. That was very close. Pyke just might be able to be left alone a little and clock and rotate. He is doing so well now after getting those 2 kills. Morphling having a clear separation between the Ursa, having a much better time in this laning phase. Eki. He just gets a solo kill.
Underneath the tower.
Oh, Pyke, he is killing it.
And this is, you know, Shippei, he got the first blood, gets that early bit of action, but now we normally see Visages not fall this quickly to sort of the bottom of the core net worth this early on.
He had, what, 13 CS at the 3-minute mark? He has 18 CS now at the almost 7-minute mark. He's gotten literally nothing.
The bottom lane.
And bottom.
They get the skewer back from Whisper. See if that's enough to punish Smiling Knight. Jump forward for Lumpy. They'll settle for Soneko. So Smiling Knight will survive.
They can't even finish off Moose. He's got Raindrop. They'll be able to protect their Wisdom Rune, but this is Beast Coast very, very happy with being able to set up this start here for Pyke. Stormstormer will take advantage of that rotation that did come out from Lumpy. He is having a very good time in the mid lane now, seeing the difference between him and that Void Spirit. But the bigger disparity is definitely between the Morph and the Ursa. That is pretty tremendous how Pyke has been able to farm and get a solo kill. Level 6 already on him. Level 5 on the Ursa. And it looks like Moose wants to continue applying pressure. Morphling can be left alone now at this point, so he can start putting more focus onto Smiling Knight and shutting him down. This is problematic for Avulus.
Aki will turn up to the bottom lane. Same to be said for Seneko once more. Not going to be able to get a catch on anyone on Beast Coast.
Nice retreat.
They're able to back off easily and avoid these TP.
It looks like they should be able to secure the rune. Lumpy's going to get his mana burned, but he's got an illusion rune to fill up. Unless Eki can get there in time, he cannot. More free farm, Owen. Definitely a good sign for Pyke. And a Visage being shut down this much, Zibe
might die again.
Very dead. Oh, that is very bad. Very bad for the side of Avulus.
Yeah, this is a rough start for Zibe.
Hero that can struggle a lot if you do fall behind like this. Finding a place to go in the map. Maybe at this point now you do the 33. You're going to be left alone. You just start roaming on the Visage, because that's usually what 33 does tend to do. If his lane starts getting difficult, he does just move around, but...
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's not much left for Zibe to do if he goes back top.
I don't think he can go top again. You're just going to end up giving free kills to this Morph.
Stormstormer's making the rotation, but they don't find anyone to set up upon.
Misho?
Let's see with the TPs. Maybe, okay, finding the wraparound for the bat. They'll get out Misho.
Nice Sunstrike for vision. What was he doing there? Very deep. Top tower takes a heavy beating. Visage in the mid lane, trying to set up for a kill, but Lumpy should be able to play himself out of this easily. Hot start for Beast Coast in terms of the side lanes. Mid lane still struggling, but a game where you have a Morphling getting this last pick and getting this type of farm, you have to feel like they're pretty happy.
There's just so much space for him. This tower's gone. Pyke just getting complete free farm. I mean, they're going to have to make some sort of move to pressure the Morph.
But what moves can you make? Your heroes don't really threaten a Morphling early on. There's no forms of silence. There's not really big burst, like some Sonic Wave or anything like that, a Laguna. Not easy setups once he's been given this type of start. He's just every single time going aggro on Zibe when he shows up. Zibe does have birds now, so he's able to hit back a little versus the Morphling. Does have to constantly be quite careful.
Yeah, anytime a sort of +1 arrives to help out Pyke, Zibe will be going down. It's going to be, once again, just a catch-up game. Really, it's going to be required for Avulus this time round in terms of just getting the Battle Fury timing for Smiling Knight and seeing if he's able to keep up or try and catch up to the farm that Pyke's going to be getting against this Morph.
It's going to have to be through early fights somehow. But yeah, when you're going for the Battle Fury, definitely can put you into some limited pool. I mean, you have to go Battle Fury, but can put you into some limited situations where you can get ganked yourself. Zibe, the tower. They'll finish it off. This Morph is absolutely set up for success, though. This is the dream type of stuff. Oh, he doesn't finish off the Centaur. Whoopsie. But yeah, set up for success. This itemization is going to be coming out very quick. And they're getting to be able to sit back and finish up the greed of these stacks. Whisper almost has Blink. So for Avulus, you can see Stormstormer, he wants to look to accelerate, find some type of kill.
Difficult for them to pressure this bottom tower, even with Stormstormer here.
And Whisper's now got the Blink. So they've got ease of access into team fights in terms of Clockwork has a hook shot to start a fight, Void Spirit has a way to start a fight. There is very limited ways for Avulus to start fights.
Lumpy, looking for the jump on Zibe, they've got the hook shot. Zibe would get the familiars drop down, is surviving through this, and in fact will survive throughout it all. Yeah, they couldn't quite finish Zibe. Lumpy has to bail out.
nice play from Lumpy running left. If he ran right, Eki probably gets the stun and they could potentially chase out Jibe. Does survive. An important life for him. Initiation, yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting what approach Avulus wants to take in terms of initiation in this game, because they don't have an initiating hero. It's gonna have to be like reactions that come out or counter initiations that come out from Tornado. Feels like it could get pretty passive from them pretty quickly, with the Ursa just sitting back and wanting to farm. While for Beast Coast, they've got the blink on Whisper.
They're gonna drop the RP. Try and body block off his escape, Smiling Knight. Backup's on its way, but will not get here in time for the side of Avulus, as there's no saving him. Smiling Knight falls.
Love the way they're playing so far here on the side of Beast Coast. Whisper. Such an early timing on his Blink Dagger to pose this threat onto the Ursa constantly.
Yeah, and just the fact, we're just 13 minutes in, and Pike is 2,000 gold ahead of Smiling Knight.
Yep. Get the catch onto Whisper. Do they have enough? They should.
They'll drop the ult, but the backup comes in and they might be able to find a trade here. Beast Coast, they jump forward onto Stormer. They're going to be able to take out the Invoker.
And Jibe turns up and he could maybe get chased down here, Pike.
See if Pike's got anything.
Gotta wait for him.
Lumpy's coming in from the side as well. Remnant dropped down. Jibe's escape is cut off.
They've taken over this game, Owen.
I mean, Smiling Knight's turned up.
Careful. He doesn't have enrage.
Lumpy's going to get the jump on Seneko. I mean, Eki TP's in. I mean, there's no more fight to be had for Avulus. They've just got to hide under their tier 2.
This Morph is completely out of control. They'll even probably finish up a bird. These are going to be crazy item timings.
Dude, he is so farmed. This is going to be one of the more farm morph things you will see at 14 minutes into a game.
And he's getting empowered too. Sure, he's not getting cleave, but it's super high base damage, so this empower makes him hit that much harder. Yeah, this is a phenomenal start for Beast Coast, and the Ursa is getting slowed down by significant margins. Same thing for the Visage. Maybe I cursed the bear.
He's definitely having a tough one so far. Still chance for recovery if he can get that Battle Fury online. If the rest of the team can keep the game alive.
It's just scary how they can make moves without him, though. Like, it's going to take some time for them to farm, and time isn't really something too fortunate for them when they're playing into this draft, when they're playing into a morph with this type of farm. So I'm just wondering how they make moves without him. They kind of have to play as a 4-man unit probably to start getting some soul sumption kills so they can get this net worth a bit better for him. But it's also just when are you going to find the opportunity to kill Pike? He's got Manta. So even if you wanted to build toward a route of some silence or catch, he's got a way to play around it too. He's so farmed. I kept checking Stormer if he did do like the adaptation to the build, but it's just a Witchblade. Just kind of standard. Misho, this is a good kill. I mean, any kill is going to give them a good burst of gold for Jibe. And Battle Fury is done. But 3,000 gold difference between that Ursa and Morph. Whisper. Quick blink away. Does take the smart path to exit. And maybe that's just how you have to play it on Avulus. Just keep running around as this 3-4 unit, get those soul assumption kills so you can get that net worth going back into your favor a little bit here. But yeah, Pike he's the one that's going to be the big problem, and you're not going to be able to find him until you get one of these disable items or until he makes a mistake. And yet to see him make that mistake, he's 6-0-1. They have good deep aggressive wards. Can they find Misho again before he finishes up the blink?
Storm's looking.
He's gonna have the blink gold, so he can't purchase it. So even if they kill him, he's gonna have it already. And now they'll have 2 different ways of Blink starting the fights with those Blink daggers, and then 2 different ways with their heroes just to start fights, either with an Astral Step or Hook Shot. Or even Waveform. Actually have 5 different ways of kind of jumping in.
Beast Coast wants to fight.
Avulus in position, though, to respond. They're grouped, they're strong.
Oh, Smokes about to see Pike, but Pike gets the jump straight away along with Lumpy over to Suneko.
RP's a little awkward.
The turn, missed the hook shot as well, so a few spells getting whiffed here.
They whiffed 3 spells.
I mean, they're going to be able to turn and take down 2 supports here. Moves and Almisho full, Lumpy has the TP away. What happened there, Fog?
They missed. It was an anti-synergy on anti-synergy. They catch the Invoker in the back, but blunders. That's how you recover on Avulus. All in position at the right place. If they do have the squad, yeah, if they have the entire lineup there, it is strong. When they've got that Vicious Soul Assumption damage stacking in. And now there's a Solar Crest, so Smiling Knight, timings are getting better. And that was quite a bit of ultis used, Owen. That was the RP, the hook shot, the lasso. So for Avulus, they're not really cooldown reliant. They can look to fight, now that those are down.
Around the mid. Gonna get the jump in. Onto Stormstormer, immediately caught this time. No missing this time round.
What was that? Just a hook shot to catch him with Lumpy. Has to be careful when he split away from his team.
Avulus
Different forms of catching.
Focused on trying to get the objective top. Beast Coast could start making their way over and look for a fight. I think Avulus know this.
Lumpy's got Arcane, and he does have a Manta, so he also has a way to play around this Frostbite. 5-1 and 2 so far in this Void Spirit. Both him and the Morph having a very good game. The Elusive Heroes. The Elusive Heroes versus no silences and limited control.
I should be able to get this push going top, or at least set up for a Rosha. As
They can probably.
I mean, Avulus has already left this area, so nowhere near being able to do anything about Beast Coast taking this.
And they'll kill it very fast with the farm that Pike has at this point. Throwing Empower onto him. He's hitting for over 300 damage on this Morph. And a small crit. So the crit's 600. Nothing to scoff at.
Oh, yeah, they can get very aggressive around this Aegis. All ults ready to go here, Beast Coast. Straight away smoking up and TPing over. See if they can catch any of Avulus whilst they're over on their half of the map.
If they can catch this Ursa, it would be pretty massive for them. He's been able to sit back farming.
Oh, they're scouting him out. Whispers in with the jump. Gets the skewer back into the 2-man RP. He did get the enrage off Smiling Knight, so he's going to have a little bit of a chance to run.
He's
but
alone.
Unlikely to escape this as the lasso's up. They punish the 2 of them.
They're playing this really nice. Beautiful rocket coming out from Moose. Canceled the blink dagger, I believe, of that Ursa as soon as they're able to get the jump. Also gives vision, of course, but Whisper with a beautiful skewer double RP.
Radiant are scanning.
They have 4 minutes with this Aegis to take over the map. So for Avulus, probably just gonna look to split up, but splitting up tends to get you caught when they
these
have
moves,
this much catch.
Beast Coast starting to hit that momentum that they did last game, running across the map, finding kill after kill after kill. Nowhere for Avulus to run.
Lumpy 7-1. And he was so aggressive last game on his Monkey Cane. Feels like he's even turned it up a notch on this Void Spirit. And Pike is just under no threat. Pike's just able to farm wherever he wants. He just continues to get empowered and boosted up. And he's got these super active playmakers with these blink daggers to make these plays. Avulus can team fight, but as for splitting up and looking for these like small skirmishes, it just is not possible.
And they can set up for the Wisdom Rune still.
Sure can. Good timing to get the Tormentor though there from Avulus. Not gonna have it stolen away. They're gonna smoke up and look for that fight. They don't want to keep getting caught. There's spells on cooldown.
Doing it into the Aegis.
Lasso is back up.
Well, Tao's already gone.
Pike just continues to do whatever he pleases in this game.
Well, I can definitely stand a solid chance of killing the rest, but yeah, killing the Morph is very difficult for Avulus unless Pike makes a big mistake.
Yeah. The only way they kill the Morph, I feel like, is when they get Basher. When they get Basher on Smiling Knight, then they start to have potential to catch him again, but it is a ways away. Lumpy.
And now Misho.
I think they saw it. Misho.
Whisper's going to try for the jump in, but won't get the drag back with the skewer onto Seneko. Misho. Sunstrike coming in, won't clip onto him, he'll get away. They'll use the Yules to control Smiling Knight as he tries to jump in and finish off Whisper. Whisper will live. They get the Frostbite over towards Pike. He's trying to waveform away. He'll manage to succeed in doing so.
And he's back toward his team. They are very low, though. Lumpy will find a solo grab onto Eki in the back. I think he had the clock with him, but they're disengaging with the rest of the heroes. Avios couldn't punish.
Right, they've got time to reset and push again around the Aegis. There's a regen rune down bottom.
Another thing as this game does progress later on, you know, Lumpy having this really good of a game, he's what, 3 components toward that Aghanims. He's also going to be getting empowered. You can never scoff at a Void Spirit with this type of farm when he's doing that extra damage. So they scale quite hard. They have great repositioning as well. Avios doesn't have repositioning. They don't have good initiation. They just have good group fighting in particular. Once Ursa starts to get more items, then it gets a bit better for them. But yeah, he's just still 3,000 gold behind that Morphling, and they are blocking his camps. They've been putting this, I think this Sentry has lasted almost full duration to block out his Ancients. They're preventing quite a bit of gold. Beast Coast very on top of things in these last 2 games. And looking to keep pressing forward. Tier 2 top was taken, Tier 2 mid was taken, Tier 2 bottom. They still have Aegis for 60 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Pretty good
attack.
usage of that Aegis. And potentially looking for a fight. They've got the blinks. They've got their ults, and they'll get a catch.
They get the opening. They've got the setup on a Stormstormer here, moves. Backups on the way. Jump forward for Lumpy, gets the Remnant connection. Stormstormer tries to push them back with the Deafening Blast. To drop down the ice wall. They've got the lasso to lock him down. Lumpy now godlike on the Void Spirit.
Just much easier for them to make these plays around the map. So much catch. Full BKB now for the Morph. You have yet to kill him, and now he's got double defensive items. It's a tough one. It's looking tough for Avulus. Map control is just completely gone.
We'll see how much Beast Coast want to try and push for the high ground. They will lose that Aegis.
Oh, and Smiling Knight, he's queuing up BKB, and it feels like he does need it because he is playing into this Yules now too. So he can't actually play around just going for a Bastion play because he'll just get controlled. Hard way to see the recovery. They're trapped in their base a bit now too, as Beast Coast just swinging it from top to bottom to top, limiting the movements, limiting the map. And that's that Ags finished. So even further forms of catch, and that's also why he probably needs the BKB on that Ursa even more so. They're gonna smoke. They have to get outside somehow. They have this ward too. They saw Whisper for a hot second.
Whisper's gonna get jumped. They get him with the setup. He's going to be able to avoid the MP here for now. Backup comes in. He'll drop the RP down just onto Smiling Knight. Lumpy's in on the back lines of Pike. He puts the BKB. He's bringing in the damage. Able to take down Jibber. They jump over with the Astro Step to Smiling Light. Avulus, they've got to run with the Remnants onto Seneko. They're into the high ground. Lasso there. Beautifully done by Amisha to drag back Stormstormer. They get the triple for Pike. Lumpy, he's diving beyond the tier 3s of the barracks.
Love the play from Lumpy. They jumps the backline as they go for the play onto Whisper and silences everybody. They couldn't get spellcasts off. 8,000 damage done from the side of Beast Coast, mostly from the Morph, but look at how little they were able to do on the side of Avulus. No one could cast spells. They're all just silenced.
They just have to run. Well, they tried to. 3 of them didn't make it away. And now the creeps pushing in. Beast Coast, they're into the high ground and ready to do damage to the base. They're just 25 minutes in.
This Morph pick was just, it was too good. And he played it too well. The Raxes are gone in 26 minutes with the Morph lineup.
Well, let's back off a little bit. So the melee Rax still alive for now. See Beast Coast maybe get some items delivered out and then may just look to strike again.
They can back up. They can wait for ultis to come back up too. The world does feel like it is their oyster. They have dominated this early mid-game completely. And it's difficult for Avulus to get outside now. That was them making the move first because they had vision and they got absolutely nothing out of it.
Whisper.
It's got the blink skewer.
Seneko and Eki are stepping out.
I cannot believe Seneko is able to step up that far. They're gonna go for the bigger target.
Lasso's up. That's another kill set up by Amisha.
Whisper might even look for a secondary one. Still has the blink skewer. RP's back up in 15 seconds too. They can't get outside the base, Owen. Avios is trapped.
There we go.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's
And these morph items just keep flying in. He almost has butterfly too.
Mid-brack's gone. Up to the top. They're going to have to try and do something 4 versus 5 if they want to try and stop this push.
But who starts fights? That's been the problem. There's no way to start fights. And even if you try to, you will probably just get counter-initiated and killed as another Rax falls. It's only 27 minutes in.
They're looking smooth in this game 2 and game 3 of East Coast. Butterfly pretty much done for Pyke.
Insane.
Yeah, this ball play's been nothing less than perfect. And just kind of that top lane just went downhill pretty fast for Avilos, right? Even in a situation where, you know, Jibe, he got that
kill.
Visage first blood. But the lane onwards, it's been a rough one for him, falling completely out of the game. Avilos, they'll go for the smoke.
It's the YOLO smoke. Gotta try. Roche is gonna be coming up soon.
Might be one of their last ones. If it doesn't go well, they've got to find something successful.
Which core can you kill? Is the question. Whisper is one of the ones you can. I think killing the other two feels very unlikely. Lumpy, he's just gonna go in.
Yeah, he's gonna see the chance to jump back in. At this point, you just have to bail out if you're Avilos.
And now they're gonna chase out.
They've got to run. Whisper's gonna see if he can get a catch on any of them.
Blink got canceled for a second there, but he still does have Agnes.
Smiling Knight.
Knight gets out.
He's out with the TP, but Seneca won't be as lucky, and Jibe's still around. Didn't find a chance to TP out either himself.
Feeling pretty over. Down to bottom, the final Rax exposed. Lumpy throwing the tip out to Stormstormer. He's feeling very confident, as he should. They'll just enter with the mid-wave, it looks like. Lumpy empowered, 300 damage on this Void Spirit as well. The tower is falling. They've got a glyph.
See all the players here. The fortification's out. Potentially for also the final time.
The last time Avilos got a kill was 13 minutes ago.
Whisper, he's able to get the jump on Seneko. Does have buyback available, but the tier 3s are gone.
Alex stuns himself.
Lumpy. He's looking to lead in. We'll get out to the side, wait out the MP. Pyke pushes on forward. The buyback comes out for Seneko.
They don't have a wave, so they'll back up and reset for that. Roche also is back. They can set up for a bottom. They're already naturally here. It's probably just got to be... Do they have a smoke on Avilos? It's probably just got to be that YOLO smoke again and try to look for a fight. I mean, it's pretty much impossible to see another way out of it unless you somehow catch them ridiculously off guard. I don't even think they have a smoke, though. And this Roche, easy for the taken. Nice little 600 damage Morphling.
Getting some crazy numbers now on Pyke. And there we have the tool for them to be able to go for that high ground push one more time.
Time to close it out. Level 20 even being hit for Pyke. More damage, of course, got Paladin Sword before it all. So more painful for Avilos, and Avilos looks like they're going to try a fight outside to catch them off guard, but this is going to be a painful looking one, it feels. Let's see who they find. Can they kill a core, Owen?
They get the jump. Smiling Knight's in as well. They have the Tornado follow-up. But Lumpy's already in on the back line. They turn straight over towards Stormstormer. Stormstormer able to slide away to safety for now.
Lasso.
They got the drag back. Enrage allows Smiling Knight to break away. And pushing on over towards Stormstormer. They'll catch up with the Remnant. Seneko gets a decent ult here from the tree line, doing quite a bit of damage, but not nearly enough. Stormstormer goes down. Seneko dies. Jibe finished off by Pyke. Avilos, they have to scramble back to the high ground.
They got to support, but killing these cores just is impossible.
And there's still the threat of the RP available from Whisper.
And he's back to full HP.
They try for the jump, but Enki just explodes. They get the opening on towards the Morph, but Pyke, he's going to be ready for round 2. With that Aegis, Whisper looking for the angle for a jump. They'll play around with Jibe with the shockwave. They go straight over towards him. There's the RP from Whisper to close this one up. The Smiling Knight and Stormstormer are caught. Stormstormer's able to get back to the fountain. Smiling Knight comes in immediately with a buyback, but nobody else has buybacks available on Abulus. He'll try and jump in, but they're ready for him. Pops the BKB, but Pike's just killing him off through it. Gets it aggressively with a waveform. Smiling Knight out for good. GG is called. Beast Coast, this series is theirs. 2-1 against Abulus.
Pike went Super Saiyan. Same with Lumpy, to be honest. These last two games, they just totally went out of control. Lumpy, all the rotations were hitting. Their lineup was more natural to be able to make these constant ganks happen after these lanes went down, but that top lane, it just exploded in their face. It's like there was no recovery for the side of Avulus after all of that.
Absolutely, some insane carry play from Pike today. And yeah, that Morphling in particular, you just can't give him that free of a start. He gets so far ahead and he does not let it drop one spot at all throughout that entire bit of action. A rough one for Avulus as Beast Coast are able to get the victory against them here today. Beast Coast, they'll be moving on. 2-1 for them.
Yeah, a rough one indeed. Beast Coast do go through to the next round. Avulus out of the tournament. We're going to break it down on the desk now. Lacoste, I'll start with you. Avulus, more like having a laugh.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of started this way as you would expect them to start, getting the first blood on Wizzy Rizzy, and then Alchemist just left him alone. He was collecting bounty runes, moving across the map, not getting much done, and Visage is not a good hero in 1 versus 1 scenario.
Definitely is not here. And I really think in this game in particular, yet again, I think Pike just doing so good every single game. Like, does he have bad games? I haven't seen it yet. Been really impressed by him in this one. Whisper showing that you need to ban Magnus against this team going forward in the future here. And Lumpy showing that maybe the first game was a bit of a misclick for the Facet, getting the correct one this time and having a much better performance on this Void Spirit. Night and day difference.
Maybe this is why we don't see so much of Ursa, because a lot of the times the hero looks good on paper, but then again, you need to show the gameplay inside of the game, and we really have not seen much coming out from Ursa, only dealing 9,000 damage, like lowest net worth, like lowest damage after Alchemist in the team. And Alchemist, he just didn't feel like a hero. I feel like a lot of the times when Eki is playing these like very greedy position fours, something that is very hipster, he's not doing good. If you go back when he's playing Batrider, when he's playing Snapfire, he's owning every single game.
Yeah, it definitely felt like you understand within the context of the draft why they try and do a flex, but the Alk as a core is, you know, probably would have been the better option, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely. I think these right-clicking carries that literally only do that in the laning stage have really fallen out of favor. But Alchemist works because he has 2 nukes, right? Shadow Fiend, he's got nukes. Morphling, he's got nukes as well. It turns out just only being able to right-click is not good enough in this meta. That's why we don't see many of these PA, Anti-Mage, Phantom Lancers, and Ursa being one of them.
You can see here as well.
Course. Yeah.
Jibe fed to the lions.
Yeah, and I wanted to cover this one a little bit as well, that I don't blame Jibe so bad for this laning stage. I really think that if you look at conceptually what Visage does as a hero is the more heroes that are in your lane, the more soul assumption charges you get, which means the more kill threat you have. And in this game, unfortunately, the Alchemist went on one too many excursions here. He ends up getting solo killed. Where's the Alchemist at in this game? He's nowhere to be found, and this happened time and time again. He's trying to mess with Void Spirit in the jungle. He's doing other things on the map that are not necessarily helping his Visage get farm. And because of that, Jibe had no game. And whenever you play a Visage game where you're getting Rana over and over again, you're not able to be the aggressive one. This is what it looks like. It feels bad, man.
What the hecky?
Yeah, what the heck? Eki didn't really, like, wasn't able to achieve much, didn't have a hero to play with because he left him relatively early on. Invoker was always on the back foot, and this is the reason why these two guys from Beast Coast are in top 5 in terms of kills. Lumpy and Pyke, they played exceptionally well, especially when the game opens up for them to be super aggressive. First tier 1 tower falls mid, falls top lane, they kill the bottom tower as well, and the whole map kind of belongs to them. In the previous game, we've seen him play this Monkey King, great itemization coming out. He was all over the place. This guy, like, I've been very impressed, I gotta say. I'm very, very impressed by the South American Dota so far in the tournament, because we've seen Parker, he's completely dominating. Heroic, they're doing really well, and as well as Beast Coast, who are showing some really nice individual performances as well as the team performance.
Yeah, I would say like the top 2 carries of this tournament are both from South American teams.
Correct. Yeah, Pyke and Parker.
Yeah, let's
PPs.
Indeed. Let's just a few words about Abulus, obviously out of the tournament now. Did well to make it to the playoffs, obviously, but I don't think they really showed their best Dota once they got there.
Yeah, I have to agree. They kind of fell short in this series when they were playing yesterday against Nouns. It was also one of the weirdest series, but yeah, Soneiko and the boys got knocked out of the tournament. There's a lot to learn as well when it comes down to like drafts and stuff, but yeah, showed some good Dota as well.
Yeah, Sone KO'd. Right, we'll stop the puns. We're now going to go backstage where I believe Nomad is with Pyke.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, indeed. I'm here with Pyke, and I've got Moose here as well, who's going to be doing a bit of translating, a bit of question answering as well. As firstly, I wanted to ask, how does it feel, lower bracket, game 3? How do you deal with that pressure as a team, to Pyke?
Primero quisiera preguntar cómo te sientes con la presión, porque es lower bracket, ¿no? Juego de eliminación. ¿Cómo has lidiado con la presión del equipo y para ti, no?
Bueno, básicamente no me enfoco en eso, ¿no? Simplemente me enfoco en jugar partida por partida y no me interesa si estoy en upper o lower. Es como que simplemente juego para dar mi mejor performance.
Basically, I don't think about it. I just focus on the present, like game by game, and so I just focus on giving my best performance every game.
Excellent. Well, you certainly have been giving your best performance every game. How much do you put that down to your own preparation, and how much is that down to the team around you? Because, you're very young. How much have they helped you on this journey so far?
¿Cómo te sientes en tu preparación? O sea, dice que eres el más joven. ¿Cómo sientes que te ayudamos en el equipo para tu preparación?
En la preparación, como que a veces me guían por ser mayores, por la experiencia. Y igual, no siento que el equipo ha mejorado bastante, porque ahora como que somos más, con el ingreso de Whisper como que nos hemos comprometido más. Y eso como que avanzó para la mejora de todos, ¿no? Por parte mía también.
Well, they are old, so they help me with experience, which I need that. And now with the addition of Whisper, it's like helped us to be more committed, and I feel like I'm improving a lot.
Excellent. And Moose, how do you feel about Whisper playing in the team? What's he been like, and how much has he helped you?
Whisper is like a really good adapt. Helps a lot, like drafting-wise, like gameplay-wise. Very solid. It's very, very, very solid player.
Absolutely. And now moving forward in the tournament, of course, how far are you guys looking to go? Are you just taking it game by game, or are you looking to take this whole thing?
Of course, we want to win it, but we take him game by game. That is the main focus. Live the day, just another day in the office. Do what we always do, play good Dota. That's it.
Play good Dota. You guys have certainly been doing that. Pyke and Moose, thank you very, very much. Good luck in the rest of these playoffs, and we'll throw it back to Richard.
Thanks a lot for that. So yeah, as you can see, super chilled, confident, as they should be. South American Dota stays winning.
They're doing really good. I said already, been really impressed, especially by certain players. But sometimes all it takes is also something they talked about in an interview, is someone who has more experience joining the team, helping out with the draft and what they need to do in certain situations. So you can feel that the Whisper effect is doing really good.
Yeah. Any final thoughts from you?
I mean, if you know me, I really like when players are like stone cold in their interviews, like not celebrating, just being like, just another day in the office. I love it.
Doing a fear, they call that. All right. Anyway, it's been great hanging out as always, guys. We are going to go to a break. It's the last you'll see of us today. We're going to be bringing in the other team. After this, it's going to be Heroic versus Tundra. But first, we've got a content piece. It's Slacks talking to KJ from Heroic.
Hello, everybody. I am here with Superstar. person you faced against so far, you were undefeated in the tournament. That's better than fine, is it not?
Yeah, it feels good.
Okay, there it is. There it is. Now you're still the captain, right, of the team?
Yes.
Yes, I'm just checking. So what is that leadership like? What's your style? How have you made this team successful?
So usually, since I have two coaches outside the game and in draft, I try to just help them, give ideas. They have less feeling, you know, because I'm inside the game, so I have the feeling of the players, what they feel a little bit more. The coaches, they think this as well, but they think more like it's a chess game. I think a little bit less in the chess way, you know?
Yeah.
Like they say, if we pick this, we win. I'm like, this is not chess. Like, we still have to play the hero, you know? Sometimes we're not that comfortable, or the enemy team is like, oh, let them pick this. And inside the game, I like to keep the team knowing what's going on, no?
Sure. So far in the tournament, what's been your favorite matches so far? What have you enjoyed the most in your win streak here?
I think this last game we played against Tundra was very nice. I feel like Parker stepped up a lot. He did some crazy item build, and we did a lot of mistakes, but later on he showed what he's made of. I got like, after this game I was like, okay, this guy.
For those that missed it, what was the crazy item build?
Like usually on Gyro we want to buy some damage, you know, like Delos, things like that. And then he bought like some Hurricane with Skadi, and he was like killing the supports and don't letting the enemy heals, like the sinking with his Bloodstone or the Life Stealer. So the Skadi was like destroying them and slowing, and we played long fights. So I think he went for a different build for this, and it was very good. Not that crazy, but different. That's
yeah. I mean, different is crazy in some very high level games like this, so for sure. Well, let's talk a little bit about SA Dota. So what do you think about it in general? People are now looking up to you guys, and you guys are kind of the heroes of that whole region. What do you think about the region?
First, I don't think we are the heroes. I think we have to do greater things to become the heroes, because heroes is something that people keep thinking in their heads, you know, who's the best of SA. I think the other teams before us, they did best in tournaments.
Sure.
But of course, that's my goal. Like, have two goals: is win a big tournament, and become the best team in SA history. I think we're not yet there.
That's cool.
There were better teams SA before, not better, but that reached other
greater heights.
They went far in tournaments. They play. So when you dominate a scene like SA, like we're dominating, and we go there and we feel like it's our obligation to win and don't lose a single game. Like we are 18-0 in the last 3 qualifiers, didn't lose a single game.
Yeah.
And today you see this coast, they do super well. And Infinity, 4th best team of SA, beat the best team from MENA, the second best team from MENA, Falcons and Enigma.
Sure.
So SA is not easy.
Do you get nervous playing against, team favorites, or do you feel like you don't have a lot to lose and it's more of a learning experience kind of deal?
I think this year we played a lot against these big teams.
Sure.
And we beat some of them.
Yeah.
I feel like this tournament we're going to do super well. I'm very confident.
Yeah.
And I still have to feel what it feels like to be in the super late stages of a tournament.
Sure.
I've never gotten super far, and I'm not gonna jinx us here.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling that we can go super far, and I have to just go and feel. I can't tell. But before that, I'm sure I'm not gonna get nervous. I'm used to it.
Yeah.
There, I have to feel it, and I hope I perform.
Absolutely. Well, if you're not comfortable talking about this, let me know. But I do love following you guys. You guys have so much momentum at the beginning and the middle of the tournaments. You guys are taking great games, great series. And then, as you said, as the tournament tends to go on, things get, a little bit more challenging. Do you think that's a nerves thing? Do you think that's like a, you're just facing seasoned opponents by that time? Or what do you think goes on there? And how's that going to change for this tournament?
So, first of all, you're saying you guys, but we are a new team right now.
Yeah.
And this new guy on my team, Parker.
Yes.
He's very good.
That's it. That's the change. Good. Okay. All right.
So I'm not saying that was because of our last carry that we were doing bad.
Of course.
I'm just saying that this guy, he brings up something different, and I feel like we're talking about the past, and now it's two completely different things.
And it's really cool to hear that, just a little bit of a change can really change that whole team dynamic and bring in that new flavor to keep everybody more fresh. Because it really seems like you guys are playing like fresh new ideas. You're doing new stuff, you're doing cool stuff, and you're not really intimidated by anybody. Is that how you guys kind of feel at this tournament, or is that just my impression?
No, I feel like that. I'm a player, but I'm also a lover of Dota.
Yes.
So we were playing against 3-3 and Saxa.
Yeah.
And they're probably
I mean,
one of
not
the best as well,
probably.
right? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
3-3 is the best offlaner.
Yeah.
And Saxa is like top 1-2.
Yes.
You can agree on that, but like they're super good.
Of course.
And our lane
TI,
yesterday.
literally TI champion.
Yes. And our lane, the 2v2, for me, playing it was very beautiful because so many clutch things happen, and it was so good to play that lane. I was like, oh my god, this is like peak Dota, you know?
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. Cinema, absolute cinema of the lane for sure. No, it was really cool to see.
It was
And
cinema, yeah.
I would imagine that doing something like that, like beating a guy who just won TI, has to do so much for the confidence, right? I mean, you're literally outplaying a guy that has done so much. So you gonna bring that into your next games, or are you just like, that happened, let's get ready for the next one, you know?
What brings me confidence is us doing the right things and doing like being the same page as a team and trusting each other and doing the right things, because I don't care if it's 3-3 or if it's an offlane there.
Okay.
If we do the right things, I know that we're gonna win. So what matters the most for me is me with our team being together, doing the right things, being disciplined, being try hard, not playing deadlock.
Yeah, smart.
Not talking with girlfriend all the time.
Very smart.
Just playing Dota. This is what makes me confident, not the opposite team being good or bad.
I see. So you used me as an example of bad in that metaphor.
Maybe you're worse than 3-3 on offlane.
Maybe. That's a big maybe, okay? We'll get into that in a different interview. But thank you so much for your time. It's been so fun watching you guys kick so much ass, and I'm sure we're going to see you do it a lot more. So thank you very much for joining us, my friend.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Woo! Such class, such style. Well, there you go. You're going to see a lot more from these boys coming up at PGL Wallachia. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, you're going to see Heroic and KJ in action right now because we're about to head into a best of 3 in the upper bracket. They're going to go up against Tundra again, so we'll talk all about that. But before we do that, let me first introduce the people that we will talk about the games with. It is Lizard. It is Tigov. Lizard, how are you doing today?
Oh, doing great. Ready for some spicy Dota finally. I feel like we have 2 series that should be very close today.
How about you, Tigov?
Yeah, it's going to be good. Heroic, maybe. Like for South America to get to a top 3, potentially a grand finals, they're looking real good. I don't know. Maybe it's South America's time. Like Beast Coast kind of popping off in the lower bracket now against Avalus. Like, if there ever was a time for South America to punch their ticket at a LAN event with all the between, this is it. This is it. And of course, Tundra and Nouns, they want a little bit of redemption from previous series, but it's the start.
It is a start. We did have some elimination series earlier today. We did see Infinity and Avalus going home. And there's one thing about the series, the first series of the day, where Infinity was playing against Na'Vi that needs a follow-up. Because during the cast, Fog was like, wait a second, how is this possible? How is this Roshan not having Ag's blessing, even though he should have had Ag's blessing? And we put our finest on the case. Detective Tigov, ready for action.
Let's go. So, we did have to have a look into it. Of course, the age-old question in Dota 2, the video game, is it a bug or is it a feature? And of course, like 7.35, we had the changes to when it turns to day or night, we have the different drops that are available. Again, I'll refresh you on what happened in game 1 of Na'Vi versus Infinity. Illich is soloing the Roshan. He's giving it a good go. And as soon as he starts walking, he then gets the nighttime inventory, right? The Aghanims, the Aegis, the banner. But for some reason, when he hits the twin gate, look at this, he stopped channeling. The Roshan has now got a new inventory, as I zoom here. Ba-bam! He's now got the radiant daytime stuff when he's going through, and he restarts the channeling. So the question was asked, what is happening with Roshan? So again, we can quickly look here. I'll refresh you. This is what we're meant to be looking at. Pay attention. We're in class right now. Daytime, this is what we get. We have Aegis, banner, refresher, cheese, nighttime, Aegis, banner, Aghanim's blessing. So I recreated it. Now, here we go. Let me zoom. I had to go for a constant though. I needed something to utilize as it goes from day to night. Here it is. He's just going through the Roshan pit by himself. He's channeling through the pit. There's nothing going crazy. This is how it's meant to work. This is how Roshan is meant to operate. Daytime, this is it. Ignore the rapiers. I was having fun. I was in the lobby for like an hour. It's a whole other thing. So now let's go to fight 2. This is now me recreating the bug. There are 2 states that Roshan are in, idle state and fighting state. Once you start fighting Roshan, when he goes to the twin gate, for some reason, look, wait a second, did you see that? Ooh, let's zoom back a bit. At 2.3 seconds, he restarts his channeling, and a new inventory spawns in. It's the nighttime inventory when he's meant to be going to daytime. So because he's in a fight state and going through the twin gate, he then keeps the inventory of the one he's actually on. So it's like, you have to respect the, close menu. You have to then consider that when you go Roshan now, and I'm gonna recreate it on daytime, Ogre, he's punching the Roshan. This is his daytime inventory. He's fighting, it turns nighttime. He starts walking, it turns to nighttime. He then goes to the twin gate, and once again, see that? He restarts his teleportation. I can zoom back if you'd like. Here we go.
What?
Here we go, boom, 3.2 seconds, and now he goes again. I am pressing all the wrong buttons, but it's okay. So the key thing here is, if you are fighting Roshan, at the time in which it goes from day to nighttime, it will retain its inventory. If you are not fighting Roshan at all, it will switch. So watch out, is it a bug, is it a feature? But if you want the Aghanims and you're on nighttime, just punch the guy a couple times. When he goes through the twin gate, he'll keep the Aghanims. There you go, I've cracked the code.
Well, we got the answer to that one. Thank you for figuring that out. Yeah, I mean, teams can use it as they see fit. Generally, people tend to not fight when it's about to switch.
How long was that lobby game, by the way? Because I saw some really big numbers.
So my first lobby was 50 minutes, and then the Ancient exploded.
Wait, there was a first lobby.
There's 2 lobbies. So the Ancient exploded in the first lobby because the Creeps auto won the game, and I didn't realize. The second lobby was about 85 minutes long, but I wanted to test all the variations, but again...
Like a true detective.
A true detective, but yes, when you fight Roshan, he keeps his inventory for some reason, and it takes an extra second to get through the twin gate.
It's pretty good for you that the previous series went all 3 games, so you had the time to do that one.
Yep.
But let's focus on the series at hand, because it's time for us to focus on the upper bracket now that we've got the pressing answers that we needed beforehand. I want to talk about Heroic, and I want to talk about Tundra, and I also want to talk about Lizard, the fact that these 2 teams have played each other before.
Yeah, they have played and faced each other already in the group stages. And yeah, it was pretty damn good for Heroic. Like, they just proved their worth, I believe, in this series because it was their first really strong opponent. They huskarred them 1 game, that has to be said as well. But overall, when you look at these picks and bans, I just have to wonder if we will see any changes coming into the next series. Because keep in mind, Dota around Tundra has evolved quite a bit. Like, you see this Bounty Hunter picked twice in this game. They adapted already. This is the first time they picked Bounty, by the way, in this tournament at least. So in the second game of the Bounty Hunter, they already kind of adapted and they picked the Darkseer with him. It wasn't some crazy Pugna. So it made a lot more sense and they did manage to snatch that game away. I wonder now just how different the bans will be and the first picks between these 2 teams, because I think a lot has happened since they met in the group stages.
I bet a lot has happened, and if we focus a little bit more on Heroic, Tigov, this is the team that we expected to do very well. We expect them to be in the top 3, making it to that final day, and then potentially even being in that grand finals, and they have not really dropped a beat.
No, I think they're showing just a good read on how they want to approach each game. Against Bristlebacks, they're going for Muerta to turn the Bristleback around. In other games, they're going for, Gyrocopter Underlord to outscale the likes of a Puck. They're going tanky, they're doing different item builds. It really feels like every series, they're respecting their opponent, approaching the draft prep, the analysis correctly, and when they get into the game, they're minimizing how many mistakes they can make, because the drafts are good, the natural first 20 minutes are good. So when they do need to face some problems, they're not having to fix, but this hero is weak or this is wrong. Like, I feel like they have such a strong foundation. They're able to always go toe-to-toe with any team in the tournament.
Yeah, and this is probably the cornerstone of that strong foundation, even though he's the new one in the team. Like, he has been having some pretty damn good performance on Parker. Yeah. I feel like no matter what happens, like, he has a pretty decent showing and he can pick some pretty crazy heroes like an anti-mage game and get a rampage on it.
Yeah, he's had some fantastic showings. And if we focus our attention towards Tundra, this is a team that comes in with, just 2 stand-ins. It's a little bit different, and 2 stand-ins on core roles as well. And they had a little bit of shaky performance at the start, Tigov, but I feel like they've kind of worked it out. They clicked.
Yeah, I think, of course, Tundra will live or die on how well 33 and Saxa blend in the offlane. They had some time apart in different teams. I think the first couple of series, they were nowhere near the dominance that they've had in previous years. But as series progress, they're refining their hero pool, what Saxa wants to play, with 33. Now they're in that form, and again, we see Shad.
You had too much slacks next to you.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts. But I think Shad, it helps because he wants to play like the carry of the game, the Sven, the Alchemist, even a Lifestealer as well. But if his offlane isn't opening up the early game, Shad can disappear a little bit. So I think it's helpful when you dominate with 33 on Visage, for example, and then Shad is like, oh my god, you got 7,000 more gold than the enemy carry.
Yeah, and looking at Parker, I feel like this is quintessential hero picks for the SA carry. Like you have a lot of Gyro, you have a lot of Muerta as well. Luna, 2 losses, not looking that great, but everything else on point. And by the way, keep in mind that this guy has the highest KDA plus highest farm in the game of the tournament, and he is kind of new, right, to Heroic, so overall needs to be definitely respected. When it comes to the offlane that you just mentioned, by the way, for Shad, this man, like, I feel like some paparazzi, I swear, because I'm scouring the pubs, looking what players are playing and practicing, and it's a very good insight in what they will be picking. I saw 33 playing Pango this morning or last night as well. So that's a hero that might be contested a little bit more this game, because Analog as well has been practicing it. He's had some really good games. Meanwhile, Heroic never picked it before.
Well, we can have one more look at some bans that we saw coming out from both of these teams before the event started, as we soon also should be ready to show the draft on your screen. Perhaps that is a more pressing matter, because a little bit of breaking the fourth wall here. We are also seeing the draft unfold on a separate screen with the Clean Dota feed, and they are fast. But this is these are the bans from this week for both of the teams, Lizard.
Yeah, these are the heroes that these two teams definitely respect the most, and already we'll see some in the next upcoming seconds, because the draft is very close. So Luna SD, nothing crazy there. I feel like there are some things to be said about teams that like second pick as well and how they ban around that. But let's see. So far, Beastmaster on Tundra, on the other side, Alchemist. Out of all of those bans, I feel like Naga and Bristleback are probably the ones that went through again. And by the way, I feel every team is banning out the Bristle mostly into Tundra. Like in some other games we can see it go through, but versus Tundra you just have to get rid of it.
Yeah, and Heroic have shown that they like to play Alchemist in mid for Analog or even for the safe lane, but even if it is flexed, it's still the same build. The players are going for phase boots into Radiance, then Blink Dagger, and of course, depending on the game, if you're mid, you might do something else, but you're still going for a relatively greedy farm-heavy entry. So no matter what, this Heroic flex will be quite farm-intensive. But I don't want to see it go support. I think we saw in the previous series how underwhelming it can be, but Heroic haven't really done that so far.
Yeah, they opened up with Alchemist, so maybe it even will be that position 4. I agree with you. It was a rough game for Eki, but maybe they can make it look differently, maybe a bit stronger. On Tundra, so far, 3 out of 5 bans are Parker heroes, right? So they got rid of the Medusa, the SF, and the Gyro. And I love how we get a little bit of series meta and the tournament meta as well, and it all kind of collides here. Gyrocopter, a hero that was not really respected coming into the tournament. Like no one was thinking about Gyro as the top tier pick. Now we have Gyros, we have Svens as well being picked quite often.
Yeah, or first phase banned indeed.
Yep.
Surprising one there. I think, Beastmaster coming out for Tundra first. I mean, I know you got to ban a couple of the heroes that Heroic already banned, but I'm still thinking that if you look at openings, Tundra is going to be really happy with this.
Yeah, I feel like the one thing that can console maybe Heroic is you saw this Beastmaster, now you don't have to worry about what 33 is playing anymore. You have to worry about this Beastmaster. Yeah. You don't have to worry about some cheesy Visage last picks or anything like that.
It does feel like Heroic have probably allowed Tundra to take the Beastmaster in this first game of the series, because for Tundra, of course, if it's available, it fits the philosophy how they want to play. Rally behind 33 in the first 15 minutes, break the map with him, and then Shad join later. So for Heroic, it's like, let them have it, but make sure you have that strong lane. If it's Alk plus Ench, whatever, if you shut 33 down, then Tundra's normal way to winning will have to be slightly
Mirana,
different.
them. There's also the case to be made that Beastmaster went through because they didn't ban it in the last series that they played, and it was also not picked. So they were testing the waters, seeing if they pick it or not. But Mirana, 25% win rate, but
with SD, what a classic.
With SD and
what
also with
role?
Saxa, right?
Yeah.
Well, because during TI, she was played a lot in the core role, or is that dead?
I mean, it's technically being flexed here, right? Tundra will close the phase, but if this is your support duo, SD in 5, Mirana in 4, naturally you want to leave your supports to go make bigger moves. In tandem, you then hit Disrupt into Arrow. It's an iconic combination of time. So
and it sucks as well, right? Like when you look at Mirana, this is the man that made the hero look absolutely busted at TI with a build that should be on paper dead. Like triple bracer, I don't think you can as easily
it'll
do
be
that
like
any
green
longer.
Solar Crest probably nowadays, or 4 stuff. But again, it also helps because Solar Flare with Beastmaster, when you have that raw, you want to get the damage off, then sure, it's a very good partnership.
Enigma.
Yeah.
Stepping that tempo up a little bit. I hope they won't be flexing the Enigma as well. Like TGAV has hoped for no flex on Alchemist. I really hope for no flex on Enigma. He's a big boy, but just keep it on the offlane. Like that's the way I look at it, at least.
Well, they can, if they want to, they can lock it in right now with picking up a position 4. But they also have overall last pick, so they might want to save that for a potential flex. That being said, if I had the choice, I'd put I pick my +4 here so I can counterpick whatever comes my way in the mid lane.
Yeah, what have they picked so far on Heroic? Like they've been doing some Dark Willows, some Hoodwinks on position 4. Both of these
Snapfire has also been a hero.
Okay-ish, yeah.
Yep.
I see like maybe a weakness in their draft so far, and they go for the snap, and I don't feel that.
It's just a strong lane, right? I think that's all they're really going for.
Definitely. The way I see it, however, you have this Enigma with the Black Hole, and you have stun from an Alchemist, and that's it. Like your catch is pretty limited, and the catch that you've got besides the Black Hole is very telegraphed, and that opens up instantly something like a Storm Spirit on the other side. They're probably going to ban a Puck or something similar just to protect the Storm Spirit. Ban all these heroes from the mid lane that can actually do that extra catching, the flashy ones, Earth Spirit, maybe Puck, something like that.
Still need to respect the Husker as well, that Analog's played.
Yeah.
But they do the Puck for now, but for Heroic, it really feels like win lane and keep going. Don't allow Tundra to hit that kind of rhythm of the mid game where it's like 33 making moves, supports enabling, constantly mid one looking for the pickoffs, and they're going to be able to do it.
I have a question.
Go for it. What's up?
Well, because we know our bottom lane on both sides, so we know it's most likely going to be Alk Enchantress versus Beastmaster Mirana. And we heard from KJ in the interview earlier that when he plays against 33 and Saxa on the lane, and the lane that he remembers he's like, that was a beautiful lane for me. Like that was top tier Dota 2. Will he get a beautiful lane?
Well, like looking at the lane without looking at the paper, without looking at the players, that is, on paper, like it's a really strong lane. Like you have Ench Alchemist. Ench Alchemist is strong versus anything, and now you add into the mix that you're playing into a Beastmaster, so you can maybe take over a boar, mess with him that way. Mirana with an arrow into Enchantress, you really don't care as Ench, like you can play around that. So overall, I think it's a very solid lane for Heroic. I don't think they should be very sad with what they have drafted for themselves, but it is on 33, of course, to go back into the jungle, perhaps get some stacks. Mirana can rotate around mid as well, like you have the pull Vortex into the arrow, it's a nice combo. So overall, there are counterplays from Tundra, but overall, the Heroic should not be sad with their safe lane at all.
They just need to be careful that when Enchantress naturally wants to play with the aggression of Snap Enigma, they've already set up the blocks on the Beastmaster. They've prevented the stacks being made, because if they're fighting top lane and they ignore Beastmaster, it doesn't matter if you shut him down in the first 5 minutes. He will always recover because of how well he farms jungle.
Which is one thing that I have seen teams today at least adjust to. I believe in the first series we've seen a lot of invasive plays, just taking away the stacks, and Swen is another one that wants stacks. So
I guess the logic here for Tundra was they care about Husker, Brood, and Earth Spirit. They're the big 3 heroes for Heroic to last pick if Alchemist is just a carry. And then I think between those options, they respect the map play and how again, I look at Heroic's lineup, it is so scary. If they win their lanes, what they can do on the map is it deletes greediness. So Broodmother would amplify that further. So between the other two options, I can see why Tundra did go for that ban.
I can see your point, but the Sven pick then doesn't make too much sense into Tundra. Like, they obviously know what they're doing, and it's a solid lane into the Enigma. I'm just worried a little bit for them when it comes to protecting their side of the map. If they manage, and I love it.
Okay.
This morning he's practicing Pango. They didn't pick it before. They were banning it almost every single game up to this one, and yeah, they grab it for that mid lane. It's a good tempo as well, right?
Yeah, that's the key theme here. It's just constantly go, go, go. When Sven, if he does want to go farm stacks, then Snapfire plus Pangolier will easily be able to do it. And yeah, I think Heroic will be super happy with what they have. There is, of course, this inevitable moment in the game where Tundra will be able to deal with the aggression because they have the items, and then the late game becomes, will Divine Armor hit the black hole? If he doesn't hit the perfect black hole, we've seen Shad just rip apart Enigmas in previous series. So if anything, yeah, Heroic, really strong lanes, early game, don't allow Shad to farm, but at some point, Sven's Storm late game is so scary to play into. If Divine Armor doesn't hit black hole.
Definitely, like, but it's on Heroic to keep it up. Like, so far in this tournament, it's crazy to say, but they are my favorites coming into the series. Even I know it's Tundra. Like, they have a recent TI winner. They have a couple of stand-ins, sure, but it's still Tundra. There's a strong team. I love what Heroic have drafted. I do think that Tundra eventually can go over that hurdle, but Heroic, they can just pressure the map real hard, real fast.
And you agree that Heroic has got the tools to invade for contesting those stacks that will come out from Tundra?
Yeah, I mean, Pango can poke his head out there, but it depends on Snap's level. But this entire
they
game...
don't have something to take the stacks from them very easily, but maybe with some Alchemist rotations as well if he joins them.
Okay, we're going to find out what's going to happen in game 1 of this best-of-3 series. Before we get there, though, Coach Calfs with Slacks for you.
Absolutely. I am here with Coach Calfs, my little moodang, as we said in our piece. It's great to see you again. Now, before we got you out here, I saw you giving a hell of a speech to your team. You were standing up there calling the shots. Would you care to share just even a brief version of what that was? What were you telling them to do?
I won't go into specifics, but I'll give you the general idea. I was just telling them like how we should play and why. And the timings we were looking for. Yeah.
Timings, very, very good. On timings, you guys have a pretty tempo-dependent draft. A lot of early game heroes running at them. Say I'm not as dumb as you might think, but do you think that you'll be able to meet those timings? Are you worried about this game if it goes hyper late?
I think if it goes hyper late, KJ carries on Enchantress.
Sure. On Enchantress? Yes. You guys have an Alchemist, and you go for the Enchantress hyper carry?
It's all about the Enchantress in the late game.
Okay, last question for you then. So I did see that first pick Alchemist there. Isn't that hero counterable? How come people aren't, picking that AA or picking that? How do you feel so confident in Alch where you can first pick it?
Well, for some reason, people think that AA doesn't exist as a hero. It's been completely ignored the whole tournament. The usual response that people go for is Dawn, and it was banned, so just straight up like that. Some offlaners, they have more answers, some have less, and that's it.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. We got the game starting off, so best of luck to you, my friend. You guys will do great, and we'll see how this game turns out with our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Yes, hearing some things. AA doesn't exist. Kind of agree. We did see a first blood there.
Yeah, you guys will do great with first blood on mid 1 Storm. Unlucky. Good comedic timing there from Slacks, though. Of course, he didn't know what was going on at the time he said that, but lovely. So, yeah, this is definitely a clash of styles, this game. I think the lineups are very, very different. And, of course, Tundra will be happy to have a successful invasion there and get the first blood. But the main thing I want to focus on in this right now is I feel like Mirana has just been forgotten.
Yeah.
And I know, so sometimes what happens after big tournaments like TI, some hero that was extremely influential gets nerfed a decent chunk, and then teams are just like, all right, let's play something else. I thought Solar Flare was so broken at TI that even the nerfed version is still really good. And I'm not surprised to see in the later stages of this tournament teams trying to run it. This to me was the best facet of the entire TI, and I still think it's a really high tier 1. So if you look at it now, it's a 16-second duration where Mirana herself gets 70 attack speed and 70 damage, and all of your teammates get half, and obviously it scales. So let's say you're playing support Mirana. Realistically speaking, you're going to hit level 12 at some okay-ish timing, right?
Right.
all of your teammates now get 55 attack speed and 55 damage after 6 seconds of Solar Flare, and it lasts for an additional 10. So you put this on a Sven, in this case, you put it on a Storm, and all of a sudden these heroes start being way stronger in the team fights. You combine it with the Inner Beast aura from Beastmaster. I think they're onto something here. And the additional luxury, of course, here is you're picking Mirana into Ench. So you can kill the Ench creep. That just makes it way even better. So I really like that pick. I'm curious to see how it's going to work. They've set up for success with it with 4 different heroes that set up Arrow. So definitely expect big things out of Soxa in this game. And on the other side, Heroic have some of the strongest heroes of the tournament so far, that is. Actually, all 5 have looked pretty good. So we'll see if Tundra's new ideas can compete with what is proven already.
That's fair enough. And I think that it's worth noting not just the sort of picks, but also in terms of gameplay. To me, Heroic have looked like the most consistent team so far at this tournament.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't always mean that they've had the highest highs. There's been some games where we've seen Falcons stand out and be like better than them on occasion or whatever have you. But I feel like I'm pretty sure coming into a Heroic game what I'm going to get. And I feel like, at least I'm echoing what Lizard had said on the panel, they're one of the teams to beat at this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Like my whole breakdown of the picks here, I didn't really pick any favorites. I just really like to see what Tundra are bringing to the table in this game, and you know, maybe it's not great, but I personally think the Mirana is undervalued, so I'm excited to see that brought out. But I'm with you. I think overall, across the tournament in its entirety that we've seen so far, I will say Heroic have played better than Tundra on average, but Tundra have also leveled up. Their series against Na'Vi was pretty convincing yesterday. So yeah, this could be a very close series. It could also be a 2-0 complete wipeout if Heroic just hit their stride and they do everything right. If they play their best, I think it's definitely going to be a major challenge for the side of Tundra. And standout player of the tournament, I think a lot of us agree, has been Parker for Heroic. I just think in that carry position, he's been playing exceptionally well. I believe we saw the breakdown of the heroes he's picked, and he was 1 and 2 on Luna, and every other hero he hadn't lost on. So good news for Parker here, he's not playing Luna.
There you go.
Statistically speaking, this one's in the bag already.
We'll see indeed if that does end up happening. Analog going to just sidestep that arrow for a moment to pick up the water rune. Almost loses a courier, but will not go down there. Also, should sort of keep our eyes, I think, on, you know, what Cafs had mentioned. This Enchantress for KJ. They're anticipating big things out of him as the game gets later and later. And I think that there's some truth to that. Like, these Enches or Willows have
33.
really been doing some serious damage. As
big trouble.
Good hits coming out. They have another Chain Lightning right now, which they'll throw out on the 33. That is the last one, but we'll just have to suffice with the kill on the little bird there. Wow. Schofield has a 3rd stack now of the Shadow Poison. Whitemon needs to hit a couple more for that one to be a full kill, but will not be able to.
I actually thought Heroic were going to turn that one around onto Whitemon, just using the Eidolons plus a full bore Scatterblast, but they didn't commit for it. This lane is going pretty well for the side of Heroic. 12 denies on the Enigma. Obviously, Sven, one of the heroes that in theory is good at killing Eidolons, but you need levels. And also you need to feel confident at actually going up close, and obviously the counterplay threat of Enigma plus Scatterblast and the Cookie is very strong. Let's see what Devi goes. We've seen different Enigma builds in this tournament. Oh. This feels like a game where Enigma can get very, very farmed. Is it just going to go the auras? Are you going to play timing?
He got 6?
Oh.
Oh, wow.
That Scatterblast almost connected. He would have lived anyway, though. But yeah, he's back to base. So they put the pressure, they force him out. The only thing that counters a BKB Black Hole in this game is Roar. If Devi wants to take that go in that direction ultimately. First of all, he's going Drum. He's probably going to go Drum Pipe, I would imagine, or Drum Crimson. But I think there's something to be said about Crimson when you're playing against Solar Flare, but he might still take the Pipe over it. But late enough. Every late game Enigma build has BKB Blink.
Yes.
When you go late enough.
Oh, Whitemon.
Little leapfrog.
Jumped over the moon, finds him there. Now Shad in a little bit of trouble as Analog makes the roll-in happen. Does not decide to go in for Whitemon.
I think he didn't see him, actually. He was hoping to connect, but Whitemon with good movement.
And that was an Arcane Rune too, so we'll have roll back up again before too long.
Oh, he's still looking for him. He knows he's here.
On the hunt. Can they find him? Yes, they will. Immediately out. Will be banished, and Whitemon not going to be long for this world. In the meantime, they're also trying to make a play for the Wisdom Rune bottom.
Oh, if Parker gets this.
The move is there. The stun!
Oh.
Can't get it.
Uh-oh. Well, this is awkward. Well, he's getting out, but...
Oh my god, that
not
bird.
far from on the dive bomb. Yeah, what a weird situation. The Alk carry tries to steal the Wisdom Rune. The arrow gets taken by an Ancient Creep, but Parker was just not in range to throw the concoction in time, and Saksa will get the rune. And that's really important. Imagine if Tundra lose both Wisdoms after being down 2k already. That would have been real bad. But now they have something to play with. Both supports level 4, and the Beastmaster level 6 wants to make use of the Roar if possible. Parker is going to walk straight into the lane here.
Mid one also getting a little bit of action thrown his way by the Enchantress, but it does look like Parker is going to back out.
He's in trouble. TP.
Banished. Backs away. Arrow is there. Schofield's nearby. They're not willing to go, and in fact, the turn has charged up the stun, is going to self-stun.
They really respected that TP from Schofield. I think there was a dive play available there.
And look at this, Device pressuring this mid tower. The other thing is that we've kind of been keeping our eyes on this build that they're going for Alchemist, picking up the Maelstrom. It's kind of feeling like they want to get more involved early with this type of a build. It's the one that we've seen Parker go for already, I believe. But 2 tier 1 towers taken by 8.5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is a fast draft.
It's real fast. This is what can happen when Enigma has a good start and you have Ench. This hero duo can put a ton of pressure on the early towers, and it's a matter of whether Tundra can find a couple of successful kills, because you can also slow this down pretty effectively once your heroes get levels, especially your supports get 6s if you catch the Enigma trying to go for a push or whatever. But currently, the playmaking potential that Tundra have to stop this from happening is very limited. Level 4 Shadow Demon, level 4 Mirana. And then when your mid hero is a Storm compared to something like a Pango that we see from Heroic, Storm just needs more time. It's hard for him to take a fight successfully right now.
And Schofield sees these stacks here too that are starting to be taken, and is gonna, at the very least, try and soak some experience. They're sending in the Ench Creep. Analog has an amplified damage rune. Can they steal these away?
I feel like he could Rolling Thunder this entire stack if he wanted to, but maybe they'll just try to steal a bit of it with a Scatter Blast.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna stomp the Beastmaster, try and disrupt this from happening. They steal a lot of
so much of that.
Oh, that hurts. And they manage to get the tower here.
Roll the rest of it out.
Wow. 4,000 gold lead now.
Yep.
All of the towers gone.
And Alk's getting big. Parker not going Radiance. The Maelstrom into... We'll see.
Maybe Blink? I mean, I don't know. I feel like he could go BKB, Blink, whatever.
Wonder... Is this the second time we see Alk against Shadow Demon where Alk goes Maelstrom instead of Radiance? Is it really that bad to go Radiance against SD? I'm just trying to find the rationale here of why this is the way to go about it here. Maybe the extra magic damage is really nice against the Warcry as well.
Yeah.
But you can't use Mjolnir reliably against SD, so that's a bit of a downside. If you put that on yourself when you run in, you get Demonic Purged, then not the best. See if it ends up being relevant. On the side of Tundra, the only core that's truly having a good game here is mid one, but he needs to find a way to play, to put his farm to use eventually. I think if this just becomes a farming stalemate, it's not the best news for the side of Tundra. Enigma, as well as Alk, have the potential to completely take this game over a bit later. Black Hole into Kisses.
Oh, man.
Rip.
I mean, this is a problem, right? You've got Beastmaster that's trying to go in and will get 2 components of the Aghanim Scepter, but it feels like they have to wait for that to make moves. Like, unless Storm Spirit gets some crazy zips in and then they find, like, you know, an arrow play to follow it up, but none of this seems that good. Are they actually trying to go now onto Parker with mid one? He's using a lot of his mana pool, but it will be enough to scare off Parker while they're still pressuring and trying to take away stacks.
Yep. Snapfire again connecting, and the Pango.
Lightmon gets hit with the Scatter Blast, will be forced back. 3 stacks now, but already the Ancients. He only gets one of them on Whitemon.
He steals so much of it again. And it's not like Tundra are accomplishing much on the other side of the map. They didn't kill the Alk, they're not stealing any stacks of their own, they're just taking a regular camp here.
Radiant's top tower is
It really does feel like Heroic are starting to just build a very, very meaningful lead here. Pango. Not gonna roll up, but...
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I feel like Heroic came in with the plan. They gave this 33 as Beastmaster, knew what he likes to do, stack up Ancients, and they came in and just completely cut that out of the game for them. 33 has had a rough one. Not often you see this guy in the bottom of the cores.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the most worrying thing about all of this, because if Tundra are used to playing with a strong 33, and in all honesty, a lot of their wins, I feel like he's really leading the charge when he's playing the Beastmaster. How's he going to feel in the game state? Is he going to take charge? Is he going to have the right read on the situations about what he can and can't get away with when he's this much weaker than usual? He's closing in on the drums of Slom, but does he actually have enough sustain even with that against what he's facing here? There is a lot of damage from Heroic. Demonic Purge onto Analog, he's gonna roll and get out of there.
Roll and
gonna mess with them a little bit first though.
Kill. Saxa.
He only has 1 lead.
He's in some trouble. They're gonna purge or imprison him.
Okay.
Arrow is out. Now mid one showing up, but Saxa just dying. Analog underneath tower. All right, they might have gone a little bit too far there and gift mid one a couple of kills. In the meantime, though, 33 did die again.
Yeah, Schofield plus Parker, Concoction, and Mortimer Kisses. Nice and easy. And they will also steal the Wisdom rune here.
Oh,
so
no.
this is really perfect timing for that kill.
Wow.
Alk gets that for a fast,
It's
very
fast, right?
fast level 12 coming the way of Parker. He's close to it. Okay, that's a pretty fast record.
I'm really curious what 33's is going to be, because that's the other one to me that seems like the timing on this is so important, right? And like, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a record. I'll say that.
I agree with that. I'm sorry. When I was laughing, I was like, this is just a quintessential carry play.
Yeah.
Did you see what Parker did?
No.
He put the Mjolnir on his Snapfire and said, you stay here and farm Ancients for me, buddy. I'm going to another camp.
And one?
Oh my god. I'm pretty sure he did get the last hits too with the...
It's pretty cool.
The static charge. I mean, it's a good play. It's just so funny. There's something about carry players that just cracks me up sometimes.
It's like an ion shell.
Yeah.
Everywhere
exactly.
I go,
it really is. All right, Parker gonna crack level 12 here. Among these stacks, buys his Blink. You are right about that. He will get that straight after the Mjolnir.
Oh my goodness.
All right, Sox is dead.
Divine, not afraid to just throw these out.
No, I think it's good. Clearly, you can tell the pacing of this game that Tundra aren't taking any initiative. Their carry is a Sven who needs time, supposedly. So, if you feel like you're strong and the enemy team is afraid to fight you, you can expend Black Hole on kind of whatever you want. It looks like Tundra finally make their first aggressive move of the entire game, it feels like here with a tier 1 tower push bot. Now, are Heroic interested in defending? Yes, they are. They don't know about the Blink Alk.
Mid one in some trouble. He stuns himself on the Alchemist.
Okay.
Not great.
He's fine. Little bit of mistiming there from Parker. That could have been a huge kill, and I feel like they would have got it too if he makes it in there, but... Okay, the push is stopped. They didn't get the tower, so Heroic game plan is progressing. The Vailama now with the pipe. They're so strong right now if they group up and get something done. King Jungles almost has Orchid on Ench.
Wait, what?
Against the Storm, yeah.
Holy moly.
So you see mid one is going straight BKB after the Kaya, probably because he sees this Orchid being bought.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I don't think it's necessary to get BKB this early. Yeah, he's just worried about that counterplay. So King Jungles, even if he ends up not killing the Storm a single time this game with this Orchid, he has forced mid one to go a suboptimal build. This hero loves to buy more value items than this. A little bit of a detail. How much have you seen Storm buy Arcane Boots?
I think that we saw it yesterday as well, but it does not happen that often. It was weird then too.
Right, one stat. Easy pick for Analog. Yeah, because we had the game today where Avalus bought Treads on their Storm and Arcane Boots on 3 different teammates.
Wow.
But Storm himself did not. This hero really benefits from the attack speed. Perhaps part of the rationale is that you're getting attack speed from Mirana.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well,
all right, classic Roche. Beastmaster Axe makes it nice and easy. Yeah. And that's big for them. So they take the bot tier 1 tower. They get Aegis.
Cannot afford to go down right here. They're zipping though. Finding Schofield, trying to kill him. Divine Llama shows up. How much more? They had 30 seconds until Black Hole, but the pipe does some good work. Will it be enough to win them this fight? It's not looking like it. Shad is too strong. That's 4 dead.
They're doing so much damage with Solar Flare in that fight.
Wow.
You're not seeing this on the fight recap, but Mirana did so much damage without even being there by just pressing the ult. The attack speed and the damage, all the 4 heroes from Tundra fighting there have an extra 36 damage and 36 attack speed. It's like a super drum that isn't even there. It really makes a very big difference.
Mid one.
Oh, that's the Aegis.
He's following him with his courier. And now Parker is going to back out.
And it's something that's also a little bit interesting how, when you think about how pro players play, at this level, the players are so experienced and so knowledgeable about the flow of the game and how strong heroes are. You throw something like that Solar Flare into the picture and people's feelings of how tanky they are going to be a little bit off, right?
Yeah.
Like, you might be like, oh, I can, you know, I'm usually this strong in this position, and then, you know, they genuinely look confused with how fast they died.
Yeah.
I think. And this is going to get harder. Obviously, that was just a level 1 Solar Flare. When this gets up to level 2, it'll be 50% stronger. And that's going to be a pretty big deal. So, amazing sequence for Tundra that completely recovered the game for them.
I'm also looking towards these next couple of items, and it's not just the Enchantress that has decided to go for the Orchid. The Alkiz also, and almost has his completed, which does beg the question, you know, now this BKB is out for mid one, how much of purpose is this serving? I mean, you can kill Mirana at the start of the fight, which could be some value, or Shadow Demon. They're not going to have any dispels for a while, but there is definitely not that same level of value for the Storm.
Double BKBs.
Yeah, it's a big timing for Tundra.
It's really, really big. Double BKBs, they have Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster now. Mirana has an unused drum. If they all just group up and use all their stuff and they get the initiation, it's going to be difficult for Heroic to fight back. Secondary Orchid bought for the Alk. I mean, how are you going to use this?
Oh, need to be careful, though. They do a Black Hole ready. Can they keep him alive? The Black Hole onto 2 with the kisses, but immediately disrupted. That's the problem. Stunned now onto Shadow Demon, killing him off. But still Shad, the one that's large and in charge, and mid one pulling back in this Alk, just obliterated by this Sven. Schofield finds the kill onto mid one. But another one of these battles where it's coming out up Tundra.
Yep. Gonna try to fish for the arrow, not gonna hit, but Shad, he is big now. Level 16 on the Sven. Okay, King Jungles being maybe a little bit too cute here. Maybe not.
No Solar Flare, so that keeps him alive. And interesting, does actually see the change up there, KJ.
Yeah, maybe he felt like the... I don't know about this one. So he was eyeing up Orchid, ended up going for the Mage Slayer, probably because Alk wanted to buy the Orchid. But this is a very how to say, it's a very timing-based inventory these two players have.
Yeah.
Mage Slayer and Orchid Alk, and you get them just when the enemy team get their 2 BKBs. So they feel rather unimpressive. Now there's going to be a shard on the Shadow Demon as well, so he can just Demonic Cleanse off the Orchid.
Interesting.
A lot of pressure onto Parker here. I feel like Heroic have to be very careful with their fight selection and who they jump.
Goodbye. Not happy about how that one went, and now trying to turn and kill off the Beast. Does not appear to be happening. Schofield, their eyes are on the Snapfire, but now turning for the bigger kill if they can find it. Alchemist in some trouble, gets obliterated by Shad.
Yeah.
Divide.
This is all Tundra. They're making all the right moves.
Just as he takes damage, spawning more things for Shad to last hit. Yeah. The Eidolon's just falling out of him. 5k gold lead now for Tundra. These BKB timings are crazy. I mean, the Mage Slayer great against the Beastmaster with the drums and all the rest of it, but like, it's a problem right now. This, well, now 33 is a problem too.
Dude.
I cannot believe that hit. Goes for more. KJ can't get the heal off. Mid one trying to kill him, and Shad shows up, doesn't matter, dead. 5 gone.
I mean, this game has just gone out of control in 5 minutes. It was looking good for Heroic, and now they've just lost after lost after lost. That's not a sentence, but we'll roll with it anyway. They have lostered more than one can lost. And now what do? Okay, so you don't have a reliable teamfight utility from the Enigma. He's got Pipe Boots of Bearing. The problem is, these Boots of Bearing are hard to use because the enemy team has so many hard lockdowns. If you're stunned on any of your heroes and you don't get an immediate cookie out with Glimmer, Sven two-shots your team. Nobody in their team is tanky. They haven't itemized particularly great against the Sven. They don't have a Solar Crest. They don't have a lot of armor. And they're also not, with these early aggressive items that they've bought, they're not well geared to progress the game into the later portion of the game.
Yeah.
Because you could hang on to hope a little bit if you're like, okay, this Alk is... I personally, I have loved Parker this tournament. I think he's played super well. I don't like the Orchid this game.
Yeah.
I think it's too much. It's too one-dimensional. Okay. Yep. Well... Sometimes you just die.
I mean, I remember the mid one puck game where he built like no defensive items. And in this one, just immediate BKB was the perfect answer because you saw these double Orchid Rush, which ended up turning into a Mage Slayer for KJ.
Yeah.
And I think that it's really a testament to how Heroic thought this game was going to go versus the reality of it. And yeah, it's just, it's all fallen apart.
It's a matter of reading the game state, and I'm not going to say that Heroic's itemization is bad. It's just, it's extremely specific in the timing it needs to hit, and I feel like they just didn't do it. They had a moment of opportunity perhaps when these items came out to take a good fight, but ultimately Tundra did find enough farm, and they had that one good skirmish that really helped them get to their BKBs.
Yeah.
And after that, they haven't looked back. They're just taking all the initiative. Now another one, mid one, looking for Divine Llama. He's going to find him.
Drops down that Midnight Pulse. The Malefice has Pipe. Gonna TP out. Did not pop Pipe. Don't know if it would have mattered.
More than likely not. Actually, if he popped it right away, he might have lived, now that you say that. Ton of Storm's damage there is magical.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Well, nonetheless, it is a 9k gold lead now, and I mean, Shad is playing so well.
He is insanely strong.
Jumps across the map, solo on the Alchemist, trying to find some kills down here. They managed to turn it around. The Shadow Demon bounce back. Is it enough? Is it enough? Mid one. Oh,
the kisses.
The kisses. Find him. They got him. The sharpshooter.
The last one.
Schofield gets a big injection of gold there.
My God, he got so much experience too.
Oh no.
He's level 15 on the snap. Something going right here for Heroic. They're going to need more than that though. Shad
has to be careful about this one.
Giga
BKB
Shad
out and 3-shot. Big crits coming out, and Analog just has to run away.
If he
He's
reaches
not
Schofield,
stopping.
he has Echo.
Shad
Can't
is
reach.
not stopping.
Oh, Analog's gonna get killed by
You can't go out that way. Shad, you can't go out that way. Shad, you can't leave there. Shad, you can't. Shad, no. Shad, no. He gets away.
That's one of the more interesting escapes I've seen. He cornered himself and then TP'd out.
No, it happens.
Hey,
when
whatever
you corner
works.
a wild animal.
Yeah.
It just gets stronger.
Got out. It's fine.
Jumps in. Oh. Self-stun kill, but BKB used. So a couple signs of life here for Heroic. But overall, it's still a little bit spooky for him.
It is. But the asterisk that there is on this game is, again, if Enigma can somehow get Blink BKB, we're looking at 5,000 gold. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's a long way away.
You're the one that said it. You're telling me not to get ahead of yourself.
But it really does feel like the potential recovery of this game is a lot on the back of Davai Lama finding a good black hole. And Blink BKB is not necessarily a requirement, but you have to make sure somebody else gets roared or jumped initially at the very least, and then maybe just a dagger. If you can find a good 2-hero Blink black hole, of which one is the Sven, it's not out of the question that Parker can still carry a fight. It's not like the Alk is poor, but the Sven is just huge, and he has... yeah, found Analog.
I mean, that's the problem. Like, trying to wait for these fights to develop, the reality is that it only takes a couple of hits and they're over.
Yep.
You can't bait somebody out against Shad right now. He's way too strong. Schofield goes down. Trying to queue up another stun. Finds it there. Orchid! Black hole for the finish.
It was necessary. That's a good black hole.
They got the BKB out of mid 1 too.
Yep.
All right.
Nice moment of opportunity found. They'll lose their tower, but the storm kill definitely a big one. That's going to give Davai Lama his dagger.
Radiant's top tower has been denied.
In the meantime, 33 going in for the Shivas.
Dude, how's he level 22?
I don't know, man.
Remember the start he had?
It was terrible.
I think he got one big kill on the Alk at some point, and it's just really propelled him. Just a couple of sequences. All right, there's the Bloodthorn complete. Big damage upgrade for Parker if he does get the jump, which seems to potentially be the case here against Soxa. Easy kill.
For staff, but hits are out. And this actually could turn into a battle around Roche.
If they could get Roche for themselves, Heroic here, that is a big relief. Oh, they're not even getting Dagger on Enigma. It's actually going straight BKB, so...
I mean, the scary thing is that you can buy back Mirana Solar Flare and have just as much impact.
Yep.
Oh, and that might be what they're trying to do.
This is a fast Roche. Bloodthorn is stupid for this.
Can they do it? Can they get it in time? It's dead. Oh, what a great window. But now they jump in and want to find it. Immediately onto Alchemist. He's dead. Now Davai Lama, no black hole ready. And Shad just turns it. Absolutely rips him up. Oh, they didn't see Analog. Okay, living, hiding in the trees.
I swear sometimes Sven is just so stupid. The Alk comes out of Aegis and just gets literally two-shot. He has 20,000 net worth.
Yeah,
My God, man.
That was less than a second, 2,192 damage.
The biggest damage deal on the Radiant side in that fight, kind of the only one, was the Enigma with Midnight Pulse. It was the only spell they got off. Well, they got the Aegis, so they do lose the fight. But without Aegis, it's harder for Tundra to push the high ground, so ultimately perhaps this can bridge the gap and get Enigma his BKB. And, you know, late game Black Hole, it's always that possibility.
True enough. I mean, the problem is still Roar, and like you've got Blink BKB on 33, so...
He definitely has to be patient and ideally offer up another hero to get roared, if possible. If they could somehow get, let's say you get the Pango roared, and then you find a good black hole and Alk gets to go in with Dagger.
I feel like on these other heroes need to itemize to survive Shad. Like, it's really a problem if you can't buy enough time for everybody else to start hitting.
I mean, Shad's farm is at a point now where the only item that you survive with is Ghost Scepter, right?
Yeah. Oh my.
He got hold off on Parker.
He didn't get to do anything.
That's good.
Oh my god, that was instant. Holy moly, this Swift Blink is a problem. That was backdoor protected on the tower. He does so much damage. And yeah, just gonna start hitting it because why not? That is a tier 3 tower about to drop. They're taking 2 of them simultaneously.
It's potentially 2 lanes even.
Yeah.
The backdoor protection is not going to last. Nobody is cutting the mid wave. I feel like Analog making a mistake here, not rushing over to kill this creep wave coming in mid. This is going to be 2 lanes. They cannot defend this.
I mean, I don't even know if after that they can defend it. Like, I don't know. They'll have Black Hole, but they won't have Auk for another 20 seconds. They're going to try and glyph this
glyph that?
Melee racks. This does not feel like anything.
Okay.
Maybe they try and find a fight now. Like, they don't have 33 with them.
Jungle's on 33. King Jungle's is not getting out of this.
No, they're going to chase him down. KJ gets hit by the roar and immediately dead. Wow. Tundra, after a rough start, have just looked unstoppable in these last 10-15 minutes.
And I mean, I'm not going to say that this would have changed the course of this game, but if we do want to come back to itemization, the fact that Alchemist does not have any armor in his team just means that Sven gets to 2-shot him, right? He went for Bloodthorn, he went for the Mjolnir, and he went for Nemesis Curse, so he takes more damage from Sven.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't have AC. I don't know. There's something about this build that just makes me feel like Heroic missed the mark a bit on itemization this game, and that could potentially have changed the outcome of the game at least. And now it just feels like it's too little too late. He's working on an Ags. I'm not sure who wants to give that to if he hopes that...
I think he's going to give it to Divai. And I think they're just going to go all in damage on the Black Hole. Because I can't think of anybody else that you would want to give it to that's like changes anything here. You know what I mean?
So you're just all in on Divai, go hit big Black Hole. If you fail, we lose.
Yeah.
Maybe. That's a bit wild.
I mean, look at the score line. Look at the gold.
I mean, yeah. You're not wrong. It's not looking great. 9% though.
9%.
It's... Would you believe me if I told you that Heroic win this game 1 in 10 times? I would not believe it.
That's a fair point, actually. Yeah. They know something that we don't, apparently. Auk.
Gaben.
Still
a wizard.
Okay. Still about a 1,200 gold away from finishing off that axe. I don't know what
that was probably the response that comment deserved. Good job.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
33 has refresher and he's in.
Demonic cleanse. You can't stop it. They black hole. Oh, wait, he went into it. Storm goes into the black hole, dies. 33 still in that BKB is just going to try and TP out. And that is not going to work, as a matter of fact. They
no way.
He's just trying to kill him.
Holy shit,
where is the help? Oh,
bro, what?
No.
Parker, where's your armor?
Oh, that hurts.
Wow, yeah, he's going to
Parker
appreciates it. He kind of can't believe it. 33 was TPing out. His TP gets canceled by the concoction. And he just, in a 1v3, kills the Alk there in the middle of his team. My God. If he doesn't get that kill, that 10%, it might have become 11.
That's right.
You know?
Now it's not.
Now
well,
it's still 9.
Yeah.
What? Okay, so how many things went wrong there? Storm killed himself. He jumped into a black hole. We're going to see the replay here. Oh, this is just the replay of the kill. Okay.
Yeah.
Look at 33's health, the drums. They just keep healing him up against the tower and the Enigma.
Parker.
Oh,
He doesn't mind. He appreciates
what can you do, man? He's Myron. He knows 33 what...
It was an impressive play.
All right, so let's recap that entire fight. If Storm doesn't get Black Hole, they probably win the game.
Okay.
So Heroic, they get a little bit lucky there, I want to say, with the misplay from from mid one. How can they do it again?
I don't know, especially because they had to buy back on Alk in that battle, and he used all of his money so he don't get to give an axe to Devi Lama. But Devi is gonna have BKB Blink.
Yeah.
And it feels like this is really what this game has all become about. I don't think that there's really much else that they can depend upon at this point.
Eventually, if Analog gets big enough, we're not looking at the Alk anymore. I mean, his game is just doomed. He has died 7 times. He has made no item progression for the last 5 minutes. And we know this hero is already tempo-based. Actually, the true illustration of Alchemist's game is one you wouldn't expect. He's carrying the banner. That's when you know. Okay, when Alk is your banner carrier, the game is screwed. Oh, that's funny. I'm not going to see Parker have a banner in his inventory for the rest of the tournament. I promise you that.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be first picking Alk.
Was he the only player with a slot?
I think so. It is a little bit bizarre.
Snapfire has space
has a couple.
now.
Yeah, they could have done
Enigma made space.
It's like it's a punishment, you know.
I guess so. Yeah, maybe it's for morale.
Okay.
It's a morale banner.
Our carry will take us.
He's carrying the flag to war.
That's right. Good news for Heroic, by the way. 2.5 minutes on this Aegis respawn.
Yeah, that's something.
Give him more time. And Devi has Refresher queued up. He knows the way.
Yeah. I wonder if this is the right item, or if he should buy Lincoln's.
It's a fair point.
There are still problems, right? It's not like this Blink Black Hole is guaranteed to last. There's 2 problems, actually.
Yes.
1, Beastmaster can roar you, and he has Refresher. 2, Shadow Demon can save the guy you Black Hole. And I guess an honorable mention, number 3, Shad can blink on top of you and kill you in half a second. So
yeah,
there's issues, but you got to play for the slim chance that all the things come together.
Oh, dude, you know what they could do? If Shad gets the Aghanims, he could Stormbolt in and one-shot the Enigma. Can you imagine?
I can imagine that. I feel like I've seen a similar situation in this game already, just without the Stormhammer.
Yeah.
So it's a very little step up.
We are 1,000 gold away from Ag's delivery.
I'm not sold on this. I'll be honest. I feel like you can't just be like, all right, our Alk is gone in this game. And that's effectively what you're saying when you're buying Ags here instead of buying armor items and giving yourself at least a fighting chance. You're effectively conceding, I can't win the carry versus carry battle ever, and my teammates have to do the job now.
So here's a question, though, as we see Schofield get demolished. Do you think that it was Parker that said this, or do you think it was Devi that said this?
Oh, I definitely think this is Parker's choice.
Yeah.
It could have been a team discussion. What are we going to do? We have to win with Black Hole, but I think there's something to be said about going AC on Alk and then getting a Vlad's and just beefing up the armor, maybe a Solar Crest, and trying to put everything on him and see if he can stick.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. Let's say Devi gets an insane Black Hole. What if Tundra have buybacks?
Yeah, that's a problem.
What's your round 2? What's your end game here when the Black Hole, if Devi messes up or it doesn't get it perfectly, or even if he does very well, I still don't know if you have enough staying power when heroes just rejoin the fight. And there's no question about it. If Tundra want, they can farm 5 buybacks here, because it's not like Heroic will fight outside their base, because that's borderline impossible.
You get enough gold that you have Refresher. That's the answer to buybacks.
Okay. Oh, he's close. Yes, 700.
Oh, dude, when you watch the gold tick in, it always feels so bad. It's just he's sitting there waiting for it. And now the high 5. Yep, he gave it to him. All right, we're all in on the Enigma. Let's see how this one goes.
Okay.
And they're smoked. Roche is dropping.
Roche is dead.
Roche is dropping very quickly.
Refresher Shard. Shad already has Refresher Orb, so he's not taking it.
They're moving out. 33 found, jumps in, gets him immediately, roar onto the Enigma, but he's living. Arrow from downtown soaked up by the Pango. Now 33, still walking in here. They jump forward. Black Bull onto 2. Is it good enough for the finish? Whitemon got the disruption off onto 33, but they still were able to kill him. No, they weren't. Wait, where'd he go? 33 livid. Okay, it didn't work. Send, it really, really did not work because he blinked out after the fact. Now Alchemist is dead. Pango is gone. It was everything. All their hopes and dreams splattered underneath the Shadow Demon Disruptor.
Yeah, the TLDR of that fight was that Alk and Pango died to trade off for Shadow Demon Mirana.
Yeah.
That's not good enough. I understand why Devi went for that black hole. I don't think it's a bad attempt. He got the Beastmaster, and the Shadow Demon was on the edge of the event horizon, but didn't fully get pulled in. So he got the disruption off on the Beast. He survives long enough. And surely, this game is just over at this rate. The 40, they don't have time to respawn. 30 seconds is just too long.
Shad doing way too much damage. They might try buybacks here if they really do not want to accept their fate. Cass did say that KJ might carry eventually. We'll see if now's the time for the Enchantress. Hitting some creeps there. Snapfire now also out. Mid one zips in very aggressively.
Holy, that's a lot of damage.
Killing them very rapidly.
Yeah,
and
that
now
25
dead.
sounds pretty good.
Alk back up again. Wants to jump in. Wants to hit a hero. Bang, bang. Stuns himself. That's not good. And, well, GG is going to be called a disappointing game for Heroic here in game number 1. My God, they killed them all. Jeez. Maybe they should have stayed in a little longer. I don't know. But Tundra, take game number 1.
And I wonder what the takeaway is here for Heroic. That's actually what I'm most interested in now that this happened. What they were to chalk it up to, was it timings? Was it itemization? Did they mess up map movements? I personally feel like it was a little bit of both, and I would have liked to see them buy other stuff, but ultimately they were building up a good game for themselves. Tundra take 2 or 3 solid fights, and they just, I mean, coast until it's over, really.
Well, we'll see if they can coast their way into a game number 2 victory and end out today with a 2-0 series, or if Heroic can pull it back. But for now, we're going to head on back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Synerin. I'm going to pose the question that Synerin had there at the end to my panel as well. Was this timing? Was this itemization? Was this map movement?
It was a little bit of everything. I have to say Heroic, like when they got into the game, they started it off the way we kind of expected. They were crushing, they were cruising, they were doing really damn well. At minute 14, they take the both Wisdom Runes. They not only take the Wisdom Runes, but they continue farming the enemy side of the map. Alchemist is chilling. He's farming the Ancients. He's using Mjolnir on his support so that he can farm somewhere else. However, it all kind of started with them having this 5 to 6k lead, but not converting into any big kills. Meanwhile, Storm Spirit, Sven, Beastmaster, they take the Aegis, and they get only one fight. And recall what Syndrome was talking about. They itemized for this very early game offensive aggression type, like Orchid on the Alchemist. You go for that because you're feeling good and you are 6k ahead. However, you lose one fight and all the advantage is gone.
For all the praise that we give the Heroics so far in the tournament, to lose in this capacity is honestly quite shocking, right? They have a 5-6k lead that you're mentioning, but giving Beastmaster free entry to the Roshan when you've already taken top tier 1, you're taking the mid tier 1, like you kind of own the map a little bit, but to allow Beastmaster to walk in there with his Aghanims, to give Storm the Aegis, then to twin gate bottom and then get pretty much a team-wide, I think Alchemist actually survived in the end, but to then kill him off, it's like, that is the perfect entry for Tundra, who accepted that they needed to farm through the early game. Like, that single move for me is a glaring mistake for Heroic to lose full grip on the game, because now Storm has confidence, Beastmaster have confidence, Shad can enter the fight, and I think it does help that Tundra clearly identified, we just need to farm, don't cross the river, allow Heroic to make their moves, because if they don't break us and we get first Roshan, then our draft comes alive, and that's exactly what happened.
Sometimes you get Huskard, sometimes you get Meepod. This time around they got Beastmaster rushed, basically. Pretty much the Storm Spirit, like, I feel that they felt way too comfortable. You could see the way they're playing. They felt very comfortable playing on the enemy side of the map, but they might have focused a little bit too much on taking the Ancients away from them. They took the triangle, they took the right side of the Ancients, however, it just slipped their mind. Aegis, that it was taken so quickly by mid 1 and 33. And keep in mind that these other heroes were showing, so you aren't even thinking about maybe Roshan at that point. So unfortunate.
It clearly wasn't, because like Divine Armor, I think, actually used the Black Hole to kill a support Morana, and that was the key identifier for Tundra. It's like, oh wait, guys, they don't have Black Hole, they don't have, you know, the presence of that. And I think at that time Enigma did have an aura or something, but it's one fatal tactical error that allowed Tundra to just out-farm them and then out-fight them very quickly in the game, when maybe they should have... Sorry.
No, was there any chance? Because obviously there is an Enigma on one side, and generally when you have Enigma, you can always play for the big comeback, or was it just not?
They could have, but the problem was probably as well the itemization that they went for. It was all into early game. It was bound to give them this early game advantage, maybe a Roshan for themselves, but when you lose that advantage, suddenly an Orchid on Alchemist does not feel that great.
And the comparison, right? We have Parker versus Shad at the 30-minute mark, right? Like, your Alchemist has gone for all damage. There's no Radiance to apply Mischance to the Sven. You're going to have... It's all in the moment, right? You want a BKB Bloodthorn, lock a hero down, and it's a scary build to go. Like, if you're not hitting the black holes, if you're not hitting the tempo in the team fights, this build will allow you to be vulnerable. You will get picked off. There'll be moments where it doesn't really connect. And also this Alchemist, after here, he was now buying Aghanims. He wasn't even going for like an AC or something. And we're going to see the clip here where this build punishes you.
I just want you all to see Alchemist respawning. Where is he?
Okay, one. No, it's not even. I think it's not even a second.
He didn't even show. Like this was, by the way, slow motion right there. When I was watching it, I'm like, what the hell? I've never seen a hero disappear after Aegis as fast as that Alchemist.
And of course, Sven v Alk is a Sven favored matchup in the late game. The raw damage Sven does, he likes to buy MKB, but not going for the Radiance, it just gives you that one mistake, Sven will eat you alive.
Yeah, that is. I mean, you can't BKB against that. I mean, like, what do you do at that point? I will say this was an overall first pick. Well, it was a first pick for the team for Heroic Alchemist. What was the plan? It's like, very.
It was a solid pick. Like overall, I did like their draft. Honestly,
yeah, but
like,
how can you say that when Alchemist just gets blown up like that?
I'm lying. No. I still see the potential in their draft. It just didn't work out because of it's kind of sad, you know, because of one reason. They had a very aggressive lineup. And they also itemized very aggressively for the early game stages. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe, yeah, sure, these heroes on their own are already going to do well enough. So you can maybe chill out with the Alchemist a little bit, go for some Radiance build, have a little bit of evasion, maybe some armor as well against the Sven. You don't have to all in, because they all in into the early game. And the moment you lose one fight and you lose the game, you realize that something is wrong. Like, that should never be the case. You should never lose a game of Dota post one fight.
I will say massive props to Shad. I think he played the Sven phenomenally. He only died the once. Was scoreline 14-1 and 10. That is amazing stuff. And I think overall Tundra is showing up here very, very strong. And well, we're gonna find out if Heroic can force out a second game to this series. But they gotta bring more to the table than what they did in game one. Before we get to game number 2, though, let's first see another player subjected to Slax's Focus Fire.
Hello everyone, it's time for another episode of Focus Fire. Today I'm here with Whitemon, Dota 2 Savant. This is a quiz show, this is a trivia show. You have 90 seconds, I'm going to read you as much trivia as humanly possible. I don't care how many you get wrong, that doesn't matter. I care about how many you get right. So if you don't know an answer, throw something ridiculous out there, we'll move on. Are you good at Dota trivia?
Not really.
How's your Dota lore?
I don't know.
How many times does Slark inflict damage when he presses Dark Pact?
200.
Great, sure. Let's go ahead into it. Here we go. Let's start the timer in 3, 2, 1. 90 seconds on the clock. What was the last Chinese team to win a TI?
Wings Gaming.
That's correct. Whose innate allows them to see Roshan's respawn timer?
Templar Assassin.
Correct. How many regular healing lotuses need to combine to make a greater healing lotus?
Greater healing lotus, 6.
That's right. What is the most represented country at the event when it started nationally?
What?
What country most player at event?
Russia?
No, Peru. Oh. Who has the voice line, "You will die in a house fire"?
Lina?
No, Oracle, but that would make more sense. From level 25 onwards, how long is the normal respawn timer?
70?
100, sir.
100?
A man who never dies, of course. Name a hero that was unpicked at TI 13.
TI 13?
Mm-hmm. Hero no one picked.
Ricky?
Ricky? Incorrect. I believe they did pick a Ricky. I'm sorry, sir. What was the active of Roshan's cheese called? When you eat cheese, what's the name of the spell?
What?
When you eat cheese, what's the name of the spell?
When you eat cheese, what's the name of the spell?
You're taking way too long. Just say
I
something
don't
crazy.
know. Pass.
Yeah, no, pass. No, it's fondue. All right, in the lore, what hero oversees the narrow maze?
What?
Just say something. Just go. We don't have time. Name a hero.
Oracle.
What? Just name a hero.
Name a hero?
Yes.
Disruptor.
Oh, you were right. No, you weren't right. That was Razor. All right, last question. Who came second at the previous Wallachia event? Just say a team. Just say a team.
Falcons?
No. White Bond, that was a heck of a try. You did good. I think you got a few right.
Maybe. That's a bit wild.
I mean, look at the score line. Look at the goal. That they've had the highest highs. There's been some games where we've seen Falcons stand out and be like better than them on occasion or whatever have you. But I feel like I'm pretty sure coming into a heroic game what I'm going to get. And I feel like, at least I'm echoing what Lizard had said on the panel, they're one of the teams to beat at this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Like my whole breakdown of the picks here, I didn't really pick any favorites. I just really like to see what Tundra are bringing to the table in this game, and you know, maybe it's not great, but I personally think the Mirana is undervalued, so I'm excited to see that brought out. But I'm with you. I think overall, across the tournament in its entirety that we've seen so far, I will say Heroic have played better than Tundra on average, but Tundra have also leveled up. Their series against Na'Vi was pretty convincing yesterday. So yeah, this could be a very close series. It could also be a 2-0 complete wipeout if Heroic just hit their stride and they do everything right. If they play their best, I think it's definitely going to be a major challenge for the side of Tundra. And standout player of the tournament, I think a lot of us agree, has been Parker for Heroic. I just think in that carry position, he's been playing exceptionally well. I believe we saw the breakdown of the heroes he's picked, and he was 1 and 2 on Luna, and every other hero he hadn't lost on. So good news for Parker here, he's not playing Luna.
There you go.
Statistically speaking, this one's in the bag already.
We'll see indeed if that does end up happening. Analog going to just sidestep that arrow for a moment to pick up the water rune. Almost loses a courier, but will not go down there. Also, should sort of keep our eyes, I think, on, you know, what Cafs had mentioned. This Enchantress for KJ. They're anticipating big things out of him as the game gets later and later. And I think that there's some truth to that. Like, these Enches or Willows have
33.
really been doing some serious damage. As
big trouble.
Good hits coming out. They have another Chain Lightning right now, which they'll throw out on the 33. That is the last one, but we'll just have to suffice with the kill on the little bird there. Wow. Schofield has a third stack now of the Shadow Poison. Whitemon needs to hit a couple more for that one to be a full kill, but will not be able to.
I actually thought Heroic were going to turn that one around onto Whitemon, just using the Eidolons plus a full bore Scatterblast, but they didn't commit for it. This lane is going pretty well for the side of Heroic. 12 denies on the Enigma. Obviously, Sven, one of the heroes that in theory is good at killing Eidolons, but you need levels. And also you need to feel confident at actually going up close, and obviously the counterplay threat of Enigma plus Scatterblast and the Cookie is very strong. Let's see what Divide goes. We've seen different Enigma builds in this tournament. This feels like a game where Enigma can get very, very farmed. Is it just going to go the auras? Are you going to play timing?
He got 6?
Oh.
Oh, wow.
That Scatterblast almost connected. He would have lived anyway, though. But yeah, he's back to base. So they put the pressure, they force him out. The only thing that counters a BKB Black Hole in this game is Roar. If Davai wants to take that go in that direction ultimately. First of all, he's going Drum. He's probably going to go Drum Pipe, I would imagine, or Drum Crimson, but I think there's something to be said about Crimson when you're playing against Solar Flare, but he might still take the Pipe over it. But late enough, every late game Enigma build has BKB Blink.
Yes.
When you go late enough.
Oh, Whitemon.
Little leapfrog.
Jumped over the moon, finds him there. Now Shad in a little bit of trouble as Analog makes the roll-in happen. Does not decide to go in for Whitemon.
I think he didn't see him, actually. He was hoping to connect, but Whitemon with good movement.
And that was an Arcane Rune too, so we'll have roll back up again before too long.
Oh, he's still looking for him. He knows he's here.
On the hunt. Can they find him? Yes, they will. Immediately out. Will be banished, and Whitemon not going to be long for this world. In the meantime, they're also trying to make a play for the Wisdom Rune bottom.
Oh, if Parker gets this.
The move is there. The stun!
Oh.
Can't get it.
Uh-oh. Well, this is awkward. Well, he's getting out, but...
Oh my god, that
not
bird.
far from on the dive bomb. Yeah, what a weird situation. The Alk carry tries to steal the Wisdom Rune. The arrow gets taken by an Ancient Creep. But Parker was just not in range to throw the concoction in time, and Saksa will get the rune. And that's really important. Imagine if Tundra lose both Wisdoms after being down 2k already. That would have been real bad. But now they have something to play with. Both supports level 4, and the Beastmaster level 6 wants to make use of the Roar if possible. Parker is going to walk straight into the lane here.
Mid one also getting a little bit of action thrown his way by the Enchantress, but it does look like Parker is going to back out.
He's in trouble. TP.
Banished. Backs away. Arrow is there. Schofield's nearby. They're not willing to go, and in fact, the turn has charged up the stun, is going to self-stun.
They really respected that TP from Schofield. I think there was a dive play available there.
And look at this, Davai is pressuring this mid tower. The other thing is that we've kind of been keeping our eyes on this build that they're going for Alchemist, picking up the Maelstrom. It's kind of feeling like they want to get more involved early with this type of a build. It's the one that we've seen Parker go for already, I believe. But 2 tier 1 towers taken by 8.5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is a fast draft.
It's real fast. This is what can happen when Enigma has a good start and you have Inch. This hero duo can put a ton of pressure on the early towers, and it's a matter of whether Tundra can find a couple of successful kills, because you can also slow this down pretty effectively once your heroes get levels, especially if supports get 6s, if you catch the Enigma trying to go for a push or whatever. But currently, the playmaking potential that Tundra have to stop this from happening is very limited. Level 4 Shadow Demon, level 4 Mirana. And then when your mid-hero is a Storm compared to something like a Pango that we see from Heroic, Storm just needs more time. It's hard for him to take a fight successfully right now.
And Schofield sees these stacks here too that are starting to be taken, and is going to, the very least, try and soak some experience. They're sending in the Ench Creep. Analog has an amplified damage rune. Can they steal these away?
I feel like he could Rolling Thunder this entire stack if he wanted to, but maybe they'll just try to steal a bit of it with a Scatter Blast.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to stomp the Beastmaster, try and disrupt this from happening. They steal a lot of
so much of that.
Oh, that hurts. And they manage to get the tower here.
Roll the rest of it out.
Wow. 4,000 gold lead now.
Yep.
All of the towers gone.
And Alk's getting big. Parker not going Radiance. The Maelstrom into... We'll see.
Maybe Blink? I mean, I don't know. I feel like he could go BKB, Blink, whatever.
Wonder... Is this the second time we see Alk against Shadow Demon where Alk goes Maelstrom instead of Radiance? Is it really that bad to go Radiance against SD? I'm just trying to find the rationale here of why this is the way to go about it here. Maybe the extra magic damage is really nice against the Warcry as well.
Yeah.
But you can't use Mjolnir reliably against SD, so that's a bit of a downside. If you put that on yourself when you run in, you get Demonic Purged, then not the best. See if it ends up being relevant. On the side of Tundra, the only core that's truly having a good game here is mid one, but he needs to find a way to play to put his farm to use eventually. I think if this just becomes a farming stalemate, it's not the best news for the side of Tundra. Enigma, as well as Elk, have the potential to completely take this game over a bit later. Black Hole into Kisses.
Oh, man.
Rip.
I mean, this is a problem, right? You've got Beastmaster that's trying to go in and will get 2 components of the Aghanim Scepter, but it feels like they have to wait for that to make moves. Like, unless Storm Spirit gets some crazy zips in and then they find, like, you know, an arrow play to follow it up, but none of this seems that good. Are they actually trying to go now onto Parker with mid one? He's using a lot of his mana pool, but it will be enough to scare off Parker while they're still pressuring and trying to take away stacks.
Yep. Snapfire again connecting, and the Pango.
Whitemon gets hit with the Scatter Blast, will be forced back. 3 stacks now, but already the Ancients. He only gets 1 of them on Whitemon.
He steals so much of it again. And it's not like Tundra are accomplishing much on the other side of the map. They didn't kill the Elk. They're not stealing any stacks of their own. They're just taking a regular camp here. It really does feel like Heroic are starting to just build a very, very meaningful lead here. Pango. Not gonna roll up, but...
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I feel like Heroic came in with the plan. They gave this 33 as Beastmaster, knew what he likes to do, stack up Ancients, and they came in and just completely cut that out of the game for them. 33 has had a rough one. Not often you see this guy in the bottom of the cores.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the most worrying thing about all of this, because if Tundra are used to playing with a strong 33, and in all honesty, a lot of their wins, I feel like he's really leading the charge when he's playing the Beastmaster. How's he gonna feel in the game state? Is he going to take charge? Is he going to have the right read on the situations about what he can and can't get away with when he's this much weaker than usual? He's closing in on the drums of Slom, but does he actually have enough sustain even with that against what he's facing here? There is a lot of damage from Heroic. Demonic Purge onto Analog, just gonna roll, get out of there.
Roll and
gonna mess with them a little bit first though.
Kill. Saksa.
He only has 1 lead.
He's in some trouble. They're gonna purge or imprison him.
Okay.
Arrow is out. Now mid one showing up, but Saksa just dying. Analog underneath tower. All right, they might have gone a little bit too far there and gift mid one a couple of kills. In the meantime, though, 33 did die again.
Yeah, Schofield plus Parker, Concoction, and Mortimer Kisses. Nice and easy. And they will also steal the Wisdom rune here.
Oh,
so
no.
this is really perfect timing for that kill.
Wow.
Elk gets that for fast,
That's
very
faster.
fast level 12 coming the way of Parker. He's close to it. Okay, that's a pretty fast record.
I'm really curious what 33's is going to be, because that's the other one to me that seems like the timing on this is so important, right? And like, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a record. I'll say that.
I agree with that. I'm sorry. When I was laughing, I was like, this is just the quintessential carry play.
Yeah.
Did you see what Parker did?
No.
He put the Mjolnir on his Snapfire and said, you stay here and farm Ancients for me, buddy. I'm going to another camp.
Mid one?
Oh my god. I'm pretty sure he did get the last hits too with the...
It's pretty cool.
The static charge. I mean, it's a good play. It's just so funny. There's something about carry players that just cracks me up sometimes.
It's like an ion shell.
Yeah.
Everywhere
exactly.
I go,
it really is. All right, Parker gonna crack level 12 here. Among these stacks, buys his Blink. You are right about that. He will get that straight after the Mjolnir.
Oh my goodness.
All right, Sox is dead.
Divine, not afraid to just throw these out.
No, I think it's good. Clearly, you can tell the pacing of this game that Tundra aren't taking any initiative. Their carry is a Sven who needs time, supposedly. So, if you feel like you're strong and the enemy team is afraid to fight you, you can expend Black Hole on kind of whatever you want. It looks like Tundra finally make their first aggressive move of the entire game. It feels like here with a tier 1 tower push bot. Now, are Heroic interested in defending? Yes, they are. They don't know about the Blink Alk.
Mid one in some trouble. He stuns himself on the Alchemist.
Okay.
Not great.
He's fine. Little bit of mistiming there from Parker. That could have been a huge kill, and I feel like they would have got it too if he makes it in there, but... Okay, the push is stopped. They didn't get the tower, so Heroic game plan is progressing. The Vailama now with the pipe. They're so strong right now if they group up and get something done. King Jungles almost has Orchid on Ench.
Wait, what?
Against the Storm, yeah.
Holy moly.
So you see mid one is going straight BKB after the Kaya, probably because he sees this Orchid being bought.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I don't think it's necessary to get BKB this early. Yeah, he's just worried about that counterplay. So King Jungles, even if he ends up not killing the Storm a single time this game with this Orchid, he has forced mid one to go a suboptimal build. This hero loves to buy more value items than this. A little bit of a detail here. How much have you seen Storm buy Arcane Boots?
I think that we saw it yesterday as well, but it does not happen that often. It was weird then too.
White one's dead. Easy pick for Analog. Yeah, because we had the game today where Avalus bought Treads on their Storm and Arcane Boots on 3 different teammates.
Wow.
But Storm himself did not. This hero really benefits from the attack speed. Perhaps part of the rationale is that you're getting attack.
Force staff, mana leaking someone, blinding light, and then force staff was one of my favorite things to do. But
how skilled would you say it was out of 10? Like, was it a high skill combination, low skill, or
it wasn't, but it made the hero more fun, I would say.
Yeah, that's true. It was pretty fun.
All right, so for
Medium
Heroic,
skill.
you guys are feeling like they're being lured into a trap.
Yeah, a little bit. I think, again, out to offlane feels good, where I think Heroic's best answer is finding a carry that either is super scaling or pressures Alk offlane, which then forces Tundra to then rethink where Alk is going. But that carry, there's a lot of carry bans.
What would lane well into an Alchemist? Because that...
Don't you just go Luna
I think
here?
the base, not basic, not in like an insulting way, but like the obvious approach is Luna, just because you know that you will eventually be able to rally behind her, but it doesn't really shut down the Alk farm. It doesn't hit some of the points that we're making for the early game issues of Heroic.
The other very popular heroes right now that are in the pool, the glass cannon type ones, actually aren't that great into Coddle. Like they can actually suffer in the lane, post-laning stage as well, until that BKB timing.
He's still speaking. He's getting final words in, 3 seconds left. And
he gets his Morphling.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, nothing great to morph into, like nothing that great. And also Storm into Morphling, it can work for them a little bit later on. But this is a man that wants to carry the game on his own. And the Morphling definitely allows you to have that ultimate win condition.
Yeah, he had. It seemed like he had final say in what he was going to play, and he feels confident on it. I think as a drafter, you're kind of obligated to once in a while just allow that.
I would actually like to see like a Faceless Void here for Tundra. Shad likes to play that a lot. There's so much pressure on the map. You then have the out Kotl to shove waves into Morphling, so Morphling never really gets to play into the out. Then you have the late game insurance of Tundra.
Well, there.
Okay, don't worry.
The pressure of the map, yeah.
But okay, so in that case, we've been so. I've been excited about this flex, but Shad now takes the Alchemist. They still go for the 33. Another offlane that I actually kind of forgot even existed. We didn't even talk about the final 2 bans from Heroic, but they opted for Panglia and Enigma, not respecting the 33 Broodmother and.
Well, it isn't really picked that often, right? So we've seen it on different teams as a position 1 on mid lane as well. We haven't seen it too many times. I believe ATF played it on offlane once or twice, but overall, it looks like both of these offlaners are set up for success. And that's something that Tundra, they embraced the gameplay. They embraced it. Okay, we will crush your Morphling. At the same time, our Alchemist might not have the easiest of times. However, Alchemist plus Enchantress lane into a Timber, I feel like, yeah, Timber is strong there, but he needs to be careful. Nyx Assassin isn't the strongest support.
It is not. I'm just very curious. Is this Brood going to be a problem? How big of a problem is it going to be? Let's rephrase that. How big of a problem will this be for Heroic T?
I think early Orchid on Brood would be good to break the map. And if you're Heroic, the Vailama has to have a good game. At every point, he needs to be able to like cushion that aggression and to buy time for Parker to pop off. So it's like, if Timber has a bad game, then I think Heroic's map will disappear. So it's all eyes on Timbersaw to be able to pretty much give life to Heroic's draft.
Yeah, definitely all eyes on Timbersaw. On the other side, though, you have so many good combos, so much potential. I love the Storm Spirits from the mid lane with Broodmother when they're being aggressive on the enemy side. Keeper of the Light as well to give some mana to the Storm to keep up the aggression even further. I don't know, I really do enjoy the Tundra's draft. I mean, it's the Broodmother after all.
It
Last
is the 33 Brood. It's hard to go against that for sure. Game 1 was already taken by Tundra, and that means if they win the next game, they are guaranteed top 3 here at PGL Wallachia. Let's see if that's going to happen, or maybe Heroic will force out that third game of the series. We're finding out, but first, some words from Coach Moon.
Absolutely, the 33 Broodmother, the Sakska Coddle. Very comfort heroes that we have out here. Are you confident in this draft with those comfort picks?
I mean, yeah, 33 last pick Broodmother, that's really grim for the enemy.
Absolutely. No shot at all that they're going to win this one, you think?
I mean, this Parker got Morphling, so there's always a shot.
Absolutely. Now, let's talk a little bit about Coddle. I don't believe Coddle has won a single game so far at this event. Of course, you have a Coddle Storm. I mean, is that still, you know, a thing that's good enough to win this game?
Let me put it this way, okay? Saksa won 5 double downs in a row of Coddle.
Ooh. Okay, I'll take that for sure. Is there any part of this game that you think is super important with your drafts? Do they need to win a specific part, or should this be pretty cut and dry?
Just don't get cheesed by some Divine Llama level 1 smoke. This guy is just the goat at cheesing the off lane, you know. Just watch out for this guy. That's it.
Oh, I'm sorry. They have already gotten first blood, I think, on Divine. No, I'm just kidding. You're good. All right, let's see who is going to get first blood as we go straight into that game.
You can't trick us, Slacks. We saw what was going on. That little knucklehead.
He really got Moon, though.
Yeah,
I like
he did.
that.
He was scared.
Finally, somebody gets revenge on Moon in an interview. Good job, Slacks.
He gave him a hug afterwards, though, so it's all fine.
Yeah.
So we're heading out to the laning stage. Do not get cheesed by Divine Llama. The cheeser is what he says.
Says the guy whose team last picked Brood. I think that's very rich. Yeah, what a different draft. I love Heroic's picks. When we were 4 picks in, I was telling you this looks like the best Nyx game ever. I thought the hero has so much potential in this game. I thought their lanes were shaping up nicely with the later pick Timbersaw. This hero has really good win rate this tournament. But then comes the last pick Brood, and now the game has completely changed character. I think this was the best possible hero that Tundra could have picked. Because as far as I'm concerned, what the panel was talking about was actually, I thought it was a good idea to maybe consider putting the Alk off lane and then getting a different carry so that you could deal with the Timber. But ultimately, maybe it's just not something that they're comfortable with, running the 33 on the Alk. Like maybe it doesn't fit their, their view on the game, their team identity. Parker taking some serious damage up here. And of course, Heroic have ensured that they place the Nyx against Ench.
Right, and I think that they were trying to dodge that one. The Coddle ended up running down bottom. I was sort of anticipating that it was going to be a Coddle Brood lane, but I guess in a certain way, like being able to throw out extra stuns and all the rest of it from Shad feels pretty nice as well with the Coddle. We'll just see some spam coming out across Divine Llama while Whitemon heals up here in the top lane.
I definitely think the Coddle Alk has a better chance of winning against Timber than Ench Alk.
Yeah.
Because if you had Ench down here with Alk and you just put the Nyx there, effectively what is really pressuring the Timber? Here you're at least getting permanently spammed by spells, except Shad's kind of spamming himself, but that's okay.
Hurts a little bit. Analog in the meantime will throw out an EMP, does connect, burning all of mid one's mana. And we'll see how this matchup goes too. Invoker versus the Storm. At least so far feels like Analog doing a little bit better job getting a couple of denies here and there. And likewise, Divine Llama only 4 last hits so far, so they are doing a good job of messing with him, that's for sure.
Yeah, the early laning stage from Tundra is going very well here. I am curious to see how the game develops when we've seen mid one on the Storm do a very good job in the mid game. And even sometimes the earlier portions of the mid game, but you're playing against Quaswex Invoker.
Yeah.
So if you're constantly out of resources, it feels like Analog can make 0 risk moves in the sense that Storm can't even counterplay them. So that's definitely something that could be massively impactful here. Nice damage again onto Parker. They're really going at this Morphin lane and
does not have waveform either. So a little bit scary.
Trying to last hit here with 36 damage.
Whoa!
Oh, that was a
Sneaky,
nice try from
sneaky.
Whitemon. I like that. Didn't get it, but close.
And
the blood grenade snipe as he was shifting. More spam down bot from Shad and Soxa. So far so good. All 3 lanes for Tundra looking quite healthy. The Brood last pick, definitely the hero to watch in this game. How is it going to work out against Parker's Morph? They did their best to really try to ban out 33's heroes, but there was one very annoying one left.
That's right.
That he manages to grab here, and also a matter of... We talked about Heroic's itemization last game. I think in this one, the itemization from Tundra is going to be quite interesting. Like, are you going to go Auras and Brood? Is he going to play the Orchid and try to take over areas of the map together with the Storm? Is it a little bit too much of a good thing if they both go Orchid? We'll see.
Right, and likewise for the Alchemist, you can see already queuing up the Radiance. The more traditional build that we've seen from him in the past, but that does also mean there's a window in there where, you know, you're going to be susceptible to maybe some ganks with potentially a Spirit Vessel coming out from one of these heroes. Invoker traditionally had bot. I feel like we've definitely seen Invokers turn away from that, though, in recent times.
Majority of mid-invokers right now, well, which is all of them, I suppose, are going this like double Wraith Band into right-click approach.
Right.
The Quaswex Witchblade.
Meanwhile, 33 getting low against the Morph, but able to hide out in the trees, and Schofield looking but not finding. But you can see just how quickly this lane can turn around if you get some good damage out there onto the Brood. And he actually needs to play somewhat safe here too. There is another waveform up, and 33 getting the heals in from Whitemon, but has to keep his distance from Parker.
Schofield taking some hits. He actually can afford Arcane Boots in a moment on the Nyx, so that's very good news for him. Playing as quote-unquote 5 this game, that's obviously not what's going to end up happening. They really want the gold on this Nyx. Parker really squeezing this to the limit, but no mana on the Nyx. He can't actually help Parker here.
Blood Grenade too! They have enough. They take down Parker. Did get the first blood on Soxa, though, on the bottom lane.
Wow, that's a voice line I haven't heard for a long time. An old voice.
84 years ago.
He'll come back to the lane on Morph refilled, but that was definitely a nice kill for them. However, the first blood did go the way of the Shadow Demon. This Analog will miss that Tornado EMP onto mid one. He's very far ahead on the Invoker, by the way. Level 7 against 5.5. 21 denies.
He is owning the Storm.
God.
Mid one is getting a clinic.
Yeah, I mean, this is on paper a very Invoker-favored matchup, so I can't say I'm surprised to see Analog winning, but
that's a lot.
22 denies minute 6 is unheard of for any other hero than Huskar. Maybe an insane sniper lane, but this is pretty crazy, and this has massive implications on the game because, as we've talked about, in the way of playmaking for Tundra, we're looking at a potential Orchid on the Storm, but aside from that, who's really going to do stuff on the map?
Yeah.
You don't really have the best heroes to turn to. Mid will now finally get his level 6, but he doesn't have any mana. Sox actually rotating over just to help. Give some mana and then leave again. Tells the story of how this is going. 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune exchange.
Yeah, should be fine there. And of course, you know, the thing to mention as well about that Invoker does have that innate Mastermind just to give him the extra XP. So denies are not just about shutting down the Storm. It's really accelerating Invoker's levels as well. Almost level 8 now on the Invoker versus level 6 on mid 1. And will Ghost Walk, that is immediately pinged out.
Yeah. Let's see if he still manages to connect. Whitemon is exposed here, but he's a really tough gap.
Yeah, they see him immediately.
But this is what I was mentioning earlier, right? Analog will be able to go for these attempts. Now, it's good for them that it gets pinged out with the vision they have, but mid one has no resources, so it's not like he's going to help.
Shad
Analog might just kill him here.
I mean, there's also the battle, the right click coming in, and Analog.
He needs one more hit. Okay. Oh. Fairy Fire and Stick under the cover of the trees, but now King Jungles with the invis. They're onto Shad.
Trying to find him. They
No
have
mana
quite
on Divine.
enough. Oh, he gets pushed back, actually. Does get the disruption off, though, and Divine Llama moves in with Analog in tow. It's a lot of hits on to this Alchemist, and he is going to die. Divine Llama, and everybody actually shows up from Heroic. They bring 5.
Yes. The classic level 5 morph gank.
That was cool.
Comes through the gate, gets the last hit, makes it worth a while for him. Yeah, they brought a ton of heroes. Very nice stun there from Schofield to connect on both of them. And that's the end of that. And this actually feels like a natural rotation for Parker anyway. He doesn't want to play top anymore. Brute's level 6. So what you do now is you put Divine Llama back. We didn't talk about this after or in the early game, but this, you know, Brood, very traditionally speaking, you want to have one of two things against Brood. You either want to crush it in lane, or you want to have some sort of hero that can live where Brood builds a house. And Timber is one of the perfect candidates for that. So it's very natural for Parker and for Divide to swap lanes now that the Brute has reached level 6. Parker, or excuse me, Divide can just kill off the Spiderlings. Well, he needs to hit his spells. But he can be up here relatively safely. Analog.
Dust, they spotted him. Now Divide throws out the Chakram, trying to help out his Invoker. There's no help here, though. Oh, and the pause. Not sure if there was a misclick or what, but that one is not good.
Maybe
not
maybe
good.
a little bit of a self-morale boost here, looking for any possible explanation of why his Chakrams just aren't hitting the Spiderlings. And the reason given is mouse.
And yeah, just gotta get that sorted.
Well, unfortunately for Analog, Devi's mouse is not working, so he's dead. With a good mouse there, the spiders are probably dead, and Invoker might get out. So, but yeah, Analog, no real escape plan here. He is still affected by. No, actually, he's not dusted. It looks like, but I don't think. Yeah, Ghostwalk 10-second cooldown. He doesn't have an Exort point, so he can't Deafening Blast his way out of there. And yeah, this is a dead Invoker. No way about it.
Except
33 gets a big kill.
And that's an earn charge too, because 33 is going for a Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, and this is actually problematic now for Divide, because when these couple of moves are successful...
But Schofield right there finds it. No, he didn't get the hit off. And Divine Llama's dead. Oh, this is as bad as it could have gone for Heroic.
That's actually really, really tragic for them. So Invoker dies, that's one thing. Now Timber ends up getting caught in the crossfire as well afterwards, and with the Vessel from Brood coming out, the whole thing we were just talking about with Timber being able to live up here, you have 0 points in reactive armor, and Brood has the Vessel, can probably just run you down with the Storm. And in that way you can activate both heroes simultaneously in the game. This sequence right here is a massive deal for the game. You're going to see the replay here. So Analog dies, Mid One gets his first move of the game in here. And with Caudle joining him, he has enough mana in the tank to go for this long, nice jump.
And then immediately brings him down. The slowdown meant he could not get that hit off before it turned. And I think right here we're going to be seeing soon. Oh God, Divide very frustrated as they get ready to announce their mouse sponsorship. 2,000 gold lead for Tundra.
Probably want to wait with that announcement a little bit later.
Schofield found again. Chakram thrown out. The hit. All mana gone, and that is the turnaround that they were looking for. Tornado secures the kill. Stomp does not quite connect. But with the waveform through, that's more than enough to bring down 33.
All right. Well, we go back the other way. That's huge for Heroic. 2 cores killed, especially the Brood there. Just getting a little bit of breathing room is very important here for the side of Heroic. And once again, Parker somehow finding a way to be involved on the morph. This does, of course, mean that Shad is having the time of his life on Alk. They put the Timbersaw against him, but he's still going to have a 12-minute Radiance. So looking very healthy. 100 CS minute 12. Looking to...
It's kind of crazy how 33 is keeping up with him in terms of farm. And just by virtue of like kills, last hits, taking over areas, it's pretty impressive.
Well, that's he has, the 4 kills and a good Brood early game. The hero farms up a Storm when it gets to take control. A little bit of an invasion here for the side of Tundra, looking to steal the creeps away. And you can see Saksa wisely has chosen Recall as his facet, so he's just gonna keep recalling the Storm around, giving him extra mana.
It's Pretty nice. Meanwhile, Parker starts to pressure out this bottom lane, and mid is going to be the next one under assault. Now, keep in mind, last game we did see Heroic make similar types of moves of pressuring around the map, taking down all of the outer towers, and they also had an Alchemist in that game. It did not end as well for Heroic. Do you think that there can be a similar type of comeback play from Heroic? What do they need to do over the next couple of minutes?
It's definitely possible. They have incredibly good skirmishing heroes. Nyx has really good friends here and very good enemies. The Invoker's game is still, I want to say, quite good on analog. So I think a lot of what it's going to come down to for Heroic is playing without Parker and making a couple of successful moves here and there, specifically spearheaded by analog, and then bring Schofield into the plays. Try to find some picks. The Alk kill is still probably going to be difficult, but even if you can't kill the Alk, if you can kill the Brood, or if you can kill the Storm, you know, just get some core out of the game a little bit. Get some space for the Morph. This is the type of game that Morph can hard carry. I think it's actually a very good draft for the hero.
Oh, Devi, he's in a little bit of trouble now. Oh, they don't connect, though, with the Illuminate
bit of a
Blast.
mistake. Yeah, mid-one didn't get the Vortex off. They're even going to pull Brood over there. He's going to just run straight back where he came from on the left side. Now keep in mind recall, when Coddle has this as his facet, when you recall an ally, they get movement speed bonus and you cast Chakra on them every single time.
That's pretty cool.
So he's double chakraing the Storm constantly, and effectively this means mid-one you can even consider going a different item build, because you just have this battery non-stop giving you mana. He will rush the shard at minute 15, and then I wonder, his inventory looks quite funny with this robe and ogre axe.
I mean, the other thing there, too, that I just saw and remembered is the Magna Manifier innate ability, which allies within 900 range have 15% more mana, lingers for 5 seconds. So you're maximizing mid-one's mana pool and letting him go crazy.
These two heroes are picked together for a reason.
Looking towards
mid-one is in trouble.
If they can get this, though, immediately out and dead. And that is a problem.
Orchid isn't even necessary there, but he's still going to show it off. Now 33, trying to push, but immediately cleared out by Devi. And 33 might actually be in trouble too here if they can get any sort of rotation.
Oh, jumps for the backlines, but the Carapace hits onto all of these heroes. Now the stun for the Alk, dead. Can they get any more? Saksa getting eyed up at the moment. The hits keep on coming, and Heroic find a little bit of purchase in this game.
That's already a great result. Quick Carapace there from the Nyx, and you're just seeing how good that spell is. Alchemist is going to stun himself on the Concoction, he's going to stun himself on the Radiance, and they immediately turn everything onto him and just blast him out of that fight. And yep, they find themselves 2 core kills. They kill the Storm, they kill the Alk, they only lose the Nyx, they defend their tower initially at the very least. And Parker is only 900 behind the Alk on Morph. He's looking very, very good on this hero in this game, despite having a little bit of a tough beginning to the game against the Brood lane. It is feeling like Heroic might just be able to pull this off. They will lose the bot tier 1 now eventually. But you're starting to see the makings of what their lineup is meant to do when Invoker and Nyx join these fights, and they just use the Orchid and the Carapace and they just find easy kills. Schofield looking for an angle here, wrapping around.
3 points up in Carapace. Spots Whitemon, no sentry wards nearby, but has an inkling that something could be going on, so will back away. 33 up on the cliff.
They see him with poison.
And immediately Parker just waveforms out, kills all of those spiders and gets away.
If Schofield hadn't given up on staying over here, this could have been a 33 kill, but obviously he doesn't know, so instead he's looking for another play that will be almost just as good against mid-one, but he's reading it. Not going to go for the wave with the Remnant.
I mean, for as much as they have an accelerating factor with the Coddle in this game, Storm's game has really been so heavily hampered by that laning stage against the Invoker.
Yeah.
He's still bottom of the cores.
It does feel like the factor of playing with Coddle is going to be such a massive difference maker, though, because as you can tell, mid-one is able to go BKB first item.
Yeah.
With this battery following him around, he doesn't need the build-up item necessarily, and that means that, yeah, your net worth isn't the greatest, but you can still find massive impact with just a BKB because you're going to have, let's say, 30-40% more mana than usual. So you can still stick on targets, and Heroic do not have good solutions to BKBs for quite a while.
I feel like they need to make some type of move now before those BKBs come out. And they are grouping together and going to go for a smoke. I'm worried that even this might be starting to come too late. If they all get to BKBs unhampered, that is going to be such a massive timing for Tundra. And the smoke will go. Parker in the mid lane will get a glimpse of the Illuminate. Whitemon, if he breaks this smoke, this is perfect
Oh, they're finding
for him,
Shad.
but no,
That's
Shad.
the biggest kill, Carapace.
And immediately, stun, follow-up, Sunstrike, gone. Can they get any more? They spot him, and mid one onto Analog, big damage out and dead. Now Schofield finding, they get the silence onto mid one, but can't get the kill. 33 is hurting, but KJ is now also dead.
Mid one's out of mana.
Hiding,
Sticks.
chasing, a couple more, mid one can't get the zip away. 33 is doing good damage, but I mean, this Parker Morphling is hit way too hard. They have to get out with the rest of them.
Yeah, it's not easy being Tundra here. The Nyx is just insane in this game. If he finds Alk, they burst Alk. If he finds Storm, they burst him. If they find the Coddle, they can just take him out instantly, and that hampers Storm so much, so... It's good news for Tundra that they do manage to kill the Invoker in that mess. Just mid one committed fully to go for that kill, and he was successful. And now he almost has his BKB because of that. Soxa. Soxa is in trouble. Yeah. Soxa is in big trouble. Too late on the Carapace, but yeah.
Sunstrike
trade
for the finish. And yeah, it'll be a trade.
And mid one gets the last hit. That's the BKB coming out. Got about 400 gold for that kill.
So down to only 1,000 gold separating these two squads, and as Morphling, you gotta be feeling somewhat good about that. You got your Phylactery done, aiming towards the Conda, is still gonna have to play around that Manta as the main defensive item, but with the pipe now done on Divine Llama, you can see the avenue where you can just go for the full blow-up build on this Morph and maybe find some success.
I was criticizing Parker's item build last game. I think this game, this is really, really good. I really like his choice of bypassing BKB for the time being, because the only reliable stun that's in the enemy team that can catch you is the Vortex, and you have Manta against any sort of potential secondary issues you might have.
Oh, Parker, they're on to the Nyx Assassin. Stun is out. Schofield there to just make sure that his Morph did not go down. It gives Schofield that shard as Divine Llama gets under the cover of his tower. KJ is there though with the disruption. Now drops the ultimate onto Shad. Divine Llama tries to back out. Does he have enough to survive? No. Divine dead.
Yeah, not really sure what he was trying to do there. The fight was already over. Nyx was dead, you got your Tormentor, and then he kind of just walked in, poking and prodding, trying to bait them to go on him to use pipe and get disrupted, but the bait doesn't work if the cores aren't coming. And Tundra just kill him off. I guess silver lining there was 33 couldn't believe his eyes, so he used BKB. Because surely assistance is coming, but no. There was nobody backing Devi up except the Shadow Demon. And they do find themselves a couple there.
Well, in the meantime, it does look like they will have lost their Wisdom Rune. Shad picking that one up. Sunstrike doesn't hit anybody. And they will go and take the Tormentor. So a slight gold lead going to be built a little bit bigger.
Is this a completed Conda? Oh boy. All right, Morph is very, very strong.
Yeah.
With this Conda, now the game changes shape a little bit again, because at this point, Morph plus Nyx can kill any hero in the game, I think. You bring in a little bit of additional Sunstrike damage. It's actually level 5 Exort now. Definitely new plays unlocked. Aegis will go onto Shad, not onto mid one. Interestingly, they put it on the Alk here.
Yeah, that's not what I was anticipating.
No.
Well, recalling, Whitemon gonna walk up a hill and run into an issue.
Yeah, that's a great illustration of what happens. There wasn't even a vendetta there.
Yeah.
That was just stun and kinda adaptive.
This is also a relatively tanky Enchantress. Has Treads, Wand, Bracer, Drums. Like,
yeah, she has 2k health.
Yeah.
So she's not, I mean, she's equally tanky as the Storm. So that could have been any hero.
Yeah.
Maybe Brood lives there. Elk definitely doesn't. Schofield setting up Carapace.
Onto him. Stun is out. Does get the Alk ulti off. BKB. Parker looking for an opening. Who does he want to unload onto? Stun gets thrown. Still fine for the moment. 33 up on the hill.
Oh, they have the stun.
Gets it broken.
TP's too late.
And Parker gonna get the kill onto Brood. I mean, Heroic are starting to turn up. This is looking scary.
And you're looking over at the side of Tundra as well, and you're wondering what's the pathway for the supports now? When you're playing Caudle Storm, this is the phase of the game that you're meant to dominate, and this is where Caudle is meant to generate his value to the game. So if you're not able to win fights right now with him, what itemization is going to make Caudle feel great later on? He's currently going 4-staff after having Holy Locket. The Ench, as you already covered, only has Drums. She's very poor for an Ench. And then you look at the other side, Shadow Demon Nyx. Talk about some monster late game supports that are getting there. Nyx has the Solar Crest, he's got 2/3 of a Eul's completed. He has the Philosopher's Stone, so he's definitely getting there. And it is just an insane Nyx game, once again. So, couple of concerns here for Tundra that if their cores don't step up big, I don't think the supports can be the difference makers. Mid one, oh,
broken.
That's a fast reaction.
BKB out. Trying to live. Sunstrike, not enough to get the kill. Schofield still surviving through this at the moment. But mid one finally able to get that kill. The silence is out. Zips away.
Nice escape.
Will manage to get out of there. Should note also, the Alchemist going for the Orchid build again. So a second game in a row where we see this. This time no Mjolnir, instead just straight Radiance.
Yeah, I guess he wants to jump the Shadow Demon, but Shadow Demon already has Ghost Scepter, so he's actually a difficult target. You can't really reliably Orchid the Morph. He has Manta and BKB now for Parker, so he gets it as his next item. Invoker has BKB. It's, I don't know. Not convinced this Orchid is just similar to last game. I'm not convinced it's the right choice here for Shad.
Yeah, only 8 armor right now on this Alk. Is going for an AC after Bloodthorn, but depending upon the results of the next couple of fights, it feels like that might even need to be pushed up potentially. We'll see. Schofield finds the Storm for a second time. Eyes on him. Passes over the gem though. Now he sees him. So mid one, gonna play this one safe. They have the connection now onto Schofield.
Oh,
Pops the spike, Carapace! Oh, but the tornado.
Oh my god, that's actually just a really big mistake.
That one hurts. That one hurts a lot. Now 33, but they jump in on the Shadow Demon. And Shadow Demon trying to walk that one off, cannot manage to do it, although suddenly got a stun on stun. Shad gonna be turned into, and that's Aegis down. If they get him again, 33 comes in. Reckless Abandonment manages to find himself another kill, and Shad down to such low HP, just gets demolished. 33 lifted by the tornado. The faux Alchemist, the bigger Morphlane. Parker, too much to deal with.
Oh, that one hurts so bad for Tundra. They see the Nyx, they pass over the gem, they put down the sentry, they know exactly what's happening. And then they just mess up. Storm didn't have BKB ready. He just damages him and gets caught in the Carapace stun, and obviously this is the trade-off that you make on Storm in the Nyx matchup when you don't buy Orchid.
Yeah.
If your BKB isn't available, you can't kill him. And that cost them so much, that one mistake, because that cascaded into 4 kills for the side of Heroic, including the Alk plus Aegis. My goodness, this is the kind of situations that win games. You're going to see the replay here. So they know Schofield is here, they Vortex him in, and they just don't have a single silence. So Schofield presses Carapace, and he just dies.
I mean, yeah. That's...
Okay. It's not good, I'll tell you that.
Well, Shad ended up getting found and killed, and Heroic now on the pathway to success. I will say that I feel like there's still moments here for Tundra to make big plays, but it's got to be off the back of all of their BKBs being up, because Schofield is just doing way too much in these fights. Like you talked about from the beginning of the draft, it was such a good Knicks game. You can see happy as a clam right there. He doesn't care if he dies.
No, if he was unhappy after that fight, he needs to check himself. Okay, that's an insane result, given the circumstances. That could not have gone any better. Now, Brood has picked up a Hex.
Okay.
So 33, still having a very good game on the Brood, and this is a potential major difference maker. Wait, am I seeing this right? Is this normal?
What?
He has attribute bonus over Insatiable Hunger. He hasn't skilled it at all.
Okay.
Is that a thing?
I mean, the base attack damage bonus, it feels very strange to me. I won't lie to you. But, I mean, 33, he's always been a little bit on a different wavelength from people when it goes to his item builds and skill builds.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around what the mindset is here. So you get 8 all attributes instead of this 14-second, or how much is it?
Maybe he doesn't want to right-click people. I don't know. He just wants to stay alive against the burst.
I mean, I could wrap my head around this one more if it was an aura build, right? If you're just an aura bot walking around, you're using your spiders to fight, but he technically has a build that utilizes right-click quite well, because he has BKB and Sight.
Right.
So it is a little bit...
He still feels like the mischance is valuable, too, from Incapacitating Bite.
Yeah, and it's not... Insatiable Hunger is not dispellable, so he's not worried about the Demonic Purge either. Just I don't know. I don't think I've seen this before. Maybe it's more common than I would think. I clicked on him and I was like, wait, what the hell? So if that's my reaction, it's probably not very common at the very least for Brutes to bypass this ability entirely.
Well, Parker, on the other hand, a very, very strong build put together at this point, has the entire Scotty completed. It is going to be pretty freaking gnarly. Oh, good call. Production, always so smart, does not give it away to the Morph.
But does Morph, is that powerful that Morph wants to turn into? Because, I mean, maybe. We haven't seen Parker even try it. Maybe he knows he doesn't have it. If it really is that powerful to give it to Morph, I get it. I mean, it is a really good spell for sure. Perhaps
he should just not level anything.
It is really absolutely the reason, now that that's pointed out. That makes a ton of sense to me, but I still... It's like the, you look at the pros and cons. I don't know. Like, Morph will... Uh-oh, Hex.
Chase. Whitemon, silence. Oh, shit! Didn't stand a chance. And now the turnaround onto 33 is going to get demolished. Yeah, Shad just got absolutely ripped to shreds through the BKB. All it took is a second. Parker is way too strong.
Yeah. I guess so. I mean, okay, fair enough. It is 100% because of the Morph reason, and I guess it's just a good enough reason.
Yeah.
Like, maybe that, giving that away is too valuable versus him turning into Alk.
Does he have anything left in the tank? Parker, the indomitable human spirit. He doesn't have Incapacitating Bike, but he does have Alacrity. And these buildings are dropping so quickly.
That is true.
My goodness. Racks go down, and Tier 3 tower likely to fall here as well. It's a 12,000 gold lead, but Heroic, at this point, feel like they cannot be stopped.
Yeah, he's going to go straight to work here with Alacrity. Another lane taken out.
Zip in with the
they
recall
have enough
back.
time to get this and disengage. Parker, yeah, he'll finish that range track just barely. 0 casualties, 2 lanes of barracks for the side of Heroic, and now probably just looking at a potential next Aegis 20-second respawn for Roche. Tundra needs to somehow get the waves out to be able to contest this, but this is looking really, really grim.
And now Blink Hex on the Invoker. They are going to smoke out. Roche is capable of respawning right now. It's a relatively quick one, I believe. So they're going to move out and see if they can find somebody.
Radiant are scanning.
33 in the trees. Devi coming up this hill. Do they have enough to burst him? It's not the best target in the world,
really
but
tough target.
it's the only target that's really there. Divide, they pull him back in. Immediately they turn it. Lift up. Well, mid one trying to go for more. They do get him. Divide Llama goes down, but Shad down to such low HP with Morphling getting on top of him. Now hitting on to Soxa. He's gonna get waveform through. Good damage out, gone. Now, Invoker manages to find the Sunstrike. Schofield's still in some trouble, so with only, well, one hero dead, they're actually able to dodge away from this one pretty well. Schofield gets brought down 3 for 1.
Yeah. All right. Heroic counterplayed themselves a little bit there in the counter engage because the Timbersaw got jumped by Storm, and there was an instant Carapace from the Nyx actually catching Storm off guard and setting up a chain stun, but then he got tornadoed.
Yeah.
So they were both trying to be defensive layers for the Timber, and they both made a good play, but unfortunately they counteract each other. Storm gets his BKB off coming out of the tornado and gets to take the fight. And they get a lot of value out of the Brood Hex to find a couple of kills here at the very least. But it is everything expended from Tundra, and once again, the Roche is available.
Oh, and they're going to it already.
And
they have Aghanim's delivered. 33, they're trying to run. They want to get there, but it's not going to be fast enough. Oh, man. They got to take a fight now, though. You got to get him. Oh, no!
Uh-oh.
Self-stun. Parker walks up the hill. Alacrity damage. Out, gone! Parker, Hex, though. Can they bring down this Warblade? He's very, very low HP, but disruption is there. That keeps him alive, and now Parker turns to fight. What could have been a solid moment there for the side of Tundra. Heroic just put the stop to it immediately.
And now that the dust settles, I'm gonna come back to the final time now while we have a little moment.
Okay.
This begs the question, if you're picking Brood last into Morph.
Yes.
The Brood was the ultimate last pick of the draft, right?
Yes.
If you, okay, hang on.
I believe,
They're finding a moment.
unless I'm wrong. As Invoker, gonna get hexed, but
okay, I'm pretty sure Brood was the last pick. You're picking Brood into Morph, and therefore you cannot skill Insatiable Hunger. Is the pick good enough then?
I mean,
it's something for the panel to talk about afterwards. I just thought it was a really interesting interaction to see. Here comes mid one.
And mid
Disruption.
one, half HP alive. Whitemon dead. Parker in pretty deep in the BKB. He turns into the Brood. It's all coming together now. He doesn't have Insatiable Hunger. He does have Satanic. He kills him off.
Yeah.
GG is called. As with that, Heroic take a clean game number 2 and force us to a game 3.
And almost as if to taunt him, at the very end of the game, he turns into the Brood and just spams webs in their base because he doesn't have Insatiable Hunger to use. Oh, man. Yeah. Nice game from Heroic. They do bounce back. I really like their draft in this game. I love the Nyx pick in particular. I thought it was a really... I mean, first of all, when they picked Nyx, the only 2 heroes they saw were, what was it? I think it was Storm and Ench.
Right.
But Tundra just gave them multiple additional targets for the Nyx to feel good against, and they managed to find a couple of good opportunities with the Nyx plus Timber to kill, the Nyx plus Invoker, and of course, ultimately the Nyx and the Morph Parker having a standout performance here on that Morphling. And yeah, Tundra, this was a very timed draft in a sense where the Caudal Storm really needed to pop off, but man, mid one got handled in that mid lane and couldn't really get the tempo going the way they wanted.
That's right. Started strong with Analog on the Invoker. Nyx picked up steam, and then Parker shut the door. So we get ready to pop into this game number 3. But first, back to the panel.
It's very cool to know that we saw Cavs and Parker in deep discussion for quite a little bit before they joined the rest of the team for the huddle for Heroic. And we were like, what could they be talking about? And then they started banning out loads of heroes that Parker did not want to play against, and Brood was not one of those heroes. And Parker's like, give me Morph. He gets the Morph, crushes with the Morph, and I kind of also feel, you know how we were talking to you that we felt like maybe Heroic was being baited into a trap? I kind of feel that it was Tundra who fell into the trap of having to pick a Brood Mother where he couldn't even skill Q.
There's so many questions actually from that game. It's a weird one, but I still stand by the point that I think Heroic was in this trap of picking heroes and Tundra had the draft advantage. There's a lot of choices that we can break down, but Heroic, of course, the entire game plan was, can we get Parker to be the raid boss as quick as possible? And he got there so quickly. His build as well, going for Manta into Vladimir and Kanda, not going for a BKB early in the build, making sure he's able to stand up. And, you know, how quickly do you want to talk about Alchemist in this post-game, Lizard? Where do we want to start?
I don't want to talk about the Alchemist.
You want to start with Storm?
Honestly, let's speak about everyone else. Let's not talk. I'm being too rough. Like, Alchemist, he did his job. Like, he was playing the Alchemist game. He bought a couple of items, got that Orchid early on as well, which wasn't really that great. But this is the highlight of the game.
Yep.
And this is where the game was broken for Tundra. They lose the Aegis, they lose the Alchemist after the Aegis as well. They lose the Storm, of course, mid one. Like, this whole game was a little bit wonky from him. Like, his item build as well from the laning stage. Robe of Magi, Ogre Axe, and the Shard. Like, guess the hero kind of an inventory. But perhaps it was allowed by this insane pick of a Keeper of the Light, the one that Saxa had 5 double down victories on. 100% has to be the case. But overall, the itemization on Radiant was really interesting on every and each hero. Not only itemization, like Shiver talked about the skill builds. Like, the skill build, okay, the skill build, the itemization as well on the Broodmother, it's like a different hero completely. All in the effort to maybe try and stop the Parkers morphing.
Yeah. And before we get, continue on the Tundra line, again, Schofield, incredible next game, just always finding pickoffs, punishing Tundra with their itemization as well. And I think, Analog on the Invoker, he had a rough start after laning phase where he was getting picked off by Brood a little bit, but he kept playing, enabling the team. But yeah, now we need to focus a little bit more on Tundra again. Like, the fact that, Shad on the Alchemist, he goes for a Radiance against the Nyx. There was a world in which he could have gone the Mjolnir, BKB Bloodthorn, like Skadi, Basher build to lock onto the big tanky cores of, Timbus or Morphling. He didn't do that, kept dying to Schofield. And then same thing again with Lizard and talking about mid one. Like, the Storms for it, you have to keep her light. You have the early game map from Brood, but it never really connected.
Just look at this, by the way. We have 2 heroes here. By the way, 4th fastest Kanda in the professional scene on the Morphling. You're not catching up to him. You're not buying this Orchid. Like, when you're playing versus a hero that's this fast, a player that's this fast, Orchid needs to be an item for, I don't know, like, maybe if you crush the lane, absolutely, you can afford it. You need to think bigger. And that's what 33 was doing. Like, look at his build, like, skill build. That was thinking bigger, right? Like, no first spell, insatiable hunger at all, just so it cannot be stolen. At the same time, BKB and Vessel. Very quick Vessel. He had a really good game. And the next item that you don't see right here, but he had it already in the quick buy, that was the Hex. So he knows what he needs to do. Unfortunately, this Morphling was way ahead and he had too much space. You can't itemize fast.